Stages of Hope. Chapter 1. Deep beneath Gringotts, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were fighting a dragon. Things weren't going well. But that was normal these days, so normal, in fact, that neither of them felt especially worried. They didn't have the time to worry. Hermione was struggling to keep a shield charm up against the dragon's fire, while Harry, leader of the pitiful resistance against Voldemort, was being defeated by a lock. A medieval one, goblin maid, and impossibly stubborn. I can't hold it much longer. Hermione shouted. Her shield flickered under the heat of the flames. Nothing's working. Harry yelled back. You want to try? She nodded. When the massive dragon paused to breathe, they swapped places with the ease of long practice. It didn't help. Hermione threw every unlocking spell she'd learned from Flitwick, Bill Weasley, and the entire Hogwarts library. The lock glowed under the assault of spell fire, but the Lestrange vault stayed shut. Damn goblins. She hissed. Harry's shield held, for now, but even he couldn't last forever. Battle sounds echoed closer. Luna and Neville were still holding the rear. In those tight tunnels, two people could hold off a larger force, but not for long. You have to use fiend fire. Hermione screamed. She could barely hear herself over the dragon's roar, but Harry got the message. We don't know what's in that vault. He shouted. We could start a magical chain reaction. We could also be killed by a dragon. Very soon, in fact. Harry hesitated. Hermione could see him running through their options, and finding none. Then his face set with determination. Position change, now. She shouted. She raised the shield while Harry dropped his spell. The force of the dragon's next attack rattled her bones. They were out of time. At least Luna and Neville were still alive. From the sound of things, they were getting closer. Then the atmosphere shifted. Magic filled the air like a storm, and Hermione knew. Harry had cast fiend fire. The dragon stopped mid-roar, maybe even stunned by the daring of it all. Harry shouted in triumph. The vault door burst open. Something exploded, and Hermione drowned in magic. Meanwhile, in a world almost the same but fundamentally different, two friends sat inside the warm walls of Hogwarts. A fire crackled in the hearth as they talked, the comfort of the moment bridging the gap between the boys they had been and the men they had become. The clock eventually broke the spell of their conversation. Neither of them wanted to step into the Scottish winter in the middle of the night, but duty was duty. Even a Slytherin couldn't always wriggle out of it. This is your fault, said Severus Snape, throwing on a thick black cloak and a green scarf. I wanted autumn duty. But no, you were too busy chasing that woman, so now we have to stumble through a blizzard instead of getting drunk. His companion grinned, teeth flashing in a face that most of the female students at Hogwarts found dreamy, jealous, snappy. Don't call me that, Severus muttered, but without any real bite. The nickname had lasted longer than either of them would admit, and even Severus had given up trying to shake it. Oh, but you love it. I know you do. Shut up, Fluffy, Severus sighed, snuffing out the candles with a flick. He sent a mild, stinging hex toward his friend, who batted it away without effort. You're getting slow, the other man teased. Quiet research and academic prestige might not suit you after all. Severus laughed. Compared to living in a damp old castle surrounded by hundreds of students? No, thanks. If anything could turn me into a miserable old bastard, it's teaching. Teaching's great, his friend countered as they walked through the quiet corridors and stepped into the glittering December snow. You just have to keep them interested. And how do you do that? Severus drawled. Flashing your smile at the girls and your aura badge at the boys? That must be exhausting. This time, the hex flew from the other direction, but Severus blocked it easily. They focused on the task at hand. There hadn't been any threats to the castle lately, and the wards were stronger than ever. But even the protections of Hogwarts had weak points, especially near the Forbidden Forest, so yes, they were at the oldest magical school in Europe. Yes, One of the most powerful wizards in the world was in charge. And yes, they still had to patrol. Even in a blizzard, Sirius sighed. He performed the location and detection charms they were required to use, then spent the brief wait plotting how to drop snow down his friend's collar. The small joys of schoolboy mischief never quite left you, but the spell results brought him back to the present fast. Two intruders, he whispered, eyes scanning the darkness. They should be to the left. Can you? On it. Give me a second. Sirius followed slowly, a shield spell ready at the tip of his wand. He was no slouch in a duel, but he lacked his friend's field experience. He wasn't about to get caught off guard, but nothing happened, boy, Sirius. Over here. No nickname. No joke. That alone was enough to make Sirius hurry. He stopped beside his friend and stared down at two unconscious figures, a young man and a girl, both no older than 20. They were slumped together on the ground, arms and legs tangled, faces smeared with grime and blood. And yet, they looked peaceful. There was no sign of a struggle, no hint of anyone else nearby. A few quick spells confirmed it. Sirius knelt, slipped their wands from their hands, and tucked them away. Then he looked closer. They were dressed all wrong for the season. Both wore layers of torn shirts and sweaters, thrown on top of each other. The girl's right arm was bare except for a wand holster. The boy wore light cargo trousers, better suited for summer. Their hair was singed, badly, and the boy had the sword of Gryffindor strapped to his side. Sirius blinked. Huh. He was glad only one person saw the look on his face. Sirius Black, head of Slytherin House, veteran defense against the dark arts professor, and Severus Snape's partner in crime, met his best friend's eyes. All banter forgotten, they stared at each other in silence. Both equally stunned by the mystery laid at their feet. Chapter 2. The girl woke up first. Albus had decided to place both strangers in the hospital wing and, for now, not involve the ministry. Sirius had argued that it wasn't safe, his paranoia flaring, but Severus had agreed. Two wandless, unconscious teenagers didn't exactly pose a threat to Hogwarts, so Sirius had gone to gather the Order members currently in residence, while Albus and Severus remained in the infirmary to keep watch. They had settled in for what they assumed would be a long wait, but clearly, they had underestimated their guests. One moment, the girl lay motionless, readings showing her deeply unconscious. The next, her eyes snapped open. She blinked once, focused. And then she was on her feet. She stumbled, nearly fell, but caught the bedpost with her left hand. Her right arm flew out into a perfect defensive stance. She blinked again, staring down at her empty hand, then at the vacant wand holster on her arm, looking genuinely confused, like being without a wand was unthinkable. She repeated the motion as if the wand might appear if she tried hard enough. Of course, it didn't. It was safely tucked into Severus's robe pocket. Only then did she look up. Her eyes locked on them for the first time. Another blink, too quick, or too slow, to tell. Okay, she said at last, her voice hoarse but smooth, somewhere in the mezzo-soprano range. Either this is the worst impersonation attempt I've ever seen, or things just got very complicated. Definitely not the first words Severus had expected. Albus, as always, remained calm. Perhaps we should begin with your name, my dear? He said gently. I find introductions are often the best way to begin, in situations such as this. Severus had seen that tone work countless times, except twice. Once on an elderly woman who believed Minerva McGonagall was her lost cat. The other time, Alastair Moody. A force of chaos unto himself. Now, for a third time, it failed. I'm afraid I won't be cooperating until I have my wand back, the girl said evenly. Not at all. But you're welcome to tell me your real names. If Albus was unsettled, he didn't show it. Albus Dumbledore, he replied. Headmaster of Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And this is my friend, Severus Snape, renowned potions master and researcher. Another blink. Then she began fumbling in her pocket and pulled out a small, scuffed rectangle of wood. Would you be willing to repeat that on a truth rod? Sirius sighed inwardly. So, she was slow. And more than a little mad. But to his surprise, Albus was staring at the rod with wide eyes, his expression somewhere between disbelief and awe. Where did you get this? Albus asked. There are only 3 of these in existence. They're priceless. Their use is restricted to ritual purposes. And for good reason. Yes, I know, she said, brushing off his alarm. Veritaserum is far more reliable, I agree. Plus, it adds an important psychological element. But do you have any idea how hard it is to brew without a proper lab? It has to simmer for 23.7 days. We couldn't exactly carry it around. And since we were breaking into the ministry anyway. You broke into the ministry? Sirius cut in sharply, another blink. Didn't know that, huh? She said. Guess we can rule out mysterious resurrection, then. So, about the truth rod? Albus held out his hand, and the girl passed the rod to him without hesitation. He examined it carefully, tapped it with his wand. Then looked at her like a bearded, indignant archaeologist discovering a sacred relic in a cereal box. Your names? She asked sweetly. After a brief nod from Albus, both men placed a finger on the rod and repeated their names and titles. When they finished, something in her face shifted. It softened, just a little. Maybe even grief lingered there, beneath the surface. She took a deep breath, nodded, and turned her attention to the still unconscious boy. Sirius noticed something then. Until that moment, she had never taken her eyes off them. Not once. She hadn't turned her back, hadn't let her guard down, until their identities were confirmed. Now, she only had eyes for him. What's wrong with him? She asked. Will he be all right? Perfectly fine, my dear, Albus said. He hadn't quite returned to his usual serene state, but he was close. He's just suffering from magical exhaustion. As are you. And the others? Where are they? Dumbledore's smile dimmed. I'm afraid we found no one else with you, Mississippi. She closed her eyes. Her expression darkened. Damn it, she whispered. Then, silence. When she opened her eyes again, the control had returned. Sirius was watching her carefully now. What's the year? She asked. Sirius considered stepping in, demanding her name, demanding to know what she was doing unconscious in the snow on Hogwarts grounds. But she moved first, closer, too close. She studied Albus's face, who regarded her without even flinching. That was his way. December of 1999, my dear, he said politely. She was close enough to count his nose hairs, and he didn't bat an eye. She nodded. No time travel, then, she murmured, almost to herself. Then she turned her attention to Sirius. Closely. Uncomfortably, she was smaller than he was. Her bushy hair smelled like sweat, damp, and something wild underneath. She tilted her head up to inspect his face, frowned, and began slowly circling him before stopping in front of him again. Your robes are red, she said at last, her tone accusing. Burgundy. Sirius snapped. Red is tacky. Burgundy has class. And what did you do to your hair? She asked, visibly disturbed. Snape raised a hand to his head. Nothing. What is wrong with you? I washed and blow-dried it this morning like always. I see, she said, stepping back. Alternate dimension. It must be. Albus's lips twitched. You deduced this from the state of Sirius's hair? Believe me, you would have, too, she said flatly. Then, just as suddenly, she grinned. Her whole demeanor shifted. She looked younger. Lighter, but this is fascinating. She exclaimed. It's been theorized, of course, but I've never seen a convincing explanation for how it might work. Maybe when we... And then the dragon. Yes, that must have been it. But how? I need to read Bedstall again. You've read Bedstall? Albus asked at the same time Severus demanded, What dragon? They both looked at her. I only skimmed it once, when I was looking for. She paused, her excitement vanishing. Well, no reason to get into that. Not yet. I assume you'll want to call an order meeting, if you haven't already, and I'd rather not explain all this twice. Now listen here. Severus began, determined to finally take charge of the situation, but Albus, eyes still fixed on the girl, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. I've been very indulgent until now, the headmaster said, his voice calm but firm. Power radiated beneath the words. But I'm afraid I must insist, my dear. I will need your name, Albus said, his tone calm but firm, as well as your companions. I need to know why you are at Hogwarts, and how you know things no stranger should know. The girl met his gaze and matched his serious expression without hesitation. Those answers will take time, headmaster, she replied, her voice steady. I won't give them without my companion being awake, and certainly not without our wands returned. But this should be enough for you to trust me. She stepped forward and rose onto the tips of her toes, whispering something into Albus's ear. Whatever she said drained the color from his face. He stood frozen, staring down at the top of her singed curls, which barely reached his chin. Even when she stepped back and held out her hand, he continued to stare. Our wands. Please, she said softly, as if in a trance. Albus raised his hand, whispered a quiet accio, and summoned the wands from Severus's pocket. Wordlessly, he placed them into her outstretched hand. Thank you, she said, tucking one wand back into her holster and keeping the other gripped tightly. I'm going to wake my friend now. Headmaster? Severus asked quietly once she had turned away. Albus blinked and shook his head, still looking dazed, then finally met Severus's eyes. It is a sure sign of true age. He murmured, when being surprised becomes this surprising. I don't know whether we should be eager for her explanation or afraid of it, Severus. Severus didn't push further. He knew Albus well. For all his love of rambling speeches and cheerful distractions, the headmaster could become an impenetrable vault when it came to anything important, so instead, he focused on the only question that truly mattered. Can we trust them? Albus exhaled heavily. I sincerely hope so, he said softly. Because if that girl truly means us harm, then our future may already be lost. Chapter 3, Dimension Travel or Not. Waking someone up seemed to work the same way in every world, though not quite the Slytherin way, Severus noted, which usually involved a jug of water and a lot of snickering. The girl circled her companion's bed slowly, casting a rapid series of diagnostic spells, every bit as thorough as anything Madame Pomfrey could produce. In fact, Albus had done just that barely 20 minutes earlier. Satisfied with the results, she moved closer, leveled her wand, and cast a precise enervate. Should they be concerned that she seemed so practiced at reviving unconscious men? Again, the awakening was faster than Severus expected. And again, the signs were subtle, a shift in breathing, the quiet tension of muscle. They might have missed it entirely if they hadn't been watching for it, displaying once more her strange lack of ordinary human behavior. The girl didn't rush to touch him or even move closer. Instead, she froze, as if a predator had entered the room and she was trying not to provoke it. Only her left hand moved, rising to her forehead in a gesture Severus didn't recognize. Light, golden and soft, spread from her fingers. It arched toward the boy, formed a glowing bubble around her, then wrapped around him too. Harry, she whispered. And in the way she said it, she wasn't just speaking a name. The golden light pulsed faintly, then sank back into the boy's skin. He gave no outward reaction, except a gentle loosening of his posture. Snape had to admit, he was impressed. Hermione, the boy rasped suddenly, his voice deep and strong. For just a moment, the girl's skin shimmered with gold. Beside Severus, Albus hummed, his sound of appreciation normally reserved for rare sweets or exceptional feats of magic. An identity spell, the headmaster said. triggered only by voice and gesture. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. The girl ignored him. Harry, we've got a 307 red, she said urgently. Sirius had no idea what that meant, but the range of emotions that flashed across the boy's face was startling. So the dragon didn't kill us. He muttered after a beat, his voice growing clearer and more controlled. Then he opened his eyes. Hermione instantly stepped between him and the two professors. Stay calm, Harry. She warned in a tight, anxious voice. What on earth was that about? Only now, as Harry finally looked around, did Sirius truly appreciate the girl's composure. Because Harry did not handle the sight well, he blinked, rubbed his eyes, gaped, shook his head wildly, as if trying to erase what he was seeing. Gaped again, then he turned to Hermione. I'm not hallucinating, right? He asked. They're real? Hermione sighed. No hallucinations this time, I'm afraid. Your warning about the magical chain reaction was apparently quite accurate. Harry just stared. One hell of a chain reaction, he whispered. Are they? I mean, do they know? Hermione shook her head. I gave the headmaster a few things, just enough to earn some trust. So far, they only know our names and the basics of our situation. But of course, we should tell them. If you remember my briefing, full disclosure offers the most beneficial outcome in events like this. The gaping finally stopped. 3 parts of Sirius's mind were still processing this madness. Did the man hallucinate regularly? Had the girl really prepared for this scenario? But the 4th part was observing something else, the way Harry stood beside Hermione in a natural, fluid stance. Back to back. Perfect balance. The stance of trained Auror partners. Then the boy looked at Sirius. At Albus. His expression was layered, grief, longing, and something uncertain, but impossible to decode, and just like that, his mood flipped. He grinned at Hermione, wide and slightly manic. Hermione, he said, do you remember when I said you were mad for insisting we needed codes for time travel and alternate dimensions? Yes, she replied dryly. You said it very clearly. And with no small amount of indignation, I might add. Well, I take it all back. You're amazing, Hermione. She sniffed. I should hope by now you trust the theory behind my decisions, even without immediate proof. Harry. Sure, he said, smiling at her fondly. Then he turned to the 2 wizards watching them, and more specifically, to Sirius's robes. How the hell did the red happen? He asked, clearly baffled. What was with these people? Somehow, they'd launched into a discussion about dimension hopping, magical physics, chain reactions, and Sirius's wardrobe, without explaining how in Merlin's name they'd ended up at Hogwarts. Sirius was beginning to feel rather put upon. The girl. Hermione was now asking him pointed questions about his childhood, which he was absolutely not going to answer, while Harry was flicking glances between Albus and Sirius with a vacant grin that screamed axe murderer to Sirius. He blamed all the bad Muggle films he and Sirius had watched in their youth for that association, so it was with genuine relief that Sirius saw his salvation walking through the door, Sirius Black, and if Sirius was secretly looking forward to watching his friend deal with this girl and her deranged companion, well, who could blame him? That said, he hadn't expected the reaction Sirius's arrival provoked. Hermione went pale. She blinked, again, but Harry moved first. He charged across the room, cutting off Albus's introduction, and threw himself into Sirius's arms, nearly suffocating the man in a hug that wasn't appropriate in any known universe. I'm so sorry, Padfoot. Harry babbled. I never wanted that to happen. I just. Sirius, after a stunned pause, began patting the boy's back awkwardly. Over the mop of black hair clinging to his shoulder, he shot Sirius a helpless look. Should I know this person? He mouthed silently. Sirius couldn't help himself. He snorted, and when Albus pulled a camera from his robes and snapped a picture, Sirius laughed outright. He'd bet his potion's mastery that the photo would end up in the next staff newsletter. Sirius glared at them both, but the glare was undercut by the young man still wrapped around him like a confused koala. Severus chuckled again. "Harry," Hermione said sternly, arms folded. "That's not your Sirius. Let go of him. You're frightening the poor man." "You're serious?" Sirius mouthed over Harry's head. He looked relieved when Harry obeyed, stepping back with a muttered apology that made him seem about 13 years old. "Listen," Sirius said, lacking anything better to offer, "you smell like you've been burned." "Probably the dragon," Severus offered casually. Sirius froze. "Dragon?" While his friend spluttered in disbelief, Severus calmly began filling him in on the details. "Apparently," Severus said dryly, "they're visitors from an alternate dimension, one that differs considerably from our own." The girl, Hermione, deduced this based on the red color of my robes, which seemed to horrify them both. "They're burgundy," Sirius said at once. "Red would be tacky." He shot Severus a grin. "And they look excellent on you. That assistant of Pance's can't get enough of you in burgundy, snappy." "It's Severus," he corrected absently. "And apparently, in this other dimension, our refined tastes aren't shared." A strangled choking sound interrupted them. They turned to see Harry, being visibly restrained by Hermione. Apparently, he'd recovered from his earlier emotional outburst, and was back to gaping, and oddly, Severus found himself thinking that was an improvement. "Friends," Hermione said, slightly out of breath from holding Harry back. Severus groaned inwardly. They were done critiquing his hair and robes. Was it time to dissect his personal life? Sirius, ever cheerful and much less burdened by the past 20 minutes, was more cooperative. "Sure," he said easily. "We got sorted into Slytherin together. Had a few rough patches at first, but who hasn't? And Snappy here even introduced me to some Gryffindors. Let me tell you, the girls in that house," he trailed off as Albus gave him a stern look, clearly reminding him that he was a teacher now and perhaps shouldn't be reminiscing about Gryffindor girls quite so publicly. Still, it had given Harry time to pull himself together. His jaw clicked shut, and something like awareness returned to his expression. He still looked shocked, and oddly, a little disgusted. "Wait," he said slowly, disbelief dripping from every syllable. You like each other?" Chapter 4, But You Hate Him, Sirius. Sirius looked as if he very much wanted to flee the infirmary, or maybe body-bind the very persistent Harry. Instead, he tried to summon some patience. That was the teacher in him, Severus suspected. Nonsense. "We're best friends. Have been forever. Now can we please?" "But why?" Harry whined. Something inside Severus snapped. Just 2 hours ago, he had been comfortably seated by the fire. Now he was standing in the infirmary in the middle of the night, arguing with a madman who couldn't seem to grasp the idea that someone might actually like him. Even Severus's humor had its limits. "All right," he snapped. "That's quite enough from you. I forbid you from questioning my appearance, my history, or my choice of friends any further. Instead, you will sit down and explain exactly what is going on and what you think you know about us. And in case you're tempted to keep dodging, let me remind you. I am a potions master. I know a dozen ways to kill you that are slow, painful, and hard to prove. And that option is sounding more appealing by the second. So sit. And talk." He caught a grateful look from Sirius and a reproachful one from Albus, but what truly unsettled him was the expression of profound relief that crossed Harry's face. Harry closed his mouth, sat meekly beside Hermione, and even smiled. Finally, he whispered to her. "Something familiar." Hermione sniffed. Severus understood the sentiment. "Maturity, Harry," she said. "We've talked about this." He grinned. "Still overrated, Hermione. Indulge me a bit, won't you?" Something in her eyes softened. Why, Severus had no idea, and she almost returned the smile. "Normally, I would," she said quietly. "But Neville and Luna aren't here." And while not running for our lives is a welcome change, we can't afford to waste time. He'll know about Gringotts by now. If he draws the right conclusions. The atmosphere shifted. Subtle, but deeply felt. It took Severus a moment to realize where it had come from. Harry, his grin vanished. His shoulders squared. The chaos in his expression melted away. Replaced by singular purpose, maturity had arrived, unannounced. "You're right," Harry said. His voice now matched the tone Hermione had used when she first awakened. "Let's get this show on the road." And Hermione, who had just been scolding him like an exasperated parent, suddenly looked younger again. She sighed, sagged a little, then lifted her eyes to Harry with quiet determination. "Headmaster's office?" She asked. "Sure," Harry replied. "Same routine. You talk. I plan." Hermione nodded and stood. She turned to Dumbledore. "I assume there's no reason we can't continue this somewhere more comfortable?" She asked politely. "I imagine the Order members Sirius was sent to collect have gathered by now. And unless this dimension's Hogwarts has grown, they'll be waiting in your office. Also, I would kill for a cup of tea." Only when addressed directly did Severus realize how unusually quiet Albus had been. Normally, he'd take charge of any situation. Instead, he had let these strangers lead the conversation, and Severus could only assume he'd done so to observe them more closely. Whatever conclusions he had drawn must have been encouraging, because the headmaster now smiled nearly as broadly as Harry had earlier. He even offered a courteous bow, reached out his arm, and spoke with theatrical grace. "It would be my honor to oblige, my dear. If you'll accompany me?" Hermione returned the smile. Less carefree, but just as composed, and accepted his arm with a surprising touch of elegance. As they swept from the room, Harry followed with the bearing of a soldier. Severus heard Albus's voice echo back behind them. "I'm sure we three will get along splendidly." Of course, it wasn't that simple. Their swift progress was immediately interrupted by Remus, and with him, the sudden disappearance of Harry's newfound maturity. Apparently, Harry's version of greeting people involved clinging to them and apologizing profusely. Fortunately, this time Hermione only needed to clear her throat, and Harry promptly fell back into line. Still, they were delayed again and again. Harry kept stopping to point things out with misty-eyed excitement. "Look, the bathroom, Hermione. Think Myrtle's still here? And did anyone take care of the basilisk?" While Hermione fired off sharp, clinical questions. "So, Headmaster, have there been more strange disappearances than usual in recent years?" Which Albus answered without blinking, as Severus listened, watched, and remembered Albus's chilling comment about Hermione possibly being their doom. He could only hope that this made sense in someone's mind. Because it certainly didn't in his. He had known Albus for years. He was used to unusual events, unexpected twists. As a longtime Order member, nothing should have surprised him anymore. And yet the events of this night, and their potential consequences, were making his head spin. Albus seemed to be managing fine. Sirius looked completely entertained, if a little overwhelmed. So Severus decided to stay quiet, keep out of the spotlight. As long as no one mentioned his robes again, he held firm to that plan, right up until they entered the headmaster's office and walked straight into Minerva and Lily, who were, as usual, arguing in the center of the room. Without thinking, Severus stepped between Lily and Harry. It had been amusing watching Remus and Sirius be crushed in hugs, but he wasn't about to let some unstable, dimension-hopping man-boy lay hands on his oldest friend. To his surprise, Harry didn't throw himself forward this time. He simply went pale. Very pale. He reached out and grabbed Hermione's hand with a grip that had to hurt. His eyes locked onto Lily's face, wide, stunned, and completely blank. Then he whispered a single word, "Mom." Hermione stepped forward, shifting slightly to stand in front of him, echoing Severus's own protective posture. "Not your Lily, Harry," she warned softly. But Severus could see her grip was just as firm as his. "Calm down. Right now." To everyone's relief, he listened. Still trembling, he backed off slightly. Sirius, overwhelmed by the implications of that one word, suddenly felt a bit unsteady. He let himself step away as well. Lily, having missed all the previous drama, simply put her hands on her hips and raised a brow. "Whoever planned this prank," she said dryly, "it's not funny. I'd remember if I had a son." Harry flinched. Hermione squeezed his hand tighter. "I'm sorry," she said politely. "It's all very complicated. But he is your child. His full name is Harry Potter. His father is James." Lily snorted. "And what does that get Potter have to do with me?" Harry flinched again. Hermione shifted her grip from his hand to his shoulder. He looked like he needed help staying upright. "Oh dear," she muttered. She met Albus's eyes with a complicated expression, then slipped her wand into her hand. "I think we'd better do this in a more structured way," she said quietly. With a flick of her wand, she summoned a chair. Harry sat without a word. Hermione gave her wand another swish and flick, and several chairs appeared in a neat half-circle facing Albus's desk. With a silent gesture, she invited everyone to sit. No one moved, except for Albus, who looked as calm as ever and helpfully summoned tea for everyone. "So, just to get this straight," Hermione said, her voice slightly breathless, "you're married to Remus, right? Not to Snape?" Harry let out another moan. It should have sounded absurd, but somehow the moment hit Sirius differently. For the first time, he understood what this might actually mean for the two teenagers. They had been ripped from their own world, thrown into one filled with familiar faces that didn't recognize them. And now, Harry's own mother didn't know who he was, Lily and James Potter. The thought alone was staggering. Lily, though she knew none of the backstory, seemed sensitive enough to sense the emotional weight in the room. She dropped her usual edge and looked at Hermione with something close to sympathy. "Yes," she said simply, not pushing for more. "I've been married to Remus for 12 years now, though I dated Sev for a time." "Who are you, if I may ask? And why does that boy think I'm his mother?" Harry didn't respond, but Sirius noticed the tears on his face. He quickly looked away. This wasn't funny anymore. Hermione's lower lip trembled, but then she managed a real smile. "I'm Hermione," she said softly. She sat down next to Harry and took both of his hands in hers. "Do you want to step out for a bit?" she whispered. "I can handle this. You don't have to face them if it's too much." Harry shivered from head to toe, but then shook his head. "No," he said. "Just do your thing, Hermione. I'm fine." Hermione nodded, inhaled deeply, and looked up at the others again. She gestured once more toward the chairs. "Still, no one Saturday, okay?" she began, her voice high and tight. "Before we start, was there a student here named Hermione Granger? She would have started at Hogwarts in 1991. Possibly sorted into Gryffindor?" Sirius stared at her. Was she asking about herself? Minerva answered before anyone else could. "There was indeed a Hermione Granger," she said, glancing at Albus briefly. "But she was sorted into Ravenclaw. And I'm sorry to say, there was an accident during her first year. A troll. We did everything we could, but Hermione didn't survive." Another blink. That was it. No outburst, no visible crack in her calm. Sirius was genuinely impressed. If that's how she responded to news of her own death, he didn't want to imagine what would rattle her. "Right," Hermione said after a beat. "I guess that settles the question of our alternate selves." "Good. I suppose." She took another breath and, more desperately now, gestured at the chairs again. She looked younger now. Maybe because Sirius now knew she couldn't be more than 19. Her hair, where it hadn't been singed, was frizzed badly. The oversized layers of clothing didn't hide how thin she was. There was a dark reddish smear on her cheek, blood, Sirius suspected. She looked utterly exhausted. Wordlessly, Sirius sat in the nearest chair. He tugged lightly at Lily's and Sirius's sleeves to prompt them as well. Remus, ever the calmest, sat without needing to be asked. Severus adjusted his robes, hesitated, then leaned forward and poured her a cup of tea. She really looked like she needed it. He added a few ginger biscuits without comment and handed her the cup. She gave him a grateful smile. "Right," she said again, and this time her voice was steadier. "I suppose introductions are in order. My name is Hermione Granger. This is Harry Potter. We're dimension travelers, though not intentionally. In our world, we're basically the last of the resistance against Voldemort. And Harry here is the prophesied chosen one. Oh, and he's also a Horcrux. Do you have Horcruxes in your version of reality?" There was a sharp clatter. For the first time in perhaps 100 years, Albus Dumbledore dropped his cup of tea and choked violently on a lemon drop. Chapter 5. What do you mean, he is a Horcrux? Albus no longer sounded serene. He sounded dangerous, and, more worryingly, afraid that Voldemort made him into one accidentally when he tried to kill him, Hermione said simply, frowning. "Which you should at least suspect by now. I'm sorry, but don't you know about the 7 Horcruxes? Don't you have a boy who lived in your world?" 7 Horcruxes. Albus whispered. His face had gone pale. Hermione's frown deepened. "That's unexpected," she murmured. "All right, let's try this a different way. Was the Chamber of Secrets open sometime in the past 13 years? Did anyone figure out who was behind it?" It was Minerva who answered again, though her Scottish accent had thickened with irritation. "There were some incidents in 1992. A petrified cat, messages on the wall. But it never led anywhere. One girl did fall from the Ollery and die around that time." Harry stirred. "Was the girl Ginny Weasley?" he asked flatly. Minerva nodded. "Yes. Her poor parents never recovered. She was their only daughter." Harry closed his eyes and slumped further into his chair. Hermione blinked, another sign. Severus noted that the girl had known her. "That makes sense," Hermione said after a moment. "It was the diary that revealed the truth in our world, but if you didn't have that, then how did Voldemort resurrect himself?" "He did come back. Didn't he?" The atmosphere shifted again. Sorrow and memory settled heavily over the room. Minerva remained silent, and Albus's expression turned from stunned to grim. "Miss Granger," Albus said. "I've trusted you this far, and I think you'll agree I've been more than lenient. But the time for questions is over. I need answers now." It was the voice he used when he was on the verge of losing patience, the one Lily called the Reckoning. Severus had only heard it a handful of times in his life. It made ministers flinch and dark wizards retreat. It had even given Voldemort pause, but Hermione just waved it off. "That's rather funny, coming from you," she said, arching a brow. Then she softened. "And I am trying to give you answers, Headmaster. But how am I supposed to begin if I don't know what you already understand?" "So, the resurrection?" Albus looked more than cross now. Lily, who had always fiercely defended him, seemed ready to draw her wand. "You are asking about the darkest secrets of our time," Albus said, his voice hardening. "Before I can trust you with them, I must know more about who you are." He sat straighter in his chair, seeming to grow larger, the golden light from his instruments casting an almost holy glow over his beard and robes. Severus felt his breath catch. Surely the girl would back down, but she didn't. She leaned back in her chair, unbothered by the mounting tension. Harry, beside her, sat straighter, more threatening. Wands were being drawn, but she didn't so much as flinch. "You'll have to trust me," she said calmly. "We don't have time for your usual policy of secrets and shadows, Dumbledore. I told you already. I know about Ariana. I know about your lost love. I know the origin of your wand. And now, I'm telling you that I know where the other 2 Hallows are hidden, and that their rightful heir is sitting beside me." Her gaze didn't waver, so I ask again, will you challenge me on this, Or will you give me what I ask for and get the answers I'm offering? Think carefully, Headmaster. Albus looked stunned. For a heartbeat, Severus had the absurd thought that he might actually challenge her to a duel. But surely not. Albus Dumbledore, losing control over a teenager, whatever she had just said, it had clearly struck something deep. Emotions flickered across Albus's face, rare and raw. Then, slowly, his expression cleared. He smiled. A soft hum escaped him as he reached for another lemon drop. Like minds often clash, my dear, he said. And it almost sounded like an apology. I trust your judgment. Let us as you see fit. Severus nearly gaped. Had Albus Dumbledore just yielded? Who were these people? Good for you, Hermione whispered. Then, the resurrection, Headmaster. June, 1995, Albus said. We discovered that Voldemort manipulated a tournament held at Hogwarts that year to lure Neville Longbottom, our boy who lived, away from the castle. He didn't win the tournament, but was taken during the feast afterward. Thankfully, Sirius noticed something was wrong, alerted me, and led a team of Aurors to a graveyard. Voldemort had used an ancient ritual to return. The flesh of the servant, the bone of the father, and the blood of the enemy, Hermione finished, sounding exhausted. Yes, we know it. Intimately, Harry murmured. Did Neville survive? Albus's face fell. He attempted to duel Voldemort, but was killed during the fight when the Aurors arrived. We failed him. Harry shook his head, whispering something that sounded like, got lucky, under his breath. Hermione lightly smacked him on the head. None of that, she scolded, then nodded and fell silent. The room grew still. All right, Hermione said after a pause. Got it. So our Voldemort, and it sounds like yours as well, created 6 Horcruxes before reaching full power. He grew stronger and darker, and during your school years. She nodded to Lily, Severus, Remus, and Sirius, that he was at the peak of his strength. She paused. That's where our realities diverged. In our world, Lily and James Potter married. They had Harry, who fulfilled the prophecy alongside Neville Longbottom. But here, she glanced briefly at Severus. Things played out differently. Voldemort came for Neville, not Harry. She paused again to sip her tea. Her hand trembled slightly. Her eyes never left Harry. In both worlds, Voldemort was defeated by ancient sacrificial magic. He lost his body and unknowingly split his soul. For years, he lived a half-life, making several attempts to return. One such attempt was the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, caused by a Horcrux possessing a student. She took a breath. In your world, I think Ginny realized what was happening and jumped. In ours, Harry saved her, destroyed the Horcrux, and brought the diary to Dumbledore. That put our headmaster on Voldemort's trail. She shook her head, smiling faintly. It's kind of amazing how much of your carefully spun web depended on coincidence. Headmaster. If we consider the philosophical theories of chance and causality, it becomes clear that, her pace quickened, words tumbling over each other, until Harry gently reached out and squeezed her hand. She stopped mid-sentence, blinked, and smiled at him, sheepishly. Yes. Sorry. Back on track now. Anyway, Hermione continued, your boy who lived died in 1995. Ours survived, and began the hunt for Horcruxes, together with you, Headmaster. Unfortunately, our society refused to believe Voldemort had returned for quite some time. That gave him the opportunity to build a stronghold within the Ministry. When he finally attacked, it fell quickly. So did most of the resistance. The Order held out a little longer, but many of its members were killed in 1997 and 98. For the past few months, it's just been the two of us. 4 Horcruxes have been destroyed, but the last 2. Well, the chances of reaching them are slim. Since you haven't heard of Horcruxes at all, I assume those remaining ones are still where they were originally hidden. And since you've managed to keep Hogwarts from falling into Death Eater hands, your situation must not be as desperate as ours. We're willing to give you the Horcrux's locations, of course. Destroying them should be easy for you. Once they're gone, your Voldemort will be mortal again, still dangerous, yes, but at least killable." When she finished speaking, the room fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared at the frizzy-haired girl who had just handed them the answer to their greatest problem, on a silver platter. Could it truly be that simple? Could the solution to their nightmare have arrived from another dimension, courtesy of a magical accident? Could they really be that lucky? It was Harry who ruined the moment. By laughing, a dry, hoarse chuckle escaped him. "Looks like congratulations are in order," he said. "You've just won the upper hand. Cheers." Hermione smacked him on the back of the head. "Appropriate humor, Harry," she snapped. "We talked about this." Harry just raised his hands in surrender. "Oh, come on, I think I'm allowed a little joke after making it that easy for them. I mean, how lucky can you get, getting all the answers just because I played around with Fiendfire?" "Fiendfire?" Sirius barked. His face turned bright red, and his wand appeared in his hand in an instant. Hermione shot a furious look at Harry. He raised his hands even higher. "Oops." Hermione groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose, then tried to calm the situation with a forced smile. "We can explain," she said smoothly. "Fiendfire is one of the only ways to destroy a Horcrux, aside from Harry's sword. So we had to learn to use it. See? Could you maybe put that wand down, Sirius? Things are tense enough already." And then things got worse. Harry Potter, the so-called chosen one, suddenly screamed in pain. He clutched his face, toppled from his chair, and hit the floor hard. He was bleeding. His body convulsed. It was dramatic, and very, very alarming. Chapter 6. The room exploded with noise. Harry was still screaming. Chairs scraped back in panic. Voices rose in confusion. And through it all, Hermione's voice rang out sharply over the chaos, shouting, "Calm down, please." Unlike the others, who had leapt to their feet, she had simply slid off her chair and dropped to the ground beside Harry. She caught his head gently and cradled it in her lap, already moving with swift, practiced precision. Her hands removed the sword from his hip, unbuttoned his shirt partway, conjured a blanket and a wet cloth, and began tending to him as if this were routine. "Don't worry," she said when the panic had started to subside. "This isn't new. It'll be over soon. And he'll be mortified about making such a spectacle of himself." She didn't even flinch at the continued screaming. Or the blood, though Severus was still trying to figure out where, exactly, it was coming from. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, Harry stopped convulsing. His eyes snapped open. He took a breath, shook his head, and sat up. Had another vision, he muttered, wiping blood from his forehead with his not-so-clean sleeve. Hermione tooted, pulled a small vial from her pocket, and dabbed some sort of antiseptic salve onto his scar with efficient care. "I noticed," she said dryly. "It's been a while." Harry glanced down at the red stain blooming on his sleeve. "Yeah," he murmured. Then he snapped upright, grinning wildly, and sprang back to his feet. "I'm out of practice," he said cheerfully. "That's why I collapsed. Sorry about that." "Think nothing of it, my dear boy," Albus said just as brightly. Harry laughed. "That's what you always used to say when well, never mind." He waved it off and flopped back into his chair like nothing had happened. "Anyway, guess what? Good news. Neville and Luna are alive. Voldemort's very confused about that. Honestly, he looks kind of scared. He's always been nervous around immortality he can't explain. Wants to be the only one with that trick, the greedy bastard." Silence greeted that statement. "You had a vision," Lily said slowly, oozing skepticism. She was a master at it. Her tone alone could shrink someone down 2 sizes. It was a gift she took pride in, but Harry wasn't fazed. "Yep," he said happily, leaning back and balancing his chair on 2 legs like a boy who hadn't just screamed and bled all over the floor. You know Barty Crouch Jr. is working for Voldemort here too? I guess that's just inevitable. He's got a very minion-y nature. Minion-y. Is that a word, Hermione? Hermione silently shook her head. A vision about Voldemort, Lily repeated, her skepticism now radiating off her in waves. Of course. Harry said, sounding offended. Never about cute girls or puppies or ice cream. Nope. Just evil snakes and dark lords. That's the tragedy of my life. And I wonder, Harry, Hermione said in warning, it wasn't skeptical, it was serious. And Harry straightened at once. Sorry, he muttered. These visions scramble my brain a bit. Side effect, I guess. But let me think. He fell quiet, focused. His brows furrowed. Voldemort seems mostly the same here, he said finally, voice darker now. Maybe a bit less mad, hasn't done all those horrific necromantic rituals. A bit weaker, too. Doesn't hate Neville as much as he hated me, which helps. Hermione smiled. Maybe because Neville's more likable than you. Harry chuckled. Fair point. From the cell layout. He continued, I'd say they're at that old castle in Wales, the one we raided 6 months ago. Good defenses, but not flawless. His followers are different, though. The structure isn't the same. Then he turned to Severus. I take it you were never a spy in this reality? Severus stared, speechless. Sirius barked a laugh. Snappy? A spy? No one would buy it. Look at him. You're saying he spied on Voldemort in your world? Until he got killed for it, Hermione said. Her voice had gone quiet and bleak. Severus got killed for being a spy, Lily echoed, but this time her tone had shifted from skepticism to biting sarcasm. Hermione blinked, and her eyes suddenly glistened. She looked defeated. Severus, to his surprise, felt strangely moved that she'd mourn him that deeply. Also mildly horrified by the idea of dying undercover. Yes, Hermione whispered. He tried to teach us what he could, in the end. But we didn't have time. I found him. He only had enough strength to show me. She turned away. Harry slid an arm around her shoulders. Just to be clear, he said, his voice firm. His eyes were sharp and serious. We're not lying. We're not exaggerating. We don't have time for nonsense. In our world, every person sitting in this room is dead. And then some. He looked around, making eye contact with each of them in turn. I might be mad, but I'm not stupid. And Hermione is the cleverest person I've ever met. So maybe, just maybe, you ought to listen to her. Her advice might be what saves you when we're gone. Are we understood? Sirius and Lily looked taken aback. Remus was still pale, clearly not over the screaming and blood. Albus, on the other hand, was serenely stirring his tea, eyes twinkling. Perfectly, dear boy, he said. I just have a few questions, if you don't mind. Hermione began to shift, but Harry gently pushed her back against his shoulder. You've done your part, he murmured. Let me take over. He turned to Albus with a grin that didn't quite match the gravity of the moment. For the first time, Severus wondered how much of Harry's madness was genuine, and how much was calculated. It was not a comforting thought. Ask away, headmaster, Harry said. Anything you like. Well, except for sacrificing myself for the greater good. We haven't gotten to that discussion yet. Albus looked briefly startled, but recovered quickly. You mentioned Neville and Luna. Are you referring to Neville Longbottom? Yes, Harry nodded. Your boy who lived is part of my little misfit team. He's surprisingly durable. Unstoppable, really. Unless Voldemort's doing the stopping, he's oddly good at that. Lily and Sirius both flinched, and Harry flinched too, guilt flashing in his eyes. He ducked his head. Sorry, he said softly. That was uncalled for. Hermione raised her head to look at him. Smiling gently, see? she said, as if continuing a much longer conversation. You don't have to be a total disaster all the time. Being kind isn't hard. Sure, Hermione, he replied absently, but Severus noticed his arm stayed securely around her. Anyway, Harry said, voice shifting again. The four of us were on a mission when we got catapulted. Here. Looks like the dimension thingy dragged them along too, but dropped them somewhere else. Hermione sighed. But she didn't bother correcting his terminology. Everyone seemed to understand what he meant, so it's obvious what our next step has to be. 1. We need to find out as much as possible about what brought us here and how to get back. Harry said, and 2, we have to break Luna and Neville out of Voldemort's prison. He glanced at Hermione, grinned proudly, and looked entirely too pleased with himself. There, see? He said. I'm done. Planning is easy. Severus stared at him in disbelief. Hermione, however, simply nodded. We can sort out the details of that second part once we know more about this dimension, she agreed. I'll head to the library first thing tomorrow for the first part. The room fell silent in response. Then Lily spoke, her voice no longer sarcastic, but horrified. I'm sorry, am I the only one hearing this? Are you actually telling us you plan to sneak into Voldemort's headquarters? Harry shook his head decisively. I was thinking more along the lines of a full frontal attack, he said, as if discussing something perfectly reasonable. For some reason, Death Eaters really freak out when you charge at them screaming with a sword. They expect stealth. Loud and confident just scrambles their brains. Until they portkey away and blow the whole place to pieces, Hermione said, her voice dry and pointed. Well, yes, Harry admitted, scratching his neck. But that was a one-time thing. He can't have all his fortresses rigged to explode, can he? I think you'll find that he can, Hermione sniffed. Then, to everyone's shock, she broke into a grin every bit as wild as Harry's. Fortunately, after being exploded that last time, I developed a detection spell for just that sort of thing. Shouldn't be a problem anymore. Harry's grin grew wider. You're brilliant, he whispered. Have I told you that today? Wait, an attack? Sirius cut in now. On Voldemort? Just the two of you. You and whose army, exactly? Are you all mad? No to the second, Harry replied cheerfully. I'm the only mad one, really. Well, maybe Luna, but she hides it better. As for the first, I'm the army. Hermione's the general. He gave Hermione's arm an affectionate rub and pulled her close. She points, I charge. It's a great system. Worked for us for years. You're welcome to join us. If you want. Then, just like that, he let go of her, leapt up, and rubbed his stomach with exaggerated urgency. But right now, I need food. Starving. Seriously, we haven't eaten in at least a day. Maybe longer. Honestly, don't ask. Thinking about it would ruin my appetite. He started toward the door, whistling, Coming, Hermione. He called. And then he was gone. Chapter 7. After Harry waltzed out of the room and Hermione followed behind with an apologetic smile, letting them know they'd be in the Great Hall because they were genuinely starving. Albus and the four friends sat in stunned silence. It was Lily who, as usual, found the words first. Did that really just happen? She asked. I mean, I remember it clearly, but it still feels strange. Even by our standards. Planning's easy, Sirius echoed in a whisper, before breaking into laughter. It started as a chuckle but quickly evolved into deep, rolling howls that even 7 years of Slytherin hadn't managed to train out of him. Before long, he was clutching the back of his chair just to stay upright. Brilliant system. You can tag along. He bellowed. Lily responded the only way that ever worked with Sirius in that state. She smacked him on the shoulder. Oi. Enough violence for one day. Sirius protested, but at least he calmed down, and enough madness, Remus said dryly. He straightened in his seat and, as everyone expected, took charge. Sirius might be charming, and Lily might be fierce, but Remus had always been the one who helped them process, who made sense of things. The magical theory she described is sound, he said. Severus, their expert in rare branches of magic, nodded in agreement. The girls' first reactions, as unusual as they were, support her claims. Severus added. The boy, however, could have escaped from an asylum. For the first time since the pair had left, Albus stirred. Quite the opposite. My dear boy, he said. Harry Potter is as sane as I am. An uncomfortable silence followed. No one wanted to say it out loud, but Albus had never been the best benchmark for mental stability. He's unhinged, Albus, Severus said at last, trying for diplomacy. Did you not notice the mood swings? Or the absurd story about being Lily's son? His mind is wounded, certainly, Albus interrupted. And their tale suggests they've experienced deep trauma. But he has a keen eye for detail, the reflexes of a warrior, and a sharp strategic mind. I can't yet estimate his magical power, but Hermione's command of complex spellwork is extraordinary for her age. And if she defers to him, if she trusts his leadership, I believe we can expect great things from him. He paused to pour himself more tea, his hand trembling ever so slightly. As for his identity, they told the truth. I cast a genealogy spell under the table, both of them noticed, and he is, without question, the biological son of Lily and James Potter. To Severus's left, Lily sucked in a breath. He didn't look at her. He just took her right hand and gave it a squeeze, knowing that Remus would do the same with an arm around her shoulders. The subject of children had always been painful for her. For all of them, really. You didn't push Lily. You just stood by her, so Severus changed the topic. Can we trust them about the Horcruxes? He asked, both to shift the conversation and because the question had haunted him since Hermione brought it up. Albus hesitated. He wasn't fully recovered from the revelation, that much was obvious in the way he clutched his teacup. I must admit, he said quietly, I find the idea of splitting one's soul 7 times difficult to believe. Even for Tom Riddle. But it would explain much. His obsession with Neville. The events of Halloween night 19 years ago. A frightening thought, yes, but it clarifies many mysteries. Severus pressed. That doesn't answer the question. Can we trust them? This could end the war, or it could steer us toward catastrophe. Albus Dumbledore, the wisest wizard of their time, shrugged. It was shockingly uncharacteristic. I don't know. Remus nodded thoughtfully. We simply don't know enough about their character or background to make that call. Much of what they've told us can't be proven. But how could we ever verify any of it? Lily asked, her tone now calm and clinical, though her face remained pale. We can't access their dimension. Sirius, who had been leaning back in his chair the entire time, smirked. Well, that's easy, he said. The girl clearly has a thing for Snappy and his robes. So why not send him to chat her up? The others stared. We're talking about complex personality analysis, Severus said flatly. Not flirting. Why not? Sirius said, grinning even wider. She's clever, you're clever. You actually understand her nonsense. And you've got that whole brooding thing going. Sounds like a romance novel waiting to happen. Go for it, Sev. Severus opened his mouth to protest, only for Albus to chuckle softly. An excellent idea, the headmaster said, and just like that, Severus was alone. He glanced at Lily, who was smirking. Remus raised his hands in surrender. No help there, you do realize this isn't some Muggle spy drama? He muttered weakly. Nonsense, Sirius said cheerfully. Just give her one of your smoldering looks. She won't stand a chance. Go get her, Tiger. Severus fled the room before Sirius could say anything more. He could still hear the man laughing in the corridors behind him. Slowly, Harry. You haven't eaten anything decent in days. Severus heard Hermione's voice before he even reached the corner. He slowed his pace, hesitating. Listening in wasn't polite, but... well, these two were a mystery, and maybe they'd say something useful if they didn't know he was there. He crept a few more steps forward, stopping just outside the Great Hall. I know you're trying to manage me, Hermione, Harry said, sounding far calmer and more coherent than he had all evening. But I really don't need you counting my calories right now. I know how to eat. I just don't want you getting sick again, she said softly. That happened once. Once. And I still say the meat was dodgy. I've been half-starved since I was a toddler. Trust me. I know my limits. There was a pause. Sorry, Hermione whispered, sounding small. I know. I just... yeah, Harry agreed quietly. A silence followed, gentle, familiar. Then Harry asked, Did you see how Sirius looked? Did you see how Sirius looked? Harry asked quietly, a longing note in his voice. Happy and healthy, and none of that look in his eyes. And Remus, Hermione added. Every piece of clothing was brand new. And he didn't have any of the scars. And Snape. Harry trailed off, voice soft, unable to even articulate it. For Merlin's sake, Severus thought irritably from his hiding place. Just because I'm wearing burgundy, it's like looking into a mirror of our world, Hermione murmured. Only this side's all shiny and polished. Full of sunshine. Yeah. Turns out me not being born wouldn't have been such a bad thing after all, Harry said flatly. There was a sharp smack and a muffled yelp. Would you stop doing that? He grumbled, only if you stop being such an idiot, Hermione sniffed. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm dead in this world. So is Ginny. And both times? Because you weren't there to save us. So shut up, will you? Harry sighed, then gave a tired chuckle. Severus heard the sound of shifting fabric, and when he dared to peek, he saw them seated very close together. Hermione's head rested on Harry's shoulder, his face was buried in her curls. What would I do without you, my weird, scarily brilliant almost sister? He whispered. There was a pause, a silence so personal Severus instinctively stepped back. And then came something that shook him. Hermione Granger, so composed, so precise, was crying. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't heard it himself. Oh, Harry, she whispered. What if he's part of the Order? His parents must be. I couldn't bear to see him. Not without. Sho, Harry murmured. It's all right, Hermione. We'll get through this. We've handled worse. You'll be your terrifyingly British self, I'll be unhinged, and we'll be back home before you know it. Trust me. I do, she sobbed. I've always trusted you. But this is a bit much, even for me. I really want Luna to show up and say it's just the Raxburts messing with us. Harry laughed gently. Hey, there have to be some perks to alternate realities, right? Maybe Umbridge is still alive here. We could track her down, toss her to the centaurs again, maybe they'll eat her this time. Who knows how things are different here? Hermione let out a sob that was suspiciously close to a laugh. Did you know, she said in a rapid, shaky voice, that the most recent anthropological studies question the assumption of widespread cannibalism in early humans? Some researchers think the cut marks on bones were actually from ritualistic burial practices, not eating rituals. If they're right, we'd have to rewrite huge chunks of prehistoric ethnology. Harry laughed again, the sound light and familiar. His fork scraped against his plate as he picked his food back up. That's it, Hermione, he whispered. We'll get through this just fine. Don't you worry. Chapter 8. When Severus returned to the Great Hall 10 minutes later, having spent that time pacing corridors and feeling guilty for eavesdropping on a weeping girl, he found Hermione quietly nursing her tea. Harry, on the other hand, was sprawled across one of the long wooden tables, fast asleep, looking like an offering at some bizarre ritual. Hermione greeted Severus with a small nod, then followed his gaze. He's asleep, she explained unnecessarily. I don't suppose you'd like some tea. It wasn't really a question. Still, Sirius did want tea, badly, and this might be the best chance he'd get to speak with her uninterrupted. Actually, I would, he said. Thank you, Hermione. He slid onto the bench opposite her, conjured a cup, and carefully poured what turned out to be a strong assam. He added milk and plenty of sugar. Only then did he look up, and saw her staring at him with a surprised expression. I'm sorry, he said cautiously. Was I not supposed to accept the offer? She blinked, then looked faintly embarrassed. No, sorry, of course you were. I just didn't expect you to be so polite. Sirius wasn't sure how to respond to that. I take it I wasn't especially courteous in your world. Her head snapped up. There was a sudden, sharp anger in her eyes that startled him. You had a hard life, she said stiffly. Harder than any of us. It left marks. She hesitated, but yes, she added. You weren't exactly easy to live with, especially not in a very small tent. Sirius blinked. A tent? Hermione sighed. We were on the run. Undesirables numbers 1, 2, and 3. He murmured. He searched for a way to shift the conversation to something more manageable. So why is he sleeping on a table? Because neither of us has recovered enough to transfigure a bed yet, she replied simply. And he was very tired. Sirius considered saying she looked tired, too, but clearly had more self-control than to collapse onto furniture. Her skin was pale, her eyes bloodshot and shadowed, her posture held up by sheer will. And then, just like in the headmaster's office, Sirius found himself struck by the reality of it all. Whatever war they'd come from, it had clearly left its mark. A dragon. An unplanned dimensional shift. Waking up surrounded by familiar yet strange faces. Facing down ghosts of dead friends. Being forced to explain everything to people who didn't believe them, it was too much. And still she sat there, drinking tea, keeping watch over her unstable friend, as if sheer composure could carry her through it all. She looked at him with a curious blend of amusement and sympathy, almost as if she could read his thoughts. Honestly, with everything else she'd done so far, maybe she could. Why don't you just ask what you came here to ask? She said at last. Or rather, what the others sent you to find out? Others? He echoed weakly. She stared at him in disbelief. You really are a terrible liar in this world, aren't you? She whispered, sounding oddly impressed. No wonder they were laughing at the idea of you spying. They really shouldn't have sent you. Sirius made a mental note. Sirius would pay for this humiliation. He wasn't sure how yet, but it would be public, creative, and probably involve shaved eyebrows. I don't know what you mean, he tried feebly. Hermione rolled her eyes. Come on. It's obvious. You don't trust us yet, but what we've told you is too important to ignore. They noticed I was less wary of you than the rest, and Sirius, being Sirius, probably decided I've got a crush on you or something. He likely figured I'd spill every secret if you just smiled nicely. Which, by the way, won't happen. Even though you do have a surprisingly nice smile. You didn't use it much in my world. Sirius said again. He was rapidly running out of intelligent responses. This had to be the worst espionage attempt in magical history. Hermione's expression softened. Look, she said, I get it. I'd be doing the same if our places were reversed. But I'm not about to let you into my memories, and you can't use Veritaserum, we were trained against it. And since you're the one who taught us occlumency, legilimency won't help you either. So your best bet is to ask your questions. I'll answer what I can. No proof, but at least you'll have something to work with. That's fair, Sirius admitted. And frankly, he was relieved he wouldn't have to pretend to flirt with her after all. He tried not to dwell too much on the alternate self that thought drugging teenagers with truth serum was a good idea. My questions, then. He pulled a neatly folded sheet of parchment from his pocket and opened it. I've made a list, he said, only for Hermione to burst into laughter. Harry didn't stir, just rolled over and began to drool. What? Sirius asked. Frowning, I'm sorry, she gasped through her giggles. It's just. I never imagined you could turn out like me. Should I be flattered? You wouldn't be, in my world. Not knowing how to respond, Sirius returned his focus to the list. If they couldn't verify any facts directly, the best option was to examine the girls' and boys' personal histories, things they might not have rehearsed. Sirius had once explained that the best interrogations worked through indirect questions, relationships, motivations, childhood details. They were harder to fake. Sirius studied Hermione, trying to gauge what might provoke an authentic reaction from someone so unshakably composed. He decided to be blunt. He gestured toward Harry. Why does he act like that? She snorted. That's your first question? Seriously? It's relevant. He's your chosen one. And, as you so generously shared, a Horcrux. If your story hinges on him, I need to understand what happened to him. Hermione paused. Her eyes drifted to Harry, still fast asleep. Life, she said at last. The same thing that happened to all of us. I'm afraid you'll have to be a bit more precise to get an answer, Sirius sighed. For someone who had supposedly offered her full cooperation, Hermione certainly wasn't making it easy. The visions, then, he said, seizing on one concrete piece of Harry's strange behavior. How long has he had them? And how do they work? Since he was 15, Hermione replied easily. They started after Voldemort's resurrection. Probably would have happened to your Neville too, had he survived. They continued for about a year, then got a little better, but they didn't stop until we nicked a protection talisman from the Department of Mysteries. When we lost that, your other self, had already taught him a clemency so he could defend his mind, nicked a talisman. From the Department of Mysteries. Of course, why did you break into the ministry? Sirius asked, trying not to sound incredulous. Which time? Hermione asked, deadpan. He sighed again. How many times did you break in, and why? She smiled faintly. Twice. First time was in our 5th year, 1996. We rode Thestrals from Hogwarts to London and snuck into the Department of Mysteries, where we wrecked part of the Hall of Prophecies. Sirius stared at her. That wasn't a prank, was it? Hermione's smile vanished. No. It was a trap. Voldemort wanted the prophecy and hoped to kill Harry at the same time, and why in Merlin's name would you fall for that? Students don't typically launch raids on the ministry, For once, she seemed at a loss. It had to do with the visions. Harry hadn't learned to block them yet. Voldemort sent him an image. Sirius, being tortured in the Hall of Prophecies. Harry was certain it was real. So we tried to save him. We were young. And stupid, I suppose. Sirius frowned but didn't press. He had learned long ago that many of his own terrible decisions had been justified by nothing more than youth and desperation. If he could forgive Sirius for half the idiocy of their school years, he could perhaps extend the same to this girl. And did you save him? She averted her gaze. Looked up at the enchanted ceiling. Blinked, twice. He wasn't there, she said quietly. Voldemort tricked Harry. And because we went on our own, the Order had to come after us. It was during that fight, defending Harry, that Sirius died. Harry's never really forgiven himself, So that explained the Koala Act. Sirius glanced at the sleeping boy sprawled across the table, suddenly a bit less annoyed by his existence. He shuddered at the thought, a world where Sirius Black was dead, and Severus Snape had caused it. And the second time, he asked, his voice softer now. Why did you break in again? That was 2 years later, Hermione said, distracted. She was clearly still thinking about her friend. We were hunting Horcruxes. Me, Harry, and someone else. One of the Horcruxes had been taken by a ministry employee. We used polyjuice to sneak in. Harry went after the Horcrux, and I grabbed a few extra useful items. The ministry had already been taken over by Voldemort. I didn't feel too bad about it. Sirius chose to ignore her casual justification. Something else caught his attention. How old were you? Harry was 17. I was. She hesitated. My age is a bit complicated. Let's say 18, so still essentially children, and you hunted Horcruxes in the ministry. Alone, Hermione gave a short laugh. Yes. Ridiculous, isn't it? We should have been thinking about university or job applications or something normal. But we'd been fighting for so long that even that felt ordinary. Most of the adults who could have helped us were dead by then. Sirius leaned forward, following an impulse. I don't mean to be rude, he said quietly. But why? Why did you even get involved? You seem intelligent. Sane. Why didn't you run when you still had the chance? Hermione didn't answer immediately. Her eyes wandered slowly across the great hall, drinking in its every corner, lost in memory. The look on her face wasn't unfamiliar to Sirius. He'd seen it before in former students who returned after war. Nostalgia, yes, but wrapped in exhaustion, buried in grief. He's my friend, she said softly. We were 3 Gryffindors. My first real friends. And it became clear early on that Voldemort would never stop hunting Harry, and that Harry would never survive without me. 3? Sirius asked. Was Neville the 3rd? Hermione flinched. Her hand drifted toward her tea, then veered toward a plain silver band on her left ring finger, the only jewelry she wore. No, she whispered. There was someone else. I don't know if he exists in this world, so I won't say his name. He died. Over a year ago, she let go of the ring and took a long sip of tea with a steadying breath. By the time I realized what it all meant, she continued, I thought about leaving Hogwarts. But he's my friend. I couldn't leave him. I would die for him. Sirius didn't speak right away. He remembered a different summer. When he hadn't answered letters. When he hadn't returned to school on time. When Sirius had stolen his father's flying motorbike, flown straight to the Snape household, and confronted Tobias Snape face to face. Had stood there like a pure-blood lord and declared that if he ever hurt his son again, they'd never find the body. Sirius had been thrown out of his home for that. But he'd just shrugged. Called it a relief. They spent the rest of the summer camped in the Evans' backyard, much to Petunia's horror. Yes, Sirius said quietly, smiling. Friends like that are worth dying for, and across the table, Hermione looked at him in something like wonder. She blinked, took another sip of tea, and smiled back. I'm glad you can understand that. In this world, Sirius. Chapter 9. Sirius Black considered himself a man easily amused. It was a talent he was quite proud of, really, and he took every opportunity to display it in front of his more serious companions. Unfortunately, or perhaps hilariously, he had ended up befriended to the 3 most intelligent and decorous people Hogwarts had ever produced. At least he'd managed to ruin Sirius a bit, even if his friend's idea of pranks was still frustratingly mature, but still. Easily amused. Proudly so. Which was why these dimension travelers gave him far fewer headaches than his friends, and a great deal more entertainment, after a long night of discussions with a paranoid Lily, a cautious Remus, and a surprisingly optimistic Sirius. He was actually looking forward to whatever chaos the strangers might cause today. Maybe they'd try to redecorate the Great Hall, fight another dragon, or raid Sirius' wardrobe. The possibilities were endless, but when he entered the Great Hall at dawn, Sirius was disappointed to find nothing of the sort. Harry was attacking his breakfast with the determination of a starving hippogriff, while Hermione had her nose buried so deep in a book she might have disappeared into it. They were both still wearing the mismatched clothes they'd arrived in, though now visibly cleaner. Someone had even sewn patches over the burn holes. "Good morning, everyone." Sirius sing-songed as he strode in, earning tired smiles from Lily, Remus, and the rest of the staff. Severus gave a vague wave that might have been a curse, while Harry muttered a choked morning without looking up from his plate. Apparently, a night's sleep had restored a measure of sanity. Intent on testing that theory, Sirius plopped into the empty chair beside Harry. "So, how are the guest quarters?" he asked casually. "And couldn't the elves find you something else to wear? Those rags look like they've survived a war." "Maybe," Harry mumbled, still not meeting his eyes. "But they're very well-protected rags. Hermione's been enchanting our clothes for years. Her deflection spells and armor charms are the best I've seen." Sirius blinked. That sounded entirely too reasonable. Had yesterday's madness been nothing more than a fluke, he tried again. "So when are you planning to attack Voldemort?" "Tomorrow," Harry replied without pause. He reached out and nudged Hermione. She looked up, distant-eyed, and he pointed to her untouched toast and eggs. She nodded vaguely and reached for a slice of bread, already back to reading. "Today," Harry continued, "Hermione will research the differences between our dimensions while I gather everything I can about where they're keeping Neville and Luna. Dumbledore's already set up a meeting with key Order members who can help. If all goes well, we'll attack at dawn tomorrow." He nudged Hermione again, and this time she actually took a bite of toast. Sirius stared. Had the insanity just transferred to her? "Don't mind her," Harry said. "She's reading. And reviewing everything she knows about Fiendfire. And planning today's research. And worrying herself sick about our friends. Basically, 90% of her brain is busy right now. This is my last chance to get her to eat before we head to the library." Having grown up with sophisticated friends, Sirius actually understood that explanation, but he still had doubts about the attack at dawn idea. Before he could ask more, Hermione shut her book with a snap, stretched, and grabbed her last piece of toast. "Did you say library?" she asked, perking up. "Can we go now?" "Not until you finish your eggs," Harry said, like a weary parent. Hermione groaned, reopened her book, and reached for her fork. Sirius raised a questioning brow at Severus. Severus shrugged. 5 minutes later, Hermione's plate was clean and she was visibly vibrating with anticipation. "We could be doing important work instead of wasting time," she snapped, eyeing Harry's half-full coffee cup like it had personally offended her. "Hermione," Harry whined, "once you're in there, I'll never get you out. Can't we just, I don't know, enjoy not being dead for 5 minutes?" "We can do that in the library," she countered. "Our last one burned down, remember? Before I could salvage any of the important texts. This is the perfect chance to—" "All right," Harry interrupted, downing the rest of his coffee. "You win. Library it is. Are we going alone?" "Remus and Severus agreed to be my research assistants," Hermione said happily, already on her feet. "And judging by the horrified look Sirius just gave you, he'll be following you to ask about Hogwarts being in ruins." "Well done staying discreet, Harry." Harry groaned. "You're not going to forget I said that, are you?" Then, with a sigh and a shrug, he stood and followed Hermione out of the hall. "By the way," he called over his shoulder, "can you ask Dumbledore to return the Sword of Gryffindor tonight? Not that I don't get why people want to keep sharp objects away from me. But seeing as we're fighting for our lives and all." Hermione Granger entered the Hogwarts library like a general claiming her command post. She moved with practiced ease, navigating stairs and corridors as if by instinct, so fast that Sirius, Remus, Harry, and Severus could barely keep up. When she reached the great library's massive double doors, she stopped. Just for a second, she stood still, staring across the endless shelves with a dreamy half-smile, her eyes flicking from spine to spine. "Hello, old friends," she whispered, then she marched forward, took control of the largest table in the room, and began to work. One flick of her wand brought a swarm of books drifting toward her in neat stacks. She frowned at the selection, crossed briskly to the restricted section, and sliced her wand through the air. Once. Twice, then she cast the same summoning spell again. This time, a flood of even more books answered her call. Sirius had to fight the urge to clap. She just bypassed the restricted section wards like they were a first-year's locking charm. He exchanged a look with Remus, who looked simultaneously impressed and horrified. Sirius was ready to ask her where she'd learned that little trick, but Hermione had already begun pacing. One hand was tangled in her curls, the other brushing the covers of books, gentle touches, reverent caresses. She was muttering to herself in a rapid-fire whisper. Already immersed in her mission, Sirius smirked. Now this was going to be fun. Despite her nervous energy, Hermione looked happier and more relaxed than Sirius had yet seen her. And she's off, Harry commented with fond exasperation before casually strolling away to hide behind a bookcase. This, Sirius would realize a few minutes later, was his sanest action to date, because once Hermione snapped out of her reverie and remembered there were other people in the room, the situation descended into a study session from hell. Sirius had never seen anything like it. And that included taking notes alongside Lily, Remus, and Severus. Hermione immediately began assigning reading material and rattling off subject areas to research. Books started stacking higher and higher over Snappy's and Remus's workstations. Then she turned to Sirius, eyes glinting. He raised both hands quickly. No, really. I'm an idiot with books. I once destroyed 3 in a single afternoon. There's always ink or tea involved, and on one occasion, she dumped a book into his arms. He dropped it. 3 people glared at him. Remus, Severus, and Hermione, while Harry let out a barely stifled snicker from somewhere behind the shelves. Hermione looked disappointed, but the siren call of research was stronger, and she soon forgot Sirius entirely. The next hour was, to Sirius's surprise, oddly entertaining, even if all he did was watch other people read. Though honestly, reading barely described what Hermione was doing. She devoured books, consuming them as if she were starving. Her eyes darted across pages at lightning speed while her right hand searched for page references in another book and her left summoned new volumes from the shelves. 2 enchanted quills hovered near her shoulders, scribbling constantly as she muttered spells, citations, half-formed theories, and battle plans. Every now and then, she fired questions at her assistants, rapid, varied, and at times, disturbing. Is Gilderoy Lockhart still writing books? Bill Weasley is still at Gringotts, right? Has he taken an apprentice yet? I assume those improvements to the Wolfsbane formula were yours. Severus? Are most werewolves still siding with Voldemort, or could a few be coerced? When even her assistants began to look dazed, and Sirius grew bored of watching Remus twitch under the weight of another 4-volume text pile, he wandered off in search of Harry, only to be disappointed again. The other dimension traveler had also settled into serious work. Harry had claimed a table near the southern windows and was poring over stacks of color-coded handwritten notes. How did you survive school? Sirius asked, nodding toward the tempest in tweed that was Hermione. Harry snorted without looking up. By listening to her, he said. And dodging fast. Also, there was a general agreement that only Voldemort was allowed to kill me. But mostly I just listened. When I didn't, people died. His eyes flicked up to Sirius's face, then quickly away again. His shoulders tensed. Sirius, curious and concerned, tried again. Has she always been so efficient? He chose the word with care, replacing his first thought, ruthless. Harry looked up from his notes. His sharpness dulled. Luna used to say we all had a superpower, he said quietly. Neville had common sense. Luna could exasperate anyone into giving her what she wanted. And Hermione, she's the queen of knowledge. You should see her when there's no deadline. It's beautiful. Terrifying, but beautiful. And yours? Sirius asked. What's your superpower? Harry looked at him, surprised. As if no one had ever asked. I survive, he said. For now. For as long as it's useful. Sirius didn't reply. That answer wasn't humorous. It was haunting. That evening's order meeting, by contrast, was not amusing in the slightest. It began with Hermione bursting into Albus's office, arms stacked high with books, hair wild, trailed by Harry and a torrent of notes and nervous energy. She began speaking before the door had even closed. It went downhill from there. Only a few others had been invited, less than Sirius expected. Severus had insisted that the Weasleys, Augusta Longbottom, and James Potter stay away, claiming their presence would only emotionally destabilize the travelers. Judging by how Hermione and Harry had reacted the night before, Sirius had to agree. Still, it was strange. Albus usually thrived on chaos and crowded meetings. Maybe the two newcomers brought enough chaos with them to satisfy even him, not that Hermione seemed to notice who was in the room. She greeted Kingsley, Tonks, and Amelia Bones by name, without missing a beat. She even nodded politely to Arcadius Wilkes, now a liaison to the Department of Foreign Affairs. She barely paused before launching straight into advanced ward theory and shield matrix development like it was her favorite hobby. Kingsley looked overwhelmed. Amelia took notes. Tonks nodded respectfully. Hermione hadn't called her Nymphadora. So she clearly wasn't too different in the other world. And Harry? He stood off to the side, grinning like he was at a play he'd already seen a dozen times and still loved. That was the atmosphere. Curious, energetic, slightly odd, right until the fireplace flared green and Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy stepped into the room. The transformation in Hermione was instant. Her mouth snapped shut. The stack of books and notes in her arms hit the ground with a loud crash. Her wand appeared in her hand. Her face twisted into something far too close to hate, and then she hissed the spell, Crucio. Red light blazed from her wand. Lucius Malfoy hadn't even reached for his own yet. The curse shot toward him, fast, deadly, and stopped, just inches from his face, blocked by a conjured shield of metal. Harry Potter lowered his wand, jaw set, expression cold. We'll talk about this in a minute, he said to Albus. It sounded more like a threat than a promise. Before anyone else could react, he had Hermione by the wrist, had wrenched her wand from her grip, and was dragging her from the room. Not our Lucius, remember? Sirius heard him whisper, just before the door slammed shut behind them. Chapter 10. In the silence the two-dimension travelers had left behind, Lucius raised an inquiring eyebrow, then drew a chair for his wife. Narcissa inclined her head gracefully and sat, arranging her robes with care. Quite a welcome, she remarked coolly. Is this part of a new training regime for the Order? One of Mr. Moody's ideas? Sirius exchanged a glance with Albus, then met Severus's eyes and nodded toward the door. The two of them left the office and descended the winding staircase, wands in hand. Any idea why? Sirius asked. Severus shook his head, quick, abrupt. He had rather taken to Hermione, but Lucius had been his friend for nearly 20 years. He didn't react well to people threatening those he cared about. Neither did Sirius, and when they found Harry and Hermione, not 20 feet from the entrance to Albus's office, locked in a tight embrace, Sirius made his displeasure very clear. What the hell were you thinking? He roared. Because while Sirius might be easily amused, he was also an Auror, and right now, a very angry one. Do you even realize what you did in there? That was an unforgivable. Harry lifted his head from Hermione's shoulder. His eyes were very green and very cold. Leave her be, he said sharply. Just leave us alone for a moment. Sirius's anger flared. He would not be ordered around in his own castle, and he was done catering to these strangers' quirks. The hell I will. He snapped. I could have you shipped off to Azkaban in an instant, Hermione, and no one would question it. The Hermione Sirius had come to know might have responded with a flustered explanation or a wave of her hand, maybe even a theory about Dementors reacting to cross-dimensional trauma, but this Hermione didn't lift her head. She didn't speak. She just cried, dry, ragged sobs that shook her whole body and filled the corridor with a deep, wrenching silence. "Don't you dare threaten her," Harry hissed. "You don't understand what's going on here. You have no idea what she's been through. You're lucky she didn't kill him, and even luckier I didn't let her. You're both mad," Sirius shouted. "And she's dangerous. She shouldn't even have a wand if she acts like this. Why didn't you warn us?" Hermione clung tighter to Harry, hands scrabbling for purchase, her body trembling. The sounds she made weren't quite human. Harry held her close, rocking her gently, but his eyes never left Sirius. "I swear, Sirius," he said, voice low and full of heat, "I love you dearly, but if you don't leave her alone right now, you will regret it. Don't you threaten me. That girl attacked one of my oldest friends for no reason. I won't tolerate that kind of behavior." "Your friend?" Now Harry was shouting, too. "How can you be friends with a monster? How can you defend Lucius Malfoy?" "Lucius Malfoy is an honorable man," Sirius shot back. "He's done more for the Order than anyone but Albus. He's been loyal for years. He can't have done anything so bad he deserved a cruciatus. He tortured her fiancé to death right in front of her." Sirius froze. Harry's voice grew louder, more strained with every word. "He tortured her for 3 weeks. When I found her, she was barely alive. Her blood was on my hands, Sirius. Your friend had chained her to a wall across from Ron's body, and he wouldn't take it down unless she gave me up. That's what your friend did." The corridor went deathly still. Sirius stared at Harry, whose expression was ablaze with fury and pain. "No," Sirius whispered. Images flashed through his mind. Lucius in their youth, steeped in pure-blood pride, enthralled by Voldemort's ideology. But he had changed. He had changed. Hadn't he? No. He wouldn't. Harry snarled, baring his teeth. He curled protectively around Hermione, wand raised and trembling with the tension in his hand. In a heartbeat, Sirius knew. Harry was about to attack, and then Severus stepped between them, no wand. Just raised hands. A calming stance. His voice was steady, rich, even if his shoulders shook slightly. "You do not want to do this, Harry. Think. This isn't your world, and it isn't your Sirius. He doesn't understand. Take care of Hermione. Don't start a war." It was the bravest thing Sirius had ever seen him do. Harry's wand wavered. He trembled, eyes locked on Sirius. Then slowly, so slowly, he lowered it. He took a deep breath. Brushed his soaked hair back. Closed his eyes. His hands moved to Hermione's back, rubbing gentle circles into it, stroking her hair. Still she clung to him, silent sobs shaking her frame. When he looked up again, Harry looked almost calm. "Almost. We'll be back in a few minutes," he said hoarsely. "Tell them we're sorry. It was a misunderstanding. It won't happen again." Severus glanced at Sirius, then nodded to Harry and gave a small smile. "Take your time," he said. "And if there's anything I can do." Harry gave a sharp shake of the head. Without another word, Severus took Sirius by the arm and led him away. When they re-entered the office, it was right in the middle of a typical Gryffindor versus Slytherin shouting match. "I apologize for lacking my customary wit," Lucius was saying sharply. "But are you really telling me that our supposed solution is a pair of dangerous children who haven't seen civilization in years? Is that why I was summoned for a secret meeting?" "Yes," Albus replied cheerfully. "Also, there's the planned attack on Voldemort's stronghold tomorrow morning." Lucius sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He looked up when Severus approached. "I assume there will be an explanation." Sirius let Albus and Severus do the talking. He sank into a chair, ignoring worried glances from Remus and Lily. He tried to listen as they explained dimension travel and surviving teenagers, but mostly, he watched Lucius. He tried to picture his friend doing the things Harry had said. Lucius had the capacity for cruelty. He came from an old family with a dark history. He had once reveled in Voldemort's ideology. And though he'd softened over the years, there was still a coldness to him, a pride that could harden into arrogance, even contempt. Yes, Sirius realized. In another world, another time, Lucius might have done it, but then, they all might have. Sirius' family was as dark as Lucius. Severus' knowledge of the dark arts was extensive, and he had in him a ruthlessness born from desperation that had frightened Sirius a few times in their youth. Remus was a werewolf. And Lily was as fierce in the defense of her friends as she was knowledgeable in rare magic and dangerous potions, so who could say what they'd have done, or become, if things had been different? The thought chilled Sirius. Suddenly, he found it harder to stay angry at Hermione for the unforgivable she'd used. 20 minutes had passed. Lucius and the others were now fully informed of both the bizarre situation they all found themselves in, and of Harry and Hermione's plan to attack Voldemort's Welsh stronghold. They were not amused by either. "This isn't prudent, Albus," Kingsley said, his voice calm as always, though Sirius could detect a flicker of bewilderment. Albus had always been eccentric, yes, but never reckless. To trust two strangers with information this critical, and then entertain their idea of an immediate assault? It was unprecedented. If you trust these people, Kingsley continued, information as valuable as the location of Voldemort's hiding place shouldn't be wasted on an attack that's doomed to fail. We should gather our forces, liaise with the Ministry. With luck, this could be the turning point of our struggle. No, Harry said from the door, his tone absolute. You could invade 1,000 strongholds and it wouldn't matter. The only way to win this war is to destroy his Horcruxes. And the only people who can help you with that are Hermione and I. So you will do as we say, Kingsley. Kingsley bristled at being spoken to like that, especially by someone who barely qualified as an adult. But Sirius wasn't paying him much attention anymore. His eyes were on the travelers. Harry was holding himself differently now. Sirius had noticed it once before, the night they'd arrived, when Harry had briefly threatened the entire room if they didn't take him seriously. It was in the way he sat, the way he moved, the way he watched everyone. It was how his hand hovered. Half-curled, ready to flick and summon his wand in an instant. He moved like someone who was constantly aware of every person in the room, and the threat each one posed. It was a look that didn't belong to a teenager. But on Harry, it wasn't an act. It was too natural. Too lived in. It made Sirius uneasy, but it was Hermione who made him question his memory of the past hour, despite the fact that she'd thrown an unforgivable barely 30 minutes ago and had spent several minutes sobbing hysterically into Harry's shoulder. She seemed unchanged. She carefully avoided looking at Lucius, and yes, her eyes were a little red-rimmed and her posture a bit stiff. But her movements were as confident as ever as she unrolled a detailed map of the Welsh fortress across the table and began walking them through her and Harry's plan. What little there was of it, having a more detailed strategy wouldn't make sense, Harry said with a shrug when someone voiced a concern. My plans never survived the actual situation anyway. I think best on my feet. But we prefer our feet not being blasted to bits in a ridiculous attempt no one's bothered to think through, Lily snapped. Well, nobody's forcing you to come, are they? Harry shot back. Now, our questions. Their list was shockingly long and well-structured. Clearly, Hermione had made excellent use of her day in the library, compiling a staggering overview of the differences between her world and theirs. But Harry hadn't been idle either. Their discussion ranged from the state of Hogwarts staff to the known policies of the Ministry. From Death Eater trials and inheritance laws to Tom Riddle's childhood and psychological profile, while Harry's and Hermione's questions were concise and direct, their responses to the Order's counter-questions were even more brief, never giving more than was necessary. The Order, despite their efforts, couldn't keep up. The balance of information was skewed in the travelers' favor by the end, unsurprisingly. Right, Hermione said at last, collecting the parchment notes spilling across the table. I think that's all we need, apart from a private word with the headmaster. We'll leave for Wales at 4 a.m. Anyone who wishes to accompany us can meet us in the entrance hall. He had better not come with us, though, Harry added, pointing a firm finger at Lucius, whose eyebrows had risen to an imperious height in response to the comment. I might forget he's on our side in the heat of battle and accidentally kill him. Hermione didn't even blink, she just nodded, passionately. Chapter 11. At 4 in the morning, Sirius, Severus, Remus, and Lily stood assembled in the entrance hall. After yet another long and heated discussion the night before, those were becoming a regular occurrence with Harry and Hermione around. The rest of the order had reluctantly agreed to leave the Dimension Travelers in the care of the four friends. At least for the remainder of the Christmas holidays, when the teachers had some spare time. Well, agreed might have been a generous term. After Harry and Hermione left for a private word with Albus, a long, thoughtful silence followed. Why does Albus trust them? Tonks asked, cutting straight to the point. As usual, Sirius smiled. His young cousin was sharp. An excellent orator and a respected member of the order. Even if Narcissa constantly despaired over her lack of grace and decorum, Remus answered first. We're not entirely sure. He seems to know more about them than we do. Hermione, in turn, knows things Albus never bothered to share with us. She keeps dropping cryptic hints. He reacts strangely. But nobody tells us anything. Sirius snorted, and Remus, realizing how petulant he'd sounded, gave a sheepish grin. Sorry. It's been a long day. I can imagine, Lucius drawled. If he was disturbed by the idea of his alternate self torturing teenagers, he gave no sign. But then, that was Lucius for you. So, they show up out of nowhere, drop a few hints, know more about dark magic than is healthy, and the headmaster just lets them do whatever they like? Tonks' sarcasm was nearly as sharp as Lily's when she wanted it to be. Severus sighed deeply beside Sirius. It's more complicated than that. As mysterious as they are who they claim to be. Their story checks out, and they behave like people who've been fighting a guerrilla war. He sighed again. Yes, they're abrasive, and yes, they seem more than a bit mad, but while we can't prove their story beyond doubt, their intentions appear honorable. Albus trusts them. And, for the record, so do I. You've been spending too much time with Gryffindors. Lucius replied coolly, though his lips softened slightly. He always valued Severus' opinion. Let's go over yesterday again, then. Maybe together we can lift some of the mystery. By the time Albus returned to his office nearly an hour later, looking worn and strangely subdued, they'd compiled what Remus optimistically called a scientific collation of all known facts. As far as Sirius could tell, it was just a messy timeline of everything they knew about Harry, Hermione, and their world, filled with gaps and deeply depressing details. Sirius definitely preferred his own dimension. Albus skimmed the list, and something in his expression told Sirius he could have filled in most of the blanks easily. But had no intention of doing so. He didn't answer their questions either. They've suffered more than you know, he said. And they keep their silence as much for your sake as their own. But I know enough to trust them, with my life, and yours. With anyone else, Sirius would have argued. Loudly and at length. But this was Albus. The man who had stood by him when he was a frightened, confused boy. The leader of the order for 30 unwavering years. A man who had never led them astray, and that ended the debate. Next came the matter of who would take responsibility for watching over the two newcomers. Sirius had mixed feelings about being saddled with two unstable, nearly grown adults. But Kingsley and Lucius had made good points. The four of them had been involved from the start, and Harry and Hermione clearly shared a unique bond with Severus and Sirius. For Lily, it was deeply personal. She had somehow gained a son who wouldn't even look her in the eye and seemed more than a little unhinged. And Remus hadn't left her side since this all began. It made sense for them to be the ones assigned to the task. Still, even as an auror and teacher, Sirius had never expected that babysitting would involve launching an assault on Voldemort and his Death Eaters. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. He was sure, though, that both Remus and Severus were terrified. Lily was only pretending not to be. No matter their feelings, they were ready. Dressed in trousers, shirts, and gray-brown dragon leather vests, their wands holstered for quick draws, they looked like seasoned warriors. Even Remus, with the least battle experience among them, had been in enough skirmishes to know how to survive. Sirius scanned his friends with silent pride. He'd trained them all in aura tactics soon after learning them himself. None of them had pursued battle or law enforcement professionally, but each one could easily best a skilled aura in combat. They looked the part. Harry and Hermione did not. They looked exactly as they had yesterday: ragged clothes, standard wand holsters, and small Muggle-style belt pouches. They looked like normal teenagers, not like warriors heading into battle. Well, except for the sword of Gryffindor strapped across Harry's back. And the potion-laden ammunition belt slung across Hermione's waist and shoulders. And, of course, the look on their faces. Calm, steady. As if they were about to go for a stroll rather than take on Voldemort. As if this was just another day for them. More of you than we expected, Harry remarked, calm as ever. Ready? Readier than you, by the look of it, Lily replied, eyeing their clothing. You're not seriously going into battle like that? Oh no, Harry said brightly. We're still missing a very important ingredient. Grinning. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a bottle, one a little too large for the pouch, but no one blinked. They'd seen enough enlargement charms. Hermione, already raising a similar bottle to her lips, paused and gave him a wary look. Really, Harry? Must you? She asked, uneasy. Do you want to risk Neville and Luna's lives? He shot back. Hermione squirmed. No, of course not, but it gets worse with every dose. And the long-term effects, well, I won't have to worry about those, will I? He snapped. Hermione flinched, her eyes going wide. She blinked rapidly, turned her face away, and took a deep breath. In. Out. Harry unscrewed the bottle and took a long swallow. Before he could seal it again, Sirius stepped forward and held out a hand. Harry hesitated. He clearly didn't want to give it up, but after everything, both he and Hermione seemed to respect Sirius's authority more than anyone else's. So he handed it over slowly. Sirius sniffed the contents, then poured a drop into his palm. Felix Felicis? He asked, his voice higher than usual. You're carrying around a pint of liquid luck? Harry shrugged. How do you think we've stayed alive this long? He said casually. Sirius raised the drop to his mouth and tasted it. He lowered his hand, still staring. This was made by me, he whispered. But this is a highly controlled, dangerous substance. Why would I? Hermione answered softly. Because you knew you could die any day, and it was essential we survive long enough to find all the Horcruxes. She gave him a shaky, painful smile. You also figured substance abuse wasn't exactly our biggest problem, not with half the wizarding world trying to kill us and a million galleon reward on our heads. You were very pragmatic, Sirius. As if that ended the conversation, she lifted her bottle and took a sip, much smaller than Harry's. We can't offer you any, Harry added. These are all we've got left. Once they're gone, that's it. No way to get more. Our potions master is, unfortunately, quite dead. The walk down to the Hogwarts gates was silent. Somewhere along the way, the potion began to take effect. Hermione visibly relaxed, her stride gaining the smooth confidence of someone utterly at ease. Her head swayed gently to music only she could hear. Harry, on the other hand, showed no visible change at all, and that was, perhaps, the most unsettling part. Right, he said as they reached the gate. Quick reminder, Hermione and I will side-along apparate you to a spot 2 miles from the target. We'll proceed on foot from there. No magic unless one of us says so. Questions? Sirius bristled a little at being ordered around by someone half his age. But Harry and Hermione had made it crystal clear, this mission followed their rules. There'd be time to seize control if things went wrong. For now, he nodded along with the others. A moment later, his hand was grasped, and the gut-wrenching pull of apparition took over. they reappeared in a wilderness of thick bushes and lush grass. It was probably a beautiful place, though not at 4 in the morning, and certainly not before a battle, and make no mistake, it would be a battle. Each of them carried a portkey. They had offered spares to Harry and Hermione, but the pair had shown no interest. Even with the portkeys, and the layers of protection and tracking spells Albus had placed on them, the danger was real. Sometimes Sirius wondered just how much trust he put in Albus's judgment. 10 minutes later, as they hiked through the dark, Harry and Hermione had already spread out to scout ahead. Sirius leaned towards Severus. What did Hermione mean about long-term effects? Sirius already knew the basics of Felix Felicis. Every Auror did. The potion was rare, hard to make, and extremely powerful. People who got their hands on it usually used it for dark purposes. Sirius, thanks to having a potions master for a best friend, had even tried it himself once. It had been a great day, but he'd never heard of anyone taking it often enough to do real damage. It makes sense now, Severus whispered. The mood swings, the recklessness, the odd bravado. Harry's showing signs of overexposure to liquid luck. I've heard of only one case like this before, a potions master who spent his fortune feeding the habit. Frequent use changes behavior. It causes carelessness, instability, exactly what we've seen in him. Brilliant, Sirius muttered. So he's not mad, he's an addict. That doesn't exactly make me feel better. I'm mad and an addict, Harry said cheerfully from Sirius's left. A wizard should never settle for just one thing. Hermione elbowed him hard in the ribs. Harry only grinned wider. You could say a lot about those two, Sirius reflected later, his internal monologue slightly winded, but one thing was clear, they were very good at running. The potion probably helped. They didn't seem to notice roots or rocks or anything that might trip them in the dark. Their strides were efficient, fluid, almost like they'd spent a lot of time in the woods. Curious, they barely acknowledged the others trailing behind, only stopping when Voldemort's stronghold came into view. That gave Sirius and the rest time to catch up. As the group approached, Harry turned and scanned them with sharp eyes, then gave a nod to Hermione. She pulled a large gray duffel bag from her tiny belt pouch, definitely not your everyday enlargement charm, and disappeared into the woods to the right. Harry motioned for them to stay put, then copied her actions to the left, that left the four friends alone. Watching the keep in each other, I really need to start running again, Remus said, eyeing his wife with admiration. Lily, who did 3 miles every other day, barely looked winded. I should stop surrounding myself with unsavory characters, Severus added dryly. Yet here I am. And for once, Sirius isn't even the worst of them. Boy, Sirius protested with a grin, though his eyes never left the keep. He could feel the muggle-repelling charms even from here. To non-magical eyes, this probably looked like an old ruin. But to them, it was a looming medieval fortress, clinging to the hillside like an ugly stone toad. Dark shapes moved along the battlements. Blue-white fairy lights floated over the entrances. Sirius had to admit, Harry had a point. No matter how much they planned, getting inside unnoticed would require a serious dose of luck. Good thing they had 2 people high on Felix Felicis with them. The diversion will be ready in a minute, Harry said suddenly from the shadows on the left. Sirius jumped. He hadn't even heard him return, despite being hyper-aware of his surroundings. That was some impressive stealth. It is ready, Hermione's voice confirmed from the right, making Remus flinch. The instant darkness powder? I've got it right here, Harry replied, then turned to Sirius. Tell me you've got Fred and George Weasley inventing for the Order. They're brilliant. Sirius vaguely remembered the twins showing off some prototype shield garments at a summer meeting. They're busy at Zonko's most of the time, he said with a shrug. We didn't think to ask them until recently. Hermione nudged Harry. See? She whispered. Another good thing you did, giving them that money. Harry shrugged, his eyes fixed on the keep. A manic grin crept across his face. Can we blow something up now? He asked hopefully. I'm bored. Hermione nodded and raised her wand. In the distance, Golden explosions bloomed to the north and west. Parts of the keep were already on fire. Loud pops echoed across the area, and Sirius felt the surge of magical signatures as wizards operated in. Not enough to pose a serious threat to the Death Eaters or force an evacuation, but definitely enough to grab their attention and keep them occupied. Those decoys Hermione and Harry had set up were, in fact, brilliant, and then they were moving. Hermione cast a cloaking charm that swept over them like a damp fog, blurring their appearances and muting their magical signatures. At the same time, Harry tossed a handful of black powder into the air. Instant darkness enveloped them, so thick and sudden that Sirius couldn't even see the others. He barely caught the movement as Hermione sliced through the wards on a small wooden door, and just like that, before he even had time to process it, they were inside the keep. Chapter 12. Harry had been right. Felix Felicis really was the crucial ingredient. Sirius had never fought beside someone under the influence of the potion before, so the difference it made was all the more startling. Harry and Hermione led them through Voldemort's stronghold with effortless ease, taking every turn and staircase without hesitation. Sirius wasn't sure if it was the potion guiding them, or if they had simply been here before. Either way, he didn't waste time wondering. He focused on memorizing their route. The last thing he wanted was to get lost in this maze without a way out. The same ease applied to how they avoided the Death Eaters. Surely the place was crawling with them. Yet they encountered only one, whom Harry dispatched with a flawless reducto before Sirius even saw him. Harry didn't so much as glance at the man's lifeless body as he passed. In other circumstances, Sirius would have stopped him and delivered a lecture on the value of human life. But not now. Not today. He was actually grateful they didn't have to waste time on squeamish sensibilities. That was Remus's role anyway, and his disapproving look promised Harry would get an earful later, and just like that, so quietly it hadn't fully sunk in, they were in the dungeons. Wet, rough-hewn corridors snaked through the stone, damp and shadowy. They ran into 4 more Death Eaters. Harry killed 2. Sirius and Severus stunned the other 2. Harry let out a low cheer. Right in the middle of the snake's den, and I haven't even been almost killed yet. Must be some kind of record, Hermione. We're on a mission, Harry, not a field trip, Hermione snapped. Try to focus. Right you are, Harry replied cheerfully. He bent down and pocketed the dead men's wands, then gave the door ahead of them a quick swish. It clicked open. He stepped toward it, then paused to bow and gesture for Hermione to go first. She scowled and unleashed a flurry of detection and revealing spells. See? Harry sang out. I'm being careful. And responsible, Hermione. Like a proper grown-up. Is that the Felix talking? Sirius murmured. Maybe, Severus replied. Or it's just his naturally irritating personality. Sirius snorted. This is where Voldemort keeps his prisoners? Lily asked, her voice low but stern. She could joke with the best of them, but she clearly didn't find this situation amusing. As always when she addressed him directly, something in Harry seemed to shrink. He avoided her gaze. Should be, he said quietly, stepping through the door. Unless Neville's important enough to be kept in the throne room all the time. Then we've got a problem. What kind of problem? Remus asked. Harry shrugged, wand raised. I didn't exactly plan for a face-to-face with Voldemort today. We'd have to improvise. And improvising usually means complications. Plus, I'd rather Voldemort not know who I am just yet. Meeting me would give away too much. Remus looked like he wanted to press further, but they'd reached the cells. Harry lifted a finger to silence them. I really hope you're in there, Neville. Luna, he called. If not, I've just hiked through some terrible woods for no reason, and that would ruin my whole day. For a moment, Sirius feared they'd been wrong. The cells looked empty, just piles of moldy straw and deep shadows. Then, from the gloom, a figure emerged, with a smaller figure close behind. Sirius's breath caught. It was Neville Longbottom. He looked nothing like the boy who had died in Sirius's arms over 4 years ago. This Neville was taller, solid, strong. Gone was the awkward clumsiness. His stance was proud and steady, and though his face was bloodied and swollen, his eyes were calm and fearless. He looked more like a hero than Harry ever had. "Harry?" Neville asked, stepping cautiously into the light. There was relief in his voice, but not much surprise, as if he'd been expecting Harry to burst in at any moment. Harry grinned. "Neville," he replied, and touched his forehead in the same strange salute Hermione had made 2 days earlier in the infirmary. "Luna." The golden glow of the recognition spell wrapped around them as Neville and Luna echoed their names. "Thank Merlin," Neville said. "I didn't want to try it unless I was sure you were our Harry. Didn't want to give away our tricks. This dimension-hopping thing is bloody confusing, mate. You figured out the dimension thing on your own?" Harry asked, sounding mildly disappointed. Neville just shrugged and pointed to the girl beside him. Sirius recognized her, barely, as Luna Lovegood. She looked much older and thinner than the girl he remembered. "The Nargles are a totally different breed in this place," she said in a soft, dreamy tone. Apparently, in their world, nonsensical explanations were just as common as Hermione's cryptic hints. And Hermione made a code, so I knew it would happen eventually. Hermione's always right. Her eyes drifted to something only she could see, and she smiled as if they'd come for tea instead of breaking her out of Voldemort's dungeon. "There, you see?" Hermione said from behind, stepping forward and unlocking the cell door with a swish of her wand. "Some people actually listen to me." Luna suddenly snapped into focus, rushed out, and threw her arms around Hermione like she was the most precious person in the world. Hermione hugged her back fiercely and closed her eyes for a moment in obvious relief. Then she gently peeled Luna off. "Are you two okay?" she asked quickly, scanning both of them. "Do you need healing potions? Antidotes? Curses broken?" Neville grinned and walked straight to Harry, pulling him into a tight hug. Hermione joined them, and Luna slipped into the huddle too. For a brief moment, the four of them stood there, looking more like a reunion than a prison break. "We're all right," Neville said at last, his tone shifting to serious. "They haven't done much yet. Bit of cruciatus, a few punches. Mostly they just want to know how the hell I'm alive. They haven't asked about you at all, Harry." Yes," Harry replied with a wide grin. "Looks like you're the lucky winner in this dimension, Neville. Congrats, you're the boy who lived." "Harry, stop," Hermione said sharply, just as Neville went pale. "We'll talk later. Once we're out of here." She turned to Neville. "Do you know where your wands are?" "The great snake is a greedy beast," Luna said in that same distant voice. "He's hidden our treasures in his nest and will guard them with his life." Hermione nodded as if that made perfect sense. "Then I'm afraid we won't be getting them back." "They took our belt pouches too," Neville added. "Anything irreplaceable?" He shook his head. "You had all the research, and Harry had the old Horcruxes," Neville explained. "Apart from our potions and gear, there wasn't anything too important. Nothing we can't replace. They haven't tried to open the pouches yet. We'd have heard the explosion even down here." "Right. Wands, then." Harry reached into his belt pouch, his arm disappearing up to the elbow, and pulled out a bundle of at least 20 different wands, all bound together with a red ribbon. "Start swishing and flicking," he told Neville and Luna. "One of them should work for you." Neville obediently began testing wands, only pausing when Hermione handed him a pepper-up potion and a general healing draft, insisting he take both before continuing. Luna, however, ignored the preparations for battle. Her wide eyes were fixed instead on the four adults in the room. Sirius had been watching the reunion in silence, unexpectedly moved by the familiar ease and affection between the four younger fighters, a warm contrast to the cold, grim dungeon. He didn't expect Luna to suddenly step right up to him, stopping only when their noses nearly touched. She was tall, willowy, and strangely beautiful, with an ethereal presence that made her seem not quite part of the world around her. Her blue, slightly protruding eyes gazed somewhere over his shoulder, as if she were seeing something just beyond the veil. "I'm glad you got to grow up properly this time," she said softly. "Brilliant." Another mad one, Sirius thought. Luna drifted on to Severus next, her eyes lingering on his clothing and hair. At least she didn't launch into criticism like Harry and Hermione had. Instead, she gave him a small, gentle smile. "It's good that you found friends." "Professor," she said. Remus received a kiss on the cheek. Luna had to stand on tiptoe to reach. "Thank you for trying to protect me," she whispered. It meant a lot. Then she turned to Lily. Her eyes moved slowly between her and Harry. Sadness bloomed across her face. "Oh dear," she whispered. Lily seemed caught off guard, unsure how to respond. But before she could say anything, Hermione was there, taking Luna's hands and pressing potion bottles into them. Luna drank obediently, not even bothering to identify the contents. Her eyes remained on Harry, who was still helping Neville test wands, his face split by that wild, unnerving grin. "He's getting worse," Luna said calmly. Hermione's expression fell. "Yes, I am," Harry replied with matching calm. "But as long as I don't climb to problem number 1 on our list, we can move on to part 2 of the rescue." "Choose a wand, Luna." "But the wand chooses the wizard, Harry," she sing-songed as she stepped toward him. Harry barked a rough, too loud laugh. "We should never have let you near Ollivander," he muttered, handing her wand after wand until one finally lit up with red and gold sparks. Without a word, both Harry and Hermione reached for their Felix Felicis bottles and offered them to their friends. In silence, Neville and Luna drank. "Can we wait here until it kicks in?" Neville asked, his eyes flicking briefly over Sirius and the others without really seeing them. That stung a little. Of the 4 time travelers, Neville was the one Sirius had most wanted to speak to. "I don't think that's wise," Hermione said quietly. "We haven't been discovered yet, but that could change at any moment." Neville glanced at Luna. She tilted her head slightly, then took his hand and gave it a squeeze before turning to Harry and Hermione with a nod. "This'll have to do, then," Neville said. In that moment, he looked every bit the chosen one. Harry clapped his hands once and rubbed them together gleefully. "Excellent. Now, are you two up for some rigorous fleeing?" But, of course, it didn't turn out to be that easy. It never did. Chapter 13, All Things Considered. Sirius wasn't surprised when it finally went wrong. What surprised him was that it had taken so long. They were already out of the dungeons and halfway through the narrow entry door when the atmosphere shifted. The sounds in the keep changed. It had been loud from the start. Being attacked by multiple wizarding groups would do that, but now the noise grew focused. Intent, and it was coming toward them. "They found us out," Hermione hissed from her spot in the lead. She veered sharply down a corridor that twisted left, away from the door they'd entered through. If Sirius remembered correctly, all the doors will be guarded now. Time for Plan B. There was a Plan B? Remus asked behind her. Lily snorted. There was barely a Plan A, she muttered, but her wand was already drawn, her eyes scanning the corridor walls. Harry, who had just been arguing with Neville about something completely unrelated, straightened and surged forward until he was beside Hermione. His voice rang out clearly, cutting through the rising chaos. "Neville, Luna, take the rear. We've got point. You 4, cover the side corridors as we pass. Fly, you fools." He flashed one last manic grin, and then he was running, effortlessly keeping pace with Hermione, who didn't even need to speak. She simply pointed, and Harry followed. Now all he needs is to wave that sword around. Sirius thought dryly, but Harry didn't do anything so theatrical. No. What he did was start killing, efficiently. Frighteningly, he and Hermione moved through the enemy ranks with the lethal coordination of seasoned fighters. They didn't just fight side by side, they operated in sync, like Sirius and Severus, or Remus and Lily. But where most duos balanced offense and defense, one shielding, one striking, these two didn't bother with defense at all. They didn't block spells. They dodged them. Tilted, twisted, ducked, every move smooth, automatic, and deadly, Sirius's primary focus was on the side passages, making sure their flanks were covered. But part of his mind couldn't help watching the two-dimension travelers. Marveling at the brutal grace of their assault, crashing through their enemies like a storm tide, Hermione's spells were clever and vicious, twisting hexes and borderline dark curses that left her opponents stunned, bleeding, or worse. Harry was less refined, but his raw power made up for it. His spells blasted through defenses like they weren't even there, slamming Death Eaters into walls, leaving shattered shields and crumpled bodies in his wake. Often, Hermione would lure enemies in with a bold move, drawing attention, and then Harry would strike, wild, unstoppable, and deadly accurate. Sirius glanced back once and saw that Neville and Luna were holding the rear. They fought more defensively, favoring stunning spells over lethal force. They weren't hesitating, but their restraint was clear. They didn't have the same all-or-nothing desperation as Harry and Hermione, and Sirius found himself strangely relieved by that. A flash of white exploded ahead of them. Sirius whipped around just in time to see a blinding wall of light erupt from Hermione's wand, engulfing two Death Eaters. A third tried to counter, but Harry's cutting curse beheaded him before he could finish the spell. "Hurry up!" Hermione shouted. "We have to reach the outer wall before they trap us." Sirius picked up his pace, exchanging a quick, worried glance with Severus. So far, none of them had been injured. Likely thanks to the Felix Felicis, but it was only a matter of time. How is the outer wall supposed to help us? Lily shouted as she took down a Death Eater charging from a side corridor. A second later, Remus snapped a shield up in her place, seamless as always. They'll have it warded against explosions. She added, "Only against magical ones," Hermione yelled back. "If I know my Dark Lords." "Now move." Somehow, they ran faster. Sirius's lungs burned, his legs ached, but his mind narrowed in on the only things that mattered: keeping up, defending their flank, keeping his people alive. They moved from the more heavily used corridors into old, dusty side tunnels. The air grew thicker. Cobwebs lined the corners. Shouts echoed behind them, spells flashed ahead and to the side. Severus's shield charms shimmered and fell in perfect time with Sirius's hexes. For a few minutes, they found a rhythm. It was almost sustainable. They could do this. They could make it out. Sirius grinned wildly, the optimism infectious. He could feel a flicker of Harry's burning, reckless energy inside him, right until they rounded a corner and ran straight into a wall of 15 Death Eaters. The group came to a sudden, stumbling stop. Hermione faltered, but Harry caught her, steady and composed. "Oh, look," Harry said brightly. "It's a trap." "Nicely done." "Harry," Hermione hissed. Her voice was tight with tension, fear, maybe. It was the first time she'd sounded shaken since she'd tried to crucio Lucius. Harry shrugged. His eyes and wand stayed locked on the enemy. "Only 15 of you. Plus another 15 behind us," Neville added calmly from the rear. "Well done, everyone," Harry said cheerfully, addressing the Death Eaters. "I haven't been this surprised in nearly 3 days. You must be very proud." The masked figures didn't react to the sarcasm. "You will surrender your wands and come with us," one of them said curtly. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Hermione, did you hear that? Such polite manners. You'd almost think they were civilized." "Harry," Hermione warned again. Voice sharp, "Do you really think it wise to provoke us, boy?" The lead Death Eater asked, sounding vaguely amused. "You are surrounded." Sirius, meanwhile, was scanning the group. Slowly, discreetly, he began sliding his emergency portkey ring from his finger. If things turned worse, someone had to get out, warn the Order. Coordinate a rescue. If they were all captured, it would be worse than splitting up. There's no way out of this, he thought. Not even with liquid luck. Harry took a step forward, wand hand loose and steady. "I've been called a lot of things," he said darkly. "But wise? Never one of them. Drop your wands." The Death Eater barked. Harry tilted his head. "And if I don't?" he asked, almost curious. Sirius stared at him, horrified. "He's going to get himself killed." His portkey was ready in his hand, just waiting to be activated. He knew the others were waiting too, watching him for the signal. But he couldn't give it. He couldn't run. Not now. Not when Harry and Hermione, barely more than children, were about to be taken. It was his duty to protect them. "Harry," Hermione hissed again. But this time, her tone carried something different. There was a whole message wrapped up in that single word, and it had nothing to do with surrender. Harry gave a slight shrug, still staring at the lead Death Eater. "No choice, love," he said softly. "You've got my back." Hermione's grip on her wand tightened. She blinked rapidly, but her voice remained steady. "Always, Harry." "Right then," he said firmly. He paused a beat, then suddenly lowered his wand. "We surrender," he called out. "Everyone, lower your wands. On your knees." What? Of all the possible outcomes, Sirius hadn't expected that one. "What?" he said aloud, just as Neville blurted, "Harry." In disbelief, "Do as he says," Hermione ordered sharply, not looking at anyone but Harry. "Remember St. Mungo's, Neville. Sometimes, this is the only way." Sirius had no idea what St. Mungo's had to do with this, but he wasn't about to let himself, or his friends, become Voldemort's prisoners. He gripped his portkey tighter, ready to give the signal. Then Neville spoke. "Right," he said, voice low and commanding. "On your knees. Now." There was something in Neville's tone, an unshakable authority, that made Sirius obey before he'd even thought it through. He dropped to his knees. The others followed suit. From the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione's wand fly into the hands of the nearest Death Eater. Sirius opened his mouth, ready to activate his portkey, and the world exploded, because Harry had not obeyed his own order. He was still standing. He had not lowered his wand. He had raised it, with a sweeping arc that left his entire body exposed. Harry brought the wand down in a single, dramatic motion, one Sirius had only ever seen once before, in an advanced aura training seminar. The air above their heads detonated. There was no visible blast, no sound, but the effect was immediate. A shockwave of silent, concentrated energy erupted from Harry and surged outward at neck height, sweeping through the Death Eaters. Sirius could only stare as blood splattered the corridor walls. Many of their attackers dropped instantly, limbs twisted unnaturally, never to rise again. The rest were stunned, staggering, or disoriented. The trap had caught the hunters instead, but not fast enough. One Death Eater, quick or just lucky, managed to get a curse off, slashing across Harry's exposed side. It tore through his layers of clothing, revealing pale skin for a split second before it split wide open, from ribs to knee, spurting blood. It looked like he'd been butchered. Sirius remembered, with a sick twist in his stomach, why that spell had only ever been demonstrated once. It was devastating. But it left the caster completely unprotected. You only used it if you didn't expect to survive. Harry cried out and dropped to his knees. One hand clutched at his side. The other tried to keep his wand upright, though it trembled violently. There was no way he could keep fighting, but Hermione could. She was already moving. Wandless, furious, with practiced ease, she reached behind Harry, drew the sword of Gryffindor from its sheath, and, without hesitation, slit the throat of the nearest Death Eater. She didn't even flinch when the blood hit her face. The corridor erupted into chaos again. But this time, the tide had turned. The remaining Death Eaters, stunned, injured, or confused, were quickly overpowered. Sirius stunned them one after another, ropes conjuring themselves from his wand. The fight was ending, but Sirius couldn't take his eyes off the scene in front of him. Harry swaying on his knees, blood gushing through his fingers, and Hermione, wild-eyed and covered in blood, cutting her way through their enemies like a vengeful spirit. She didn't hesitate. When she reached the Death Eater who had disarmed her, she ran him through, grabbed his falling body by the robes, and yanked her wand from his pocket. He was dead before he hit the floor. Without even glancing behind her, she raced back to Harry, confident that he'd handle the last two Death Eaters. He did. Somehow, Sirius had no idea how Harry was still upright, let alone casting spells. Neville? Harry called over his shoulder, "Done and done." Neville shouted back. He and Luna had taken down the final stragglers, and Lily had stunned the last one. Silence fell. Sirius's eyes swept the corridor, stunned. Dozens of Death Eaters, unconscious, bound, and many, too many. Dead, they shouldn't have survived this. And yet, somehow, they had, but there was no time to dwell. Hermione was already at Harry's side, casting healing charms with practiced precision. She staunched the bleeding and began repairing the torn flesh as if it were routine. "Your Felix shouldn't have worn off yet," she said briskly, pulling another potion from her pouch and pressing it into Harry's hand. He drank it, grinning faintly. "Could have been my head otherwise." She sniffed. "Wouldn't have been a huge loss," she snapped. "You need to be more careful, Harry. Killing them faster wasn't worth, not now, Hermione. Just get us out of here." She nodded, already moving. Her arm disappeared into her belt pouch, rummaging quickly until she pulled out a battered black duffel bag. Muttering to herself, she dashed to the outer wall, blasting a hole through several bricks. Into the opening, she shoved a bundle from the bag and secured it with a flurry of strong spells. Neville, Luna, up front. Overlapping shield spells, too high, too low. The rest of you, hold the corridor. Sirius didn't question it. He just obeyed. At this point, he trusted Hermione more than anyone to get them out alive. He took position further down the corridor with the others. A quick glance back showed Hermione over Harry, who was still kneeling. Neville and Luna flanked her, all of them wands raised, faces grim but steady. Hermione flicked her wrist. The world exploded again. Noise. Light. Heat, bricks, and rubble blasted down the corridor. But the shielding, perfectly layered, held. Luna cried out, hoarse and pained, but she held the spell steady. They all did. When the dust cleared, the cul-de-sac was gone. They had an exit. Chapter 14. You see, Voldemort is brilliant in many ways, Hermione was saying 20 minutes later as they finally made it to the infirmary, well, limped in Harry's case. He was moving slowly and painfully, but had refused to use a port key or be levitated. Madame Pomfrey was away on her usual winter holiday, but thankfully, her store of potions was fully stocked. But he's blind to Muggle achievements, Hermione continued. In our dimension, he protected his strongholds against every magical threat. But you throw in a little Semtex, and suddenly, you're getting somewhere. She paused to guide Harry toward one of the beds, whipped out her wand, and began casting healing and diagnostic spells at lightning speed. Of course, he figured it out eventually. He is brilliant. But I assumed your Voldemort hadn't. I'd say that worked out rather well. Sirius's eyes lingered on the massive gash still stitched across Harry's side. It was barely holding together. Worked out well, looks different, he said dryly. Hermione shot him a glare, then summoned a line of potions and handed them to Harry. He downed them all without protest. So does failed, she replied crisply. And that usually involves more detached limbs. She looked up. Are the rest of you all right? We're excellent, Luna said cheerfully, joining her at Harry's side. Her left sleeve was torn and bloodied, dirt clinging to her wild hair. But her expression was calm and bright, as if she'd spent the afternoon in a meadow instead of escaping Voldemort's dungeon. Nothing a shower, food, and a good night's sleep won't fix, Neville added evenly. He wrapped an arm around Hermione's waist. You? Hermione blinked. Something in her posture softened. Glad to have you back, she said softly, resting her head against his chest for a moment. Neville smiled, a wide, genuine smile full of warmth. Glad you came for us. Always, Hermione murmured, and I'm glad you were still alive and mostly untortured when we got there, Harry chimed in from the bed. It's a nice change. He looked terrible, ghostly pale, covered in blood, shaking uncontrollably. The upbeat comment only made it worse, gave him the eerie vibe of someone grinning through madness. If Sirius had been Neville, he'd have kept his distance, but Neville didn't flinch. If anything, his smile only widened. He kissed the top of Hermione's head, then sat down next to Harry, who immediately threw his arms around him in a hug. Apparently, a Felix High Harry was clingy. That explained the infamous koala bear photograph, as Severus had dubbed it. "Everyone's alive and happy here," Harry babbled into Neville's shoulder, voice too fast and too bright. "Except Hermione and Ginny and you, and I wasn't even born because my parents hate each other here. That's why they're alive, can you believe it? And I'm sorry your parents died this time and didn't get you presents, but they loved you, and your gran probably gave you a real bedroom, yes? Have you seen Snape's robes? He's really nice in this dimension, you wouldn't guess, and his hair is shiny." There was a low, irritated whisper behind them. Severus, probably, but Sirius kept his focus on the hospital bed and the knot of friends clustered around it. Instead of getting annoyed, Neville just held Harry tighter. He glanced at Hermione with helpless anguish. "He's just coming down from it," Hermione said quietly, though her hands were steady as she healed the wound in Harry's side. "He'll be better in the morning." "I'm a mess and a freak, and that's probably genetic," Harry rattled on. "But it was worth it, don't worry. It'll all be worth it in the end. You'll all be happy ever after, that's the only thing that matters, just you wait and see." He was shivering now, hard and fast, grounded only by Neville's arms. Sirius had no idea what was going on, but unease crept up his spine. He was missing something important. That sense only deepened when Neville shut his eyes, clearly in pain. "Nothing will be worth that, Harry," he said softly, voice close to breaking. "What the hell were they talking about?" "Yes, it will," Harry replied urgently. "And we agreed." "Neville. We agreed. There's no other way. You promised you wouldn't look at me like that." "You promised, Harry," Luna said gently, settling beside him on the other side. She reached up and started petting his hair, and Harry leaned into it like it was the only thing anchoring him. "Have I ever told you about the kynocephalos I saw with my father in Greece?" she asked, voice dreamy and high. "They're huge, almost as big as Hagrid, and their heads look like dogs." Father said. Whatever she was saying didn't matter. Her voice, strange and lulling, calmed Harry almost immediately. He closed his eyes and slumped against her. Neville's expression eased. Even Hermione slowed down. Though she continued casting spells with practiced efficiency. "All right," Hermione said 5 minutes later. "You're patched up. Time for bed, Harry." Harry shot her a glare. Despite Luna still petting his hair, he somehow managed to look genuinely threatening. "I'm not a child," he muttered. "I won't be sent off while the grown-ups talk shop. I can be crazy and part of the team." "You can also be crazy and an idiot," Hermione replied, arms folded. "And not resting when your energy is shot is idiotic. Don't you agree?" Harry looked mutinous, like the idea of people talking about him in his absence was intolerable. Hermione softened. "I'm just going to bring Neville and Luna up to speed," she said. "Nothing important will happen tonight. I promise." And just like that, the fight drained out of him. His shoulders sagged. He looked as exhausted as he had to feel. "All right," he murmured. "I'm sorry." "You're right. I know you wouldn't talk behind my back. But it's just the fury flies, Harry," Luna said soothingly. "And the cupboard in your head. But we're your friends. Not your hunters." Harry nodded, face twisting like he might cry. That was when Sirius finally stepped in. "What is going on here?" he demanded. "Neville and Luna just escaped from Voldemort's prison, and all you're concerned about is Harry?" "I also care about Hermione," Luna added brightly. That did not help Sirius's confusion. "This is unhealthy," he began. He was gearing up for a lecture on codependency when Neville abruptly stood, raising both hands. "I'm sorry," he said. "But this isn't the time for that. Harry needs to rest. Luna and I need to clean up. And eat. We haven't eaten in ages." "Of course." Harry jumped to his feet. He immediately went pale and wobbled, forcing both Hermione and Luna to grab him for support, but he looked thrilled. "And you have to see the Great Hall. It's beautiful this time of year. I'll show you our rooms. Come on." Debriefing with Albus took time, mostly because Remus kept interrupting to express horror at the level of violence the Dimension Travelers wielded so casually. Lily kept worrying aloud about teenagers being dragged into such situations, and Sirius couldn't stop talking about the quiet strength Neville had radiated through it all. Albus, as usual, said very little. Nothing seemed to surprise him. He did, however, request a full report of every step in the mission, and then asked Lily to remain behind and review her memories in the pensieve. By the time Sirius, Remus, and Severus made it to the Great Hall, the travelers were already halfway through their meals, and nearly finished debriefing. Pity. A small, masochistic part of Sirius wanted to know how Hermione had explained their dimension to the newcomers, so the only Horcrux destroyed in this dimension is me. Neville was saying as they entered. "Do you have locations on the others yet?" "We were a bit busy rescuing you too," Hermione replied dryly. "And we're still not sure how involved we want to get." Neville nodded, seemingly unbothered, then noticed the three professors and smiled before returning to his pie. Damn it. Sirius had been hoping to hear more about the Horcruxes. Once Neville had devoured a frankly worrying amount of food, he leaned back and locked eyes with Hermione in a long, meaningful silence. "He can't keep this up much longer," he said. No one needed to ask who he was. Hermione sighed and rubbed her eyes. "He won't have to," she murmured. "Back home, all that's left is the cup and Nagini. Once they're gone, his part is done." "That doesn't make me feel better," Neville said darkly. "I know," Hermione replied with a tired smile. "But it's the only answer I've got, Neville. You know what it's like out there. That doesn't mean we have to accept it." Neville snapped. Hermione's temper flared immediately. "And you think I have?" She shouted, leaping to her feet. "Don't you think I've tried? I've researched until my brain was mush, but there's no fix, and I'm not going to lie to him just so he can hope for something that doesn't exist." "There's always hope," Neville shouted back. "There has to be." "Well, I'm glad you still have the luxury of illusions," Hermione hissed. "But I can't afford them." "Don't talk to me like—" He was cut off by Luna, who gently squeezed his hand. "This is Hermione," she whispered. Her wide, dreamy eyes were sharper than usual. Outside she might be yelling, but inside she's always crying. It was like she'd spoken something too private to share. Hermione's shoulders slumped. She half turned away. Neville rubbed his temples, swallowed his anger, and stood. He crossed the space between them and pulled Hermione into a hug. "Sorry," he whispered. "Sorry, Hermione. It's been a long 3 days." She sighed and rested her forehead briefly against his chest before pulling herself together again. "Right," she said briskly. "We'll talk later, yeah?" Neville nodded. Hermione gave Luna's cheek a tender touch, then stepped away from the table. "Where are you going?" Remus asked. "Back to the library," she replied, as if the answer were obvious. "Now that we've rescued Neville and Luna, someone needs to figure out how to get us back." "You're going to do research?" Sirius asked, utterly baffled. "After all that?" Hermione looked confused by the question. But Neville only grinned. "That's nothing," he said, beaming with pride. "She once researched an antidote while all 4 of us were actively hallucinating from the poison. There's no one like our Hermione." Hermione smacked him on the head, but the smile she wore was a little lighter. Severus and Sirius exchanged a look. "I'm going with you," Severus announced. They had agreed none of the travelers should be left alone, and Sirius was sure Severus also wanted to poke at the effects of Felix Felicis. Either way, Hermione didn't argue. She swept from the hall, Severus following in her wake. With just the two newcomers left at the table, Sirius shifted his attention to Neville, who was, once again, eating. His expression was calm. Unshakable. There was so much Sirius wanted to ask: how Neville had grown up, whether he'd known Sirius in his world, how he'd become this confident, steady force. But the truth was, Sirius didn't know this Neville. He had no right to the answers. So he picked a safer topic. Albus asked me to let you know, there's a full Order of the Phoenix meeting tomorrow night, Sirius said. The Order needs to hear about you, and about the Horcruxes. Neville's eyes sharpened. And you're telling me that now, because... He asked slowly. Sirius knew what he was really asking. Why wait until Hermione had left? Because you're the boy who lived. The one they've all pinned their hopes on. Not Harry and Hermione. No matter how capable they are, but Sirius didn't say that. Instead, he offered the convenient excuse. The Order's going to want proof of the Horcrux theory, he said. So if you could prepare something. Neville's eyes narrowed. But after a beat, he nodded. Then he turned to Luna. The tiara's probably the easiest, he said. Would you go with Hermione to the room of requirement tonight? Coming and going and finding evil jewels, she said happily. But we should also kill the snake, or Harry might burn the world by accident. Neville treated the comment as perfectly logical. You're right. Poison safest. We need to test whether our world's blade will work like this one. If it doesn't, we'll have to open the chamber again and coat this Gryffindor sword, too. Assuming we can get Hermione out of the library. He smiled, and there shouldn't be a monster loose in a school anyway, Luna added. The children are bad enough without one. She shivered. Neville wrapped his arm around her again. Right, he said. We'll be ready. And we'll bring proof, Sirius. His voice was steady. Certain, Sirius felt unexpectedly reassured. You're good at this, he said. Organizing. Leading. Inspiring people. Neville shrugged. I ran the resistance at Hogwarts for a while, he said. While the others were out hunting Horcruxes. It's easier than you'd think, once you get the hang of it. It certainly looked easy, Sirius thought, and he'd noticed something else too. Today, more than once, both Harry and Hermione had looked to Neville for strength. For reassurance. For hope. It was as if something had been missing without Neville. Like Harry and Hermione had only become truly steady again once he was there. Sirius kept circling back to the same question. Why did Neville follow Harry so unquestioningly? From everything he'd seen, it looked like it should be the other way around. He's not your King Arthur, you know, Luna said suddenly, slicing through the silence. He's Lancelot. She paused, then added solemnly, without the hanky-panky. Even Neville looked briefly confused, but then his face cleared. He gave a small nod and pointed at Luna. What she said. Sirius let out a sigh. And what exactly did she say? He asked, not really expecting a clear answer, but to his surprise, it was Remus who responded. And Remus always made sense. She means Neville isn't the true hero here, no matter how much he might look like one. That role belongs to Harry. Luna nodded enthusiastically, beaming at Remus as if he'd just solved a particularly clever riddle. But why? Sirius asked helplessly. He didn't like questioning people so openly. It wasn't his style, but the whole situation screamed for clarity. I don't mean to take anything from Harry, but he's clearly unstable. He needs the three of you to keep him balanced. You're stronger, more grounded. Why would you accept him as your leader? Neville gave Luna's hand a squeeze, maybe to keep her from jumping in, then met Sirius's eyes. A sad smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Is that what it looks like? He asked quietly. Before Sirius could answer, Neville shrugged and continued, he's our leader because he's willing to die for us. When it matters. The smile vanished. Sirius blinked. It was a grim statement, one that cut deeper than their usual gallows humor, but then he thought back to the battle in the keep. That spell Harry had used, exposing himself completely to save the others, that had been more than just reckless. It had been a choice. A deliberate sacrifice. And he'd done it without hesitation. Sirius couldn't deny that was the kind of thing leaders were made of. Still, I admire your loyalty, he said slowly. But how much of what he did today was the potion talking? Or just pure recklessness? A leader shouldn't. The scrape of Neville's chair cut him off. The sound echoed sharply against the stone floor as Neville stood, fire flashing in his eyes. You have no idea what you're talking about, he said. If there's no other way, Harry will walk to his death with his eyes wide open. There's no greater sacrifice than that. It was Luna who found his hand this time. That's just the Sandman making you feel gritty, she said softly. Neville stood tense for a long moment, glaring at them all. Then he exhaled and nodded. You're right, he said. We need to rest. We'll talk about this tomorrow. It didn't sound like a promise. It sounded like a warning. As Sirius watched them walk out of the Great Hall, he turned the words over in his mind. Harry will go to his death, Neville had said. Not might. Not could. Will, and Sirius couldn't stop wondering what exactly they had planned. Chapter 15. Remus Lupin woke to the soft gray light of early morning and the comforting warmth of his wife beside him. His first instinct was to jump out of bed and spring into action, just as he had the past 2 days since Hermione and Harry had arrived at Hogwarts. But then he remembered, there was no emergency today. No dawn attack. Sirius had taken over Hermione watching duties this morning. He had time. With a sigh, Remus sank deeper into his pillows. A glance at the clock told him it was barely 7. Years of teaching had turned him from a natural night owl into an early riser, a fact he usually regretted during breakfast. But not today. Today, he was actually grateful to be awake before the rest of the castle. His wife was still asleep, most of the school still silent. For once, he had a moment to breathe. To think, he knew his friends and family sometimes thought of him as fussy, maybe even complicated, too focused on control, too prone to overthinking everything. They respected him too much to say it aloud, but he could see it in their eyes. Still, he'd never been able to fully explain to them why caution was so important to him. Not to Sirius, who leapt into danger as long as it sounded fun. Not to Sirius, whose razor-sharp mind could assess and adapt to any situation in seconds. Not even to his wife, who could command a room with ease and make leadership look as natural as breathing. None of them had a monster inside their head. None of them had to live with the constant fear that the beast might take over and destroy everything they loved. Remus gave his blankets a half-hearted tug and settled back into bed. This entire situation unsettled him in more ways than he could count. There were the visitors, of course, and the whirlwind of chaos they brought with them. There was the very real chance that their endless battle with Voldemort and his followers might actually end, soon, and in victory, but that wasn't all they had brought. Alongside knowledge of the Horcruxes came something far more disquieting, the realization that everything they knew, their friendships, their lives, their world, was fragile. Contingent. Shaped by coincidence and chance. Everything could have been different. The thought hit like a blow to the stomach. Absent-mindedly, Remus reached for his pillow and punched it into shape. Events he'd long accepted as inevitable, his marriage, their friendship, were now just one possible path among countless others. But it had felt so real. He remembered the train ride where they first met. Sirius and Lily had been as nervous as he was, and Sirius had already felt the heavy weight of family expectations. He remembered how they'd stood together, waiting for the sorting hat, nervous but united, just one more group of children starting school. And how Lily had argued with the hat, insisting she be placed in Slytherin to stay with Sirius, her only friend. He smiled at the memory of trying to comfort Lily, of awkward meetings between Gryffindors and Slytherins, of their earliest efforts to keep her from feeling alone. And how, sometime that first winter, they'd slowly begun to understand Voldemort and his growing influence, and how even within their own houses, factions were forming. They hadn't really been friends yet, more like acquaintances brought together by Lily and Sirius. But even that small connection had made them realize they'd have to choose where their loyalties lay. They won't destroy our friendship. Lily had declared one evening, mostly to Sirius, after another round of teasing from her Gryffindor housemates. I won't let them. We'll stay friends forever, and the world will just have to accept it. Even then, when she was just a skinny, red-haired whirlwind of energy with a tendency to ramble, Remus had believed her. He'd begun to love her for that belief. We can't just take a stand and expect it all to work out, Sirius had countered, his voice heavy with doubt. He'd always expected things to be taken from him. Loss was a given in his world. If we want this, he had said, glancing from Lily to Sirius to Remus, we need a plan. Sirius had stared at him like he'd grown another head. Don't get all doom and gloom, Snappy, he had said with a grin. If we want to be friends, we'll be friends. They'll have to accept it, or we'll prank them until they do. Remus could still remember wanting to shake his head at such blind confidence. Just being at Hogwarts still felt like a miracle, something too good to last. Having friends? Friends who would stick by him through everything, like in the stories he'd read? That seemed too much to hope for. And yet, we have two choices, he'd offered quietly, uncertain if they'd even listen. The weight of their attention made his skin prickle. Maybe he should tell them what he really was before they committed to someone like him. Maybe he should leave and go back to homeschooling, yes. Lily had asked gently, her tone encouraging, we can either be open about our friendship and alienate our houses. They'd already seen how that could go, like the time Lily ended up with pumpkin juice splashed across her blouse. Or we can be friends in secret and pretend to hate each other so they'll leave us alone. Pretending wasn't hard for him. He'd been doing it most of his life. But something about that choice weighed heavily on his chest. When he looked up, Sirius was watching him closely. Too late, Remus realized that what he'd said sounded very Slytherin. A true Gryffindor, someone like Lily, would never suggest it. Which was why she immediately protested, or, Sirius interrupted, and Lily quieted. She always listened when he spoke. Or we could change the way our houses think, until we are accepted. Now they were all staring at him. We'd have to be clever, he continued, glancing at Sirius in a way that everyone noticed. And patient. We won't change their minds in a week. But if we can show them that Gryffindors can be clever, and Slytherins can be brave, then maybe. Play the greatest prank of all time. Sirius had burst in, eyes gleaming. We could change Hogwarts forever, and they wouldn't even see it coming. Remus sighed again, lost in memory. They had been so young, so idealistic. Would they have tried, knowing how hard it would be? Would they have dared, if they'd understood the deep-rooted enmity between their houses? Or had it only been possible because they were misfits who clung fiercely to the first real sense of belonging they'd ever known? Could they have ended up like their counterparts from the other dimension? Caught in a war too vast, scarred by horrors no one their age should have faced. He remembered the cold ruthlessness Hermione and Harry had shown just yesterday, the way Neville and Luna had spoken of imprisonment and torture as if it were routine. Had their friendship become nothing more than a lifeline, something to hold broken people together in a world that only dealt out pain? The thought brought darker memories to the surface. And suddenly, Remus couldn't bear to lie still any longer. He rolled over and pressed a soft kiss to Lily's forehead. She murmured in her sleep and drifted off again, deeper this time. As Remus showered and dressed, his mind kept circling the events of the past few days, trying to make sense of them, to piece together connections that refused to form. He was painfully aware that he didn't know enough about the Dimension Travelers to understand their erratic behavior. He lacked crucial information about their world, their history, their relationships, but he also knew that if things kept going the way they had since Harry and Hermione arrived, he wasn't likely to get that information. Every time he met them, they swept him into another whirlwind of chaos that left him breathless and reactive. If he wanted clarity, a calm, sane conversation, It was looking increasingly unlikely. Sirius had tried. Hermione had outmaneuvered him and gotten him on her side without revealing anything important. The headmaster probably knew more, but wasn't sharing. Neville seemed like the first truly sane person Remus had seen in all of this, but he was just as tight-lipped as the others. Remus sighed. How he longed to sit one of them down and make them answer his questions. Nothing for it, he muttered, bending down to tie his shoelaces. If he wanted to protect his friends and his wife, if he wanted to stay on top of this, he would have to do the thing most against his nature, dive headfirst into the chaos and try to make sense of it as he went. He didn't expect that plunge to happen so quickly. The moment he opened the door to his quarters, he found Luna Lovegood standing there, smiling serenely. "There you are," she exclaimed, as though they had planned to meet at 7:30 in the morning, or as if she somehow knew the exact moment he'd walk out. "Yes, here I am," Remus replied, unsure what else to say. "And why are you here?" "To keep you company, of course," she said brightly. "And to distract you from your worries." "I'm a great distraction." There were many things Remus could have said to that, not all of them polite. Instead, he simply stared at her, bemused. He hadn't even left his room yet, and he was already overwhelmed. "Not a good start. Don't you have something to help the others with?" he asked carefully, finally stepping into the corridor. She immediately fell into step beside him, like they'd been walking to breakfast together their whole lives. "Hermione's probably in the library already, right? Don't you usually do research?" What he really meant, but was too courteous to say, was, "Why are you bothering me, strange girl?" She tossed her long blonde hair over one shoulder and looked up at him with wide, dreamy eyes, grinning as though she'd heard his thoughts loud and clear. "I have the most important job of all," she told him confidentially, tapping a finger to her nose. "But it's a secret." Of course. The one person in this group even more bizarre than Harry had chosen to befriend him. Remus felt a wave of despair, but he was a good teacher and a patient man. "Too patient, sometimes, of course," he replied. "Let me know if I can help." "Oh, but you already are," Luna said, mysterious as ever. Then, as if he'd ceased to exist, she turned her attention to the castle walls and began speaking to them. "You look a bit chilly," she told one of the outer walls. "I wish I had a nice warm tapestry for you." "I swear you're higher than in my dimension," she informed the ceiling. To a painting of a landscape with no people in sight, she whispered, "You're spectacular, you know that? I wish you were small enough to hide in my pocket and take with me." Then to one of the suits of armor, "You're a charmer, aren't you?" Remus could have sworn the armor was trying to inch away from her. Very slowly, he tried to endure her monologue in silence, reminding himself that it was better than having all that madness directed at him. But after 5 minutes of this, when the doors to the Great Hall finally came into view and her energy hadn't waned, he couldn't help himself. "They won't answer." "You know," he said, trying to mask his exasperation with reason. "No matter how hard you try." Luna gave him a cheerful smile. "You never know, Professor," she replied with complete seriousness. "If you talk to everything, anything might talk back." Anything. They found Neville in the Great Hall, sitting in the same spot as the day before. It almost looked like he was still eating, not starting a new meal. Between bites of toast and spoonfuls of porridge, he informed them that Hermione had been in the library for nearly an hour, and Harry had joined her to prepare their presentation for the order meeting later that evening. Remus's heart sank. He had hoped Neville would be the spokesperson for the Dimension Travelers. Someone he could actually understand. But of course, Neville, ever loyal, was leaving the spotlight to his unpredictable friend. "Luna, would you bring Hermione something to eat?" Neville asked, finishing his tea and standing. Remus sighed inwardly. Another missed chance to talk to the one sane person. I don't think she had breakfast at all. "I'd do it myself, but I'm off to search the supply closets for decent brooms. I want to take Harry flying this afternoon, before we head to the chamber. She'll need to plunge to her death a few times before she can survive the evil snake," Luna said agreeably as she plopped into a chair and reached for the eggs. Don't worry about me, Neville. Remus will keep me company. Neville gave Remus a sly smile, like he knew something Remus didn't, possibly how exhausting this day was about to be. Then he leaned down and kissed Luna softly, catching Remus completely off guard. You'll do brilliantly as always, love, he told her. But of course, Neville, she replied with a nod. By now. As they walked toward the library, Remus asked cautiously, so, you're in a relationship with Neville? Well, he was walking. Luna was skipping, swinging the breakfast basket like a cartoonish schoolgirl. Everyone's in relationships, she said lightly. They grow them in secret, in chest cavities. Then they release them into the wild. Remus managed. Yes, Luna said, perfectly serious. That's something important to understand, Professor. Her eyes drifted again, roaming lazily across the corridor, walls, floors, the empty air. Remus braced himself for another round of castle commentary, but then she stopped abruptly. Her blue eyes fixed on him with startling focus, scanning him. It was deeply uncomfortable. Once upon a time, she began slowly, her voice weighty with meaning. Remus nearly groaned. Not a fairy tale. He didn't have time for this. He needed information. Answers, but the dimension travelers never seemed to care what the rest of them needed. Once upon a time, Luna said again, there were 4 children. One boy who had only a toad for a friend. One boy who grew up in an ocean of red hair, and never really learned how to swim. One boy had been hidden away in a cupboard. One girl had spent all her time in an enchanted castle made of books. And when their hearts, grown quietly in their chest cavities, were finally ready to be released into the wild, they met each other on a journey. A magical journey, of course. Luna stopped and looked up at Remus expectantly. He stared back, utterly baffled. What on earth was she talking about? The magical journey took them to a magical castle, she continued, where they would find their true family. And of course, they were excited. But what they didn't know was that something else was waiting. A monster. It had been lying in wait for years, hidden in the woods, sniffing for young hearts it could devour. And while the children were traveling toward the castle, the monster was drawing closer, following their scent. She spoke with a kind of soft intensity that kept him rooted in place, even as his mind rebelled at the strangeness of it all. Along the way, the 4 children met 2 more girls, one the 7th daughter of a 7th son, and one who could see things no one else could. Both had been laughed at. Both had been lonely. But their hearts were growing too, aching to be set free. And when they met the others, they weren't afraid. They didn't know yet that all hearts must break. You see? Luna smiled again. But there was something behind her eyes now, something that made Remus's own chest ache unexpectedly. He didn't understand why, but suddenly, it didn't feel so strange to be standing in a hallway, listening to a story that made no sense. And then the monster came, she said softly. It roared, and huffed and puffed until the magical castle was blown to pieces. The children were tossed like dolls, lying on the grass with their strings cut. The monster stomped up to them and shouted, I am the great, evil monster. You 6 will not stand against me. I have eaten your fathers and mothers. I have eaten your brothers and sisters. I have eaten your friends. You are nothing. You cannot stop me. The smile had vanished from her face. Remus felt something tighten in his throat. He wondered who had told Luna this story, and what it meant to her. He thought maybe he should stop her. But then she looked up at him again, her eyes sharp, defiant, and filled with something fierce and fragile all at once. He couldn't look away, but the boy with only a toad for a friend stood firm, she said, her voice stronger now. He released his heart, and it was a heart of strength. I will stand against you, he said, even though I'm just a small boy, and the boy who'd grown up in a sea of red hair stood firm. He released his heart, and it was a loyal heart. I will never leave my friends, he said, and the girl who was the seventh daughter of a seventh son stood firm. She released her heart, and it was a heart of courage. "I will fight you to the end of the world," she said. Luna swallowed hard, and the girl who could see what others couldn't stood firm. She released her heart, and it was a heart of vision. "I see you," she said. "And I'll never forget what you did to us," and the girl who had lived in the castle made of books stood firm. She released her heart, and it was a heart of wisdom. "I'll trick you," she said. "All your power is no match for cleverness." Her voice dropped, but the monster laughed at them. It reached out and crushed 2 of their hearts. And it would have crushed the rest. If the last boy hadn't stepped forward. "No," he said. He stood firm. And he released his heart, and it was made of the greatest love the world had ever seen. "This love is your death, monster," he said. "And we will die together." Luna's voice grew quiet, reverent. He embraced the monster, despite its claws, despite its terrible teeth. His love burned brighter than the sun. And together, they died. Just like that, the story ended. Abrupt. Final. Luna stood still, her basket swinging gently from one hand like a forgotten toy. Her face was serene, as if she hadn't just told a tale that left a hollow ache in his chest. Remus looked at her, uncertain and moved. "What are you trying to tell me, Luna?" He asked carefully, hoping, just this once, for a clear answer. But of course, that was a hope in vain. "It's a good thing I'm not Little Red Riding Hood," she replied calmly. Then she turned and resumed her examination of the corridor. "Or we'd be in real trouble, Big Bad Wolf." Chapter 16. While he spent the morning helping Hermione and reading up on soul curses, Remus couldn't stop thinking about Luna's strange story. He was sure she'd been trying to tell him something. Whether it was important or not was another matter entirely, given her peculiar priorities. Still, the tale lingered in his mind. Perhaps it was connected to their current reality. Could the monster have been Voldemort? The magical place it destroyed? Hogwarts? The clever girl might have represented Hermione, which made a certain amount of sense. And maybe Luna saw herself as the girl with vision. But why were there 6 children in the story, not 4? And what was that part about love being the monster's death? "Luna told me a rather strange story earlier," he said aloud, breaking the silence. Hermione half lifted her eyes from the massive tome she was reading, though her mind was clearly still buried in the text. "I hope you listened," she replied absently. It usually pays to listen closely to whatever Luna says. "It was a fairy tale, Hermione," Remus said, trying not to sound dismissive. "A story. There's truth in stories. Especially Luna's." Her tone was clipped, distracted. Remus frowned, but before he could reply, Hermione rubbed her face tiredly and snapped the book shut. "Luna's doing what she thinks is important. Can we focus on my work for now?" "Of course," Remus said quickly. "Horcruxes?" Hermione's eyes flashed with annoyance. "Not everything is about your problems, you know." She snapped. "I'm trying to find a way to send us back to our world, and none of you has helped me so far. Can't your Horcruxes wait until the Order meeting tonight?" Remus took in her tired face, the dark shadows under her eyes, the frizzy chaos of her hair, the slight tremor in her hands. Guilt hit him hard. The visitors were maddening, difficult, secretive, but he suddenly realized how much harder this must be for them than for the people of this dimension. He tried to imagine how he would feel if he had just left a war zone, only to find himself surrounded by familiar faces of people who were supposed to be dead. Expected to research a dimensional rift. To defeat Voldemort, again, he and Severus had been assisting with Hermione's research, but they'd mostly focused on their own concerns about the Horcruxes. Emotionally, they'd offered the teenagers no support at all. "I'm sorry," he said abruptly. "You must be exhausted, Hermione. And it's been hours since you last ate. Why don't you take a break, get some rest?" If anything, her expression turned colder. "I want you to listen to my theories, not mollycoddle me," she said sharply. "We don't have time for creature comforts, Remus. Harry and Neville already hover over me enough as it is. Honestly, we might be on the verge of a major breakthrough in magical theory. Not to mention that my world is falling apart, and you want me to nap? Remus raised his hands in surrender. All right. What do you want to show me, then? Hermione cut herself off mid-rant and slid a leather-bound notebook toward him. Take a look at this. He did. Then looked again, closer this time. Then he pulled the notebook toward him and flipped through the pages more carefully. Twice, his eyebrows rose. A frown creased his forehead. Lily used to call this his paradigm shift face. I don't. He started, then fell silent as the implications slowly sank in. How did you even? This is. The notebook was filled with diagrams and formulas more complex than anything he'd seen outside of advanced magical theory books. Notes filled the margins, brief references to runic principles and prominent researchers, but they were cryptic and sparse. Not much help. Remus was well versed in runes and magical theory, but he wasn't an expert, and certainly not in anything to do with transdimensional studies. What made it worse was that all this incredibly complex thinking had been scribbled out using the simple rune system taught at Hogwarts. Not the sophisticated notation used by actual researchers. It looked like the work of someone who hadn't studied past 6th or 7th year, but who had used raw brilliance to push through anyway. In short, it looked impossible. And almost indecipherable. He glanced at Hermione. She was already absorbed in another book, but she tapped her finger on the tabletop with impatience, waiting for his reaction. No point in delaying. Explain it to me, he said. Slowly. Like I'm your student. Just as it had been with Luna in the corridor, he suddenly had the full, undivided attention of one of the travelers focused on him, and it was even more unsettling coming from Hermione. Her eyes flicked over him, his hands, his face, her notes, and back again. Then something in her expression softened. You were probably the best teacher I ever had, she whispered, almost to herself. But she didn't let the moment linger. Okay, she said briskly. As you can see, I've compiled every documented and hypothesized instance of dimensional rifts, categorized by cause. There's nothing on Fiendfire, unsurprisingly. It's illegal and almost never used, but by extrapolating from broader patterns of transdimensional activity, I think we can assume that the reality-negating effects of Fiendfire interacted with an artifact possessing extreme transmogrifying power. That combination triggered a power surge, possibly akin to a matter-antimatter explosion, that ripped the fabric of reality and opened the tunnel that brought us here. Follow so far? Remus nodded. The numbers now made more sense. And based on a quick review, the theory held up. He was surprised by how precise and organized her research really was. Despite her frenzied manner, her thinking was extraordinarily structured, probably a reflection of the tight emotional control she displayed so often. So next, she continued, I started compiling a typology of artifacts with the kind of magical properties that could cause this reaction. That's where I hit a wall. Remus nodded again. Because you don't have access to a full inventory of the vault's contents. Exactly. He paused for a moment, mentally reviewing the order's contacts. I think I can help with that, he said. With some preparation, we might be able to access the vault, or at least obtain a list of what's inside. Assuming, of course, that the contents are the same in both dimensions. Hermione nodded. The Lestranges are still allied with Voldemort in this world, right? Still considered dark? Yes. Though we've never been able to prove they're Death Eaters. Then we've got something to work with. Which is more than I usually have, to be honest. She grinned, and you'll have to go into that vault anyway, eventually, she added. Unless things played out very differently in your dimension, it contains one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The urge to ask Hermione for more details was almost overwhelming, but past experience had taught Remus better. She didn't respond well to pressure. He held back, resigned to waiting until the evening. There's one other problem, he said instead. Hermione nodded. She was already working on it. how to identify the two exact dimensions that have been connected, and make sure any future rift leads us back to our own world, she said. Yes, I know. I don't have a solution yet. Remus nodded. She had come remarkably far given how little time she'd had, and how much had happened in that time, including the attack on Voldemort's stronghold. We've got time, he said gently. We'll work it out together. He'd meant it to be comforting, but Hermione didn't look reassured. Her eyes darted toward the library windows, the ones facing the Quidditch pitch. They couldn't see Neville and Harry out there, but Remus knew where her thoughts had gone. No, she whispered. Time is the one thing we don't have, Remus. It's our greatest enemy. They're late, Severus noted later, exchanging a glance with Sirius. We shouldn't have let them go alone, Sirius muttered. They insisted, Sirius added, but even he seemed to realize that wasn't a good excuse, especially coming from an experienced Auror and teacher. Harry said we'd just get in the way. That we'd end up turned into stone and they'd have to explain it to everyone. He was very optimistic about it. Turned into stone, Lily echoed quietly. Do you think they were serious about there being a monster? She sounded more anxious than usual. I think monster is just their word for something bad. Remus offered, trying to calm her. Luna told me a strange story this morning. It involved a monster huffing and puffing at a group of children. We'd know if something dangerous were hiding at Hogwarts, wouldn't we? You wouldn't, Luna chimed in brightly from her chair, where she had been silently observing them for the past 10 minutes. She had appeared promptly at 7 o'clock, wearing a wrinkled light blue cotton dress and, for reasons known only to herself, a massive pink flower in her hair. That's not helpful, Luna, Remus said flatly. No, she agreed cheerfully. But it's true. Then why aren't you down there helping them fight the monster? Sirius asked, a little sharper than intended. As much as he tried to find the travelers amusing, there was something about Luna that made him uneasy. I try to talk to monsters, Luna replied with a shrug. Sometimes they try to eat me for it. So I'm not allowed near monsters. The others don't want me getting hurt. That sounds like a sensible precaution, Severus commented. He was watching the clock again. Albus had left nearly an hour ago to begin the order meeting, promising to brief everyone so they'd be ready for Harry's unique brand of magic. But the agreed meeting time had come and gone, and the teens were still missing. A wizard is never late, Luna piped up again. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. As if summoned by her words, the headmaster's office door burst open and the three teenagers tumbled in, looking completely unprepared for a meeting of any kind. Their muggle clothes were ragged and stained, Neville's eye was swollen, and Hermione's hair looked like birds had been nesting in it. Remus's heart sank. How were they supposed to convince the Order to take any of this seriously, right? Harry gasped. We're ready. Sorry we're late. That thing was even bigger than I remembered. What thing? Remus asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know. That monster comment had been bothering him all day. Basilisk, Harry said offhandedly, just as Hermione reached for his head. You missed a spot, she muttered with disgust, pulling a long, scaly fragment of what looked like snakeskin from his hair before waving her wand. Honestly, Harry, your cleaning charms are terrible. That's why I have you, Harry said with a grin. Really? Hermione tilted her head. I thought you had me for blinding giant snakes while you stabbed them through the eye. But don't you always say women can multitask? Harry shot back with a wink, then noticed the others in the room staring at them. Right. Order meeting. Are we ready? Not really, Remus thought. He felt like the ground had shifted beneath him. From the looks on Sirius's and Lily's faces, they weren't faring much better. He vaguely remembered Harry and Hermione mentioning the Chamber of Secrets at some point, but it had gotten lost in the whirlwind of information the four had brought with them. He exchanged a helpless look with Lily. She looked pale, and another with Sirius, who just shrugged. Take it in stride, Sirius's eyes said. Or we'll never survive this meeting, but the situation didn't look promising. Hermione had already buried herself in her notebook again. Neville stared into space like he hadn't quite returned from whatever they'd been doing, and Harry was snickering as he waved his hands in some incomprehensible tale, reaching the order meeting at all, let alone having it go well. Suddenly felt like a distant dream. Later, Remus wouldn't be able to explain why he did it. He turned slightly and looked at Luna, as if searching for a miracle. Luna, who spoke to monsters like it was normal conversation, what was he even hoping for? But Luna met his gaze. A bright, warm smile spread across her face like sunrise. She stood, walked over to her friends, and caught Harry's hands in hers, nudging Hermione gently with her elbow. "You need to be grown-ups now," she told them quietly. "People want their mirrors to flatter them, not show them the truth." It was as if she'd cast a spell. Harry stopped laughing. Neville blinked and straightened. Hermione closed her notebook, surveyed the boys, and gave a small nod to Luna. "Yes. Of course. I'll take care of it, dear," she said. Then she turned to the rest of the room. "We're ready. Let's go." Relieved, if still bewildered, Remus stepped toward the fireplace. He'd just raised his hand with the flow powder when a rather troubling thought hit him. "You do realize this meeting is at Malfoy Manor?" he asked. He remembered vividly how their last encounter with Lucius had gone, and how disastrously it had ended. Harry and Hermione exchanged a long, unreadable look. Then Harry turned and glared at Albus's desk, as if blaming it for everything in the headmaster's absence. "Yes," he said darkly. "That was explained to us. Don't worry. We probably won't kill anybody." He turned to the others, nodded to Luna, and guided Neville and Hermione to the far corner of the office. "Go ahead without us," he told them. "We'll follow in a minute." Sirius and Lily looked ready to object, but Luna took Remus's hand and pulled him toward the fireplace. The others followed, one by one, stepping through the floor to Malfoy Manor's entrance hall. As they waited, Remus turned to Luna. "Why do they send you ahead?" he asked. It felt odd, this tight-knit group sending Luna into what they surely considered the enemy's den. "Without them, they need to be lions tonight," Luna said solemnly, watching the flames dance in the grate. "I'm not even a proper eagle." She glanced up at him with a small, mischievous smile, more like a little sparrow. She whispered, "That perches on monsters' horns and wolves' backs and can never be caught." Luna breathed in deeply, straightened her shoulders, and adjusted the oversized pink flower in her hair. Then she took a handful of flow powder and stepped toward the flames. "Except for once," she whispered. "Once I was caught." And then she was gone. When Remus stepped out of the fireplace into the grand, expensively decorated entrance hall of Malfoy Manor, he found her standing right there, as if she'd only moved the barest distance from where she'd landed. She was hugging herself, eyes scanning the room with none of her usual dreamy ease. She looked small, uncertain. Without thinking, Remus reached out and took her hand. Her eyes snapped up to meet his, wary, almost wild. For a moment she looked like a trapped creature, cornered, on edge. Then, slowly, her face softened into something more familiar, the odd serenity returning. She squeezed his hand, and he squeezed back. "This isn't a good place for us," Luna said quietly, her gaze drifting over the polished black and white marble floors and the elaborate crystal chandelier above, her voice distant, almost clinical. "I always rather liked it," Remus offered gently, trying to nudge the conversation into safer, more polite territory before anyone else overheard. They were alone in the hall for now, but that could change at any moment, and he didn't want the first impression the Order had of her to be this. It can be a bit intimidating at first, but it's got charm once you get to know it. Luna gave him a soft, reproachful glance and then smiled, faint and sad. "The last time I was here," she said in that lilting, unbothered tone of hers, "they killed my father in front of me. I didn't much care for it." She paused, considering, although the carpets were very nice. Chapter 17, "This isn't a good place for us," Luna said softly, her gaze sweeping across the marble floors and the glittering chandelier with a look of distaste. "I always rather liked it," Remus replied, trying to steer the conversation into something neutral, something safe, before the other members of the Order could hear them. They were alone in the entrance hall for now, but that could change at any moment, and the last thing he wanted was for everyone's first impression to be of a strange girl babbling nonsense. It might feel intimidating at first, but it has its own charm once you get used to it. Luna gave him a mild, reproachful glance, then offered a sad smile. "The last time I was here," she said in that high, serene voice of hers, "they killed my father in front of me. I didn't much care for it. Although the carpets were very nice." Remus felt his mind stutter. His thoughts seized up, unable to process the horror she'd spoken so casually. He knew he shouldn't gape, knew it wasn't the adult or respectful thing to do, but he couldn't help it. She looked so delicate, so untouched by pain. And here he was, frustrated that she might make him look foolish in front of the Order, while she stood in the very place her father had died. He must have looked stricken, because Luna smiled again, genuinely. "This time, it's okay," she whispered. "You said all the right things the first time. Professor. You tried to save me." In that moment, Remus wanted nothing more than to wrap her in a hug and hand her a mountain of ice cream. But before he could move, the fire flared again, and what stepped out wasn't what he expected. It was only Harry, Hermione, and Neville. But they looked like entirely different people. Gone were the mismatched, ragged clothes. They now wore sleek black battle robes that hugged their frames like armor. The material shimmered faintly, dragon hide, if Remus wasn't mistaken. Their wands were strapped to their forearms in aura-grade holsters, 2 per person, which was technically illegal. From behind Harry's and Neville's shoulders, he caught a glimpse of sword hilts. Hermione's belt was double-looped with potion vials. They stood taller than before. Straighter. Every movement was deliberate, honed, like warriors. Their faces were calm and composed, yet distant and formidable. They looked like something out of history, like the ancient heroes depicted in Hogwarts' oldest tapestries. Not quite of this world. If these had been the versions of them that stepped through the portal days ago, Remus wouldn't have questioned a thing. He might have been wary, yes, but awestruck all the same. "Have they started?" Harry asked, his voice low and rough, with a quiet authority that made Remus want to stand straighter. The urge to salute briefly flickered through him, which he quickly buried. Luna nodded serenely. Remus swallowed hard. Harry arched a brow, waiting, calm, confident, in control. "It's all right," Luna said, as if this transformation didn't surprise her in the slightest. "The professor's brain is still rebooting, but we'll be in soon. You can start without us." She gave Remus's hand a reassuring pat. Without a word, Harry glanced toward Hermione. The movement was subtle, almost imperceptible, but she understood it immediately. "Highly complex protection wards," Hermione said, her voice clipped, precise, professional. It was like listening to McGonagall, if McGonagall were 20 years younger and capable of setting things on fire with a glance. "Crafted by Bill Weasley, actually. The headmaster is in the next room, along with about 30 others. We know most of them. There's nothing here that could harm us." Harry nodded again. Neville adjusted his stance, ready, alert. He looked like Moody in one of his more paranoid moods. "Let's go," Neville said, calm and steady. Harry swept the room with a glance, and the movement felt more powerful than any diagnostic spell Remus had seen. Then he smirked, a cold, calculating expression, and narrowed his eyes. "I always thought this much marble made the place look tacky," he said. It wasn't mad, it wasn't inappropriate. It was condescending. Deliberate. Hermione's smile was thin and sharp. The image of her casting the Cruciatus at Lucius flickered in Remus's mind, fresh and vivid. "Watch out for the peacocks," she said, silky and dangerous, and then Harry strode toward the ballroom, long, effortless strides that dared anyone to stand in his way. Neville and Hermione flanked him instantly, black cloaks sweeping around their boots like storm clouds. They left in silence. What was that?" Remus asked hoarsely. His voice wasn't steady. How could it be? He had seen many things in recent days, but nothing quite like that. Luna patted his hand again. You wanted them to look like a miracle, didn't you? She said lightly. You wanted kings and queens of old. Well, that's what they are tonight. It almost made sense. Almost. Remus didn't respond. His mind was spinning, his thoughts a tangled mess of broken expectations. So when Luna tugged his hand and led him into the other room, he didn't resist. They passed Sirius and Sirius, both of whom looked stunned, and finally came to stand beside Lily. She was watching Harry, now standing at the dais beside Dumbledore, her expression unreadable. She kept her eyes on him, but inched closer to Remus, as if seeking warmth. That was unexpected, she whispered. Remus murmured a quiet agreement into her hair. He didn't realize he was still holding Luna's hand until the murmuring in the ballroom quieted. Dumbledore stepped back, and Harry moved forward to speak. This was it, Remus thought. The most important moment. If Harry came across as unbalanced now, nothing he said would matter. The Order would never trust him, but the way Harry carried himself, the ease with which he claimed the room, the weight in his silence. That moment had already passed. He had them. Good evening, Harry said. His voice was low and steady, aged far beyond his years. Let me first thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. Headmaster Dumbledore has kindly introduced us, Harry said, his voice calm but resonant, and I hope there'll be time to speak with each of you individually. For now, let's focus on why we're here. He paused, stretched out a hand to his side, and with perfect timing, Hermione stepped forward and placed a sparkling tiara into it. The moment his fingers touched it, something flickered across Harry's face, a flash of pain, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by cold control. He raised the tiara, letting the faceted diamonds catch the light. Beams shimmered across the floor and walls like ripples on water. It was one of the most exquisite pieces of jewelry Remus had ever seen. This, Harry said, voice dry, is a Horcrux. Despite its beauty, it is one of the most evil and dangerous artifacts you'll ever encounter. Hermione? At his prompt, Hermione flicked out her wand and began casting a series of complex warding spells around the dais. She shielded the trio, Harry, Hermione, and Neville, from the rest of the room. Then she layered on body wards for herself and Harry, and gestured for Neville to step down from the dais into the general protections. Headmaster Dumbledore has explained how a Horcrux is made, Harry continued. And what it means for the wizard who created it. What he hasn't told you is the effect a Horcrux has on anyone who comes near it. He was still turning the tiara in his hands, but the light no longer looked beautiful, it looked cold, harsh, distorted. Remus glanced around and saw that everyone in the room was transfixed. Eyes locked on the dais, there were familiar faces among the gathered Order members, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Arthur Weasley, Amelia Bones, Nymphadora Tonks, even Lucius Malfoy. And in every one of them, Remus saw the same expression mirrored back at him, fear, revulsion, and a strange, sick fascination. Horcruxes, Harry said again, now with urgency, are the essence of evil. They corrupt. They twist. They destroy every good thing inside you. Destroying them isn't just physically dangerous, it's a battle of the mind and soul. And believe me, it's not easy. There are only 2 known ways to do it, and we've done our research. He lowered the tiara slightly and looked into the crowd. His tone lightening just a touch. There was a nervous ripple of laughter. Even Lucius raised an eyebrow in apparent admiration at Harry's ability to work the room. It was not what anyone had expected. Then Harry moved his free hand, and Neville stepped forward again, this time approaching Severus, Potions Master Snape. Harry said evenly, no trace of past tensions in his tone, would you confirm the nature of the substance coating this sword? Be careful, it's lethal. Neville unsheathed a sword from his back. It was the sword of Gryffindor. Remus didn't let his thoughts linger on the matching sword strapped to Harry's back or how they had come to possess it in both dimensions. Severus performed a few diagnostic spells. His reaction, raised brows, followed by a terse confirmation of basilisk venom, sent a wave of murmurs rippling through the room, so it had been real. The great snake they'd mentioned wasn't metaphorical. Remus felt nauseous as he recalled the bit of snakeskin Hermione had casually pulled from Harry's hair earlier. Lily shivered in his arms. Neville, holding the sword hilt first across his arm like a knight offering tribute, handed it to Harry. Harry accepted it with the kind of ease that made it look natural, as though he'd been born with a blade in his hand. The tiara glittered in his left, the sword gleamed in his right. It should have looked ridiculous. It didn't. What you're about to see is horrifying, Harry said simply. But this is the root of Voldemort's power. He nodded, and Hermione raised her wand. The tiara floated out of Harry's hand, levitating in the air above them. Harry shifted into a defensive stance, and then he opened his mouth and began to hiss. Remus barely had time to register it. Parselton. Harry was a parcel mouth. Then the tiara erupted in a column of eerie green smoke, thick and swirling. It filled the space above the dais, stopping just at the edge of Hermione's wards. There were a few gasps, even a scream or two, but overall the order held their ground. They were battle-hardened. They'd seen worse. Remus himself nearly dismissed it. The smoke, while unnatural, didn't seem dangerous. Until it began to change, it thickened. Darkened. Twisted, shapes began to form in the smoke, not fully formed, not quite visible, but even their suggestion sent a deep, primal dread crawling through him. Two eyes blinked into existence at the center of the mist, glowing with malevolence, and then the voice came, Harry Potter. It hissed, high and cold and echoing off every wall. I see your heart. And it is a bleeding, shriveled thing. You have no hope. Give in to me. You are powerless. Alone. You will never win. Remus knew it wasn't speaking to him. The thing inside the Horcrux likely couldn't even sense the others in the room. But the words still reached into him like poison thorns. A weight of despair settled over his chest. He felt weak. A failure. The monster inside him would win. It was only a matter of time. Yet Harry stood strong. Steady. His sword arm didn't waver. His eyes scanned the smoke with cold indifference. Why are you still fighting, Harry? The voice pressed on. All you had is lost. Your precious love. Your golden future. Now even your new mother thinks you're a freak. Your only reward will be death. Lily moaned softly. Tears streaked her face, and Remus clung to her tightly, trying to hold on to something solid in the swirling darkness, but Harry merely turned slightly toward Hermione. They do get repetitive, don't they? He said dryly, then he raised his sword. The Horcrux hissed again, furious. The smoke twisted violently, a shape began to coalesce in the mist, a figure. A young woman with long red hair. She was impossibly beautiful, but her eyes were like stones, smooth and lifeless. I only ever chose you because you reminded me of him, Harry, she whispered, her voice cruel and amused. I only loved you because a piece of him lived inside you. But you? You're a coward. A failure. And in the end, no one will even remember your name. Harry looked up at the vision. Despite the venom in her words, despite the hatred in her gaze, there was something like longing in his eyes. I miss you, Harry whispered, so quietly that only Remus's heightened werewolf hearing could catch it. Every day I miss you, love. Then, with no ceremony, no cry of defiance, just calm, final determination, he brought the sword down on the tiara. The ghostly woman screamed. The sound ripped through the hall like a shockwave, echoing with such anguish that it turned every spine to ice. Her voice was full of rage, pain, and something ancient and broken. It clawed at the soul. When Remus dared to open his eyes again, the room had changed. The eerie green glow was gone, replaced by the soft, golden flicker of candles and witch lights. But the damage had been done. Around him, members of the Order crouched where they'd stood, arms raised as if to shield themselves, their faces frozen in horror. Even the strongest among them, battle-hardened veterans, had been shaken to the core. Even Dumbledore had stepped back from the dais. Lucius Malfoy stood ashen, every drop of color drained from his face. And yet, on the raised platform, Harry and Hermione stood firm, silent and unshaken. Neville and Luna, in the midst of the crowd, hadn't moved either. They stood tall, calm in the aftermath, as though they had weathered such storms before. That, ladies and gentlemen, Harry said, his voice steady and clear, was a Horcrux. He looked out over them all. His eyes sharp and level. It's what we're going to fight. And, as you've seen, it's a fight we can win. Chapter 18, as always with the Order, the meeting moved quickly and efficiently. Decisions were made, votes were taken, results recorded. In the end, the Order approved funding and support for the Dimension Traveler's secret plan to hunt and destroy the Horcruxes. Albus even convinced every person present to take a binding oath not to reveal this new information. Some grumbled, but with so many Slytherins in the room, paranoia was more a necessity than an overreaction. Roughly half an hour after Harry had destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul with his legendary sword, the meeting ended. House elves appeared with drinks and snacks, and a magical string quartet began playing Beethoven. Lily's doing, since she had introduced Lucius to Muggle music. Remus had expected the Travelers' newfound authority to vanish the moment they were surrounded by other Order members. But to his surprise, their confidence and capability held firm. Neville was immediately surrounded by people who had known their version of the boy who lived and were curious about the differences. Hermione gave an impromptu lecture on soul curses to an intrigued audience. Harry, though, was something else entirely. He was holding court. Clusters of people gathered around him, introducing themselves, congratulating him for destroying the Horcrux, or asking questions. Whether it was the dangerous aura he exuded, the battle robes and sword, the prominent scar on his forehead, or the way he treated everyone with warmth, Harry captured attention effortlessly. He flattered and elevated those around him with just the right touch of charm and confidence. Of course, most weren't fooled. These were seasoned players of power and influence. But Harry's ability to say the right thing and wear the right face made an impression. It lent credibility to his role as the boy who lived. The attention shifted from Neville to Harry, because their Neville had never been this polished. Even this version of Neville, while courteous, didn't engage the crowd and instead oriented himself toward Harry. Remus watched silently, exchanging glances with Lily now and then, wondering where Harry had learned this. He questioned how much of Neville's and Hermione's behavior was natural, and how much was deliberately crafted to support Harry's role. It amazed him how these three could be so competent and charismatic in public, yet so private and exasperating in private. During the hour of mingling, Harry faltered only twice. The first time was when a red-headed young man wandered over to the group of Dimension Travelers and their admirers. Ron Weasley, he said with a friendly smile that had won many hearts in the Order, extending his hand. Great to meet you. His handshake was firm, but his eyes held a touch of awe. Harry looked uncertain for a moment. Remus, standing nearby, saw him glance anxiously at Hermione, who had stopped talking mid-sentence and was now making her way over, not at all subtly. Harry Potter, Harry said, managing a polite smile. A pleasure, Ron grinned. I can't believe you actually killed that thing, he said, practically glowing with admiration. And where'd you learn to use a sword? I always wanted to, but it's hard to find a teacher these days, and pricey, too. Harry's expression shifted from stunned to unreadable so quickly Remus nearly missed it. I picked it up along the way, with a friend, Harry answered quietly. On your adventures, huh? Ron chuckled, though there was a wistful note in his voice. I bet you've had loads. I never thought of them as adventures, Harry replied, sounding more and more lost. Actually, the term quest would be more appropriate, Hermione interjected, her voice tight and nervous, teetering on panic. I'm Hermione, by the way. She held out her hand. Ron's expression darkened. Yeah, I know, he said hoarsely. I was there when you died. Or your other self did. Whatever. He took her hand, but let go almost instantly. as quickly as he could without being rude. "Anyway," he said abruptly, clearly trying to shift the mood. "The warding you did tonight was incredible. My brother's a curse breaker. So I know a bit about wards. Yes, he did the security for the evening, didn't he?" I recognized his signature in the flesh shielding. And there were a few tweaks in the ward anchoring that looked straight out of Egyptian pyramids. I've only seen that kind of warding in pre-modern graves. Now Hermione was full-on rambling, and even Harry's gentle hand on her shoulder didn't stop the flood. Ron, now over the shock of seeing someone who'd died, looked at her like she belonged in St. Mungo's. "Yeah," he said, unenthusiastically. "Sure. Listen, I need to get back to my mum. She's still a bit shaken from the whole Horcrux thing. But if you'd like, Harry, maybe we could meet up sometime. Do a bit of flying. I work PR for the Chudley Cannons. So I could get us onto their pitch." "Think about it." He nodded to them all, shook Harry's hand once more, and returned to the Weasley family. Harry pulled Hermione into his arms and whispered into her hair. "When did I turn into Victor Crumb?" Hermione whispered back, eyes closed. "When I turned back into the insufferable know-it-all." Apparently, they stood together quietly, while Lily and Remus did their best to shield them from the rest of the room. They understood, at least vaguely, what this encounter had meant for both Harry and Hermione. Lily signaled to Lucius, likely intending to move them to a more private space or send them home altogether, but in that very moment, his timing as terrible as ever, James Potter walked up to the group. Two things happened immediately. Harry looked up and froze, staring in disbelief at this world's version of his father. And Sirius and Severus materialized out of nowhere, smoothly positioning themselves between James and the others. It was done with such practiced ease that no one outside their little group likely noticed. But Harry noticed. His eyes widened as he took in the united front Sirius, Severus, Remus, and Lily formed against James. Remus bristled with quiet anger. Lily refused to meet James's gaze, her eyes scanning anywhere else. And James, sighing as if inconvenienced, looked vaguely irritated. Like he couldn't believe they were making a fuss. Remus's temper flared. James stepped forward, only for Severus to block him with barely a movement. They stood nose to nose. Severus didn't flinch, didn't back down. "Snape," James sneered, voice dripping with old resentment. Harry flinched. "I just want to introduce myself." "No need to get your knickers in a twist. I don't think that kind of language is necessary, James," Sirius said coolly. "We're all adults here." It sounded like a casual comment, something meant to ease the tension. But between them, it carried years of rivalry, taunts, and bitter contests, conflicts that had only truly ended for the four friends when they'd finally, definitively won. For James, perhaps, they never had. It also hinted at the catastrophe that had driven their rivalry to its peak. Remus growled low in his throat, the beast inside him straining to break free. This man had been a danger to them all. "Remus," Lily said softly, and she sounded so very tired. "Sirius. Severus. It's all right. Let him speak to Harry." Reluctantly, the wall of friends parted. Sirius and Severus still flanked Lily, making sure Remus stayed behind them, not that he had lunged at anyone in years. The tension was heavy in the air. Harry and Hermione stared at the group, clearly unsettled by the raw hostility they'd witnessed, but James Potter just smiled at the two travelers. Even Remus had to admit the man could be charming. He extended his hand in greeting, just like Ron had done. This time, it was Hermione who stepped forward and shook his hand, holding it a moment longer than necessary as Harry worked to compose himself. "James Potter," the man introduced. "I'm a senior Auror with the Ministry. Actually, I'm the Auror liaison to the Order." "That's nice," Hermione replied weakly, an unusually bland response for the brightest witch Remus had ever known. James glanced at her, puzzled, then focused on Harry. "You're a Potter too, aren't you?" he asked. "Any relation?" Now it was Remus' turn to stare. No one had planned to speak with James, understandably. But Remus had assumed Albus would tell him about his son from another dimension, the one destined to fight Voldemort. What else could he have expected? But Harry didn't look surprised. Neither did Hermione. That's when Remus realized the truth. They hadn't told anyone outside their inner circle. Not a word. Not even to Albus, and now, faced with the question, Harry hesitated. His eyes darted across James, this man who was almost, but not quite, his father. Then they moved on to the tight circle of friends nearby, watching closely. Only now did Remus notice how they must have looked to Harry. How defensive. Sirius had stretched one arm subtly in front of Severus, shielding him. Severus stood tall, chin lifted in a posture he hadn't used in years. Remus had both hands on Lily's shoulders, at once supporting and holding her back. Lily, tense as a drawn bowstring, watched James with careful eyes. Remus would never know how much Harry gleaned from that scene, or what he understood about their past in a single glance. But something in Harry's expression clenched tight. "No," Harry finally said, his voice hoarse but firm. "I don't think so. I'm Muggle-born." Lily exhaled sharply, almost a hiss. Sirius shifted uneasily. James, oblivious to the tension, just kept smiling. "Pity," he said lightly. "The Potter family's never been very large. My kids would love to meet a cousin." "You have children," Harry said quietly. "That's nice." "Yes. 2 boys and a girl," James said proudly. "The youngest is in 3rd year. My eldest should be about your age, actually." "Fancy that," Hermione murmured faintly. Harry's hands trembled, just slightly. He raised his left hand to brush back his hair, while the right tightened around the stem of his glass. "What's his name?" he asked. "Peter," James replied. "Named after a good friend of mine. He was killed by Death Eaters in our 7th year." His voice grew somber. "I hope your world hasn't suffered like ours, Harry." Harry's grip slipped. The glass would have shattered, but Neville, who had silently approached without drawing attention, caught it just in time. "If you'll excuse us, Auror Potter," Neville said, calm and authoritative. "There's an urgent matter I need to discuss with Harry in private." "Of course," James said cheerfully. But something in Neville's tone stopped him from extending his hand again. "I suppose we'll talk more at the next meeting." "I'm sure," Neville said smoothly. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, shared a glance with Sirius, and gently led his friend out of the ballroom. Chapter 19, Why didn't you tell James who you are? Sirius asked as they led Harry and the others toward the library. "We don't need more complications," Harry replied, his clipped tone revealing how utterly exhausted he was. "You wouldn't know either, if it hadn't been necessary. And if I'd had time to think before I met you." Remus wasn't sure how to feel about that, relieved that they did know, disturbed that Harry made it sound like he was using them, or even slightly envious, because not knowing might have spared them a world of trouble. But he forced that last thought away. "But he's your father," Sirius insisted. "What does that even mean?" Harry asked tiredly, glancing toward Severus, as if fully aware of what kind of father James had been. "And anyway, he's not. He's the father of Peter, no doubt a star Quidditch player, an unbearable braggart, and the perfect Gryffindor poster boy. Peter Potter." He smirked. Well, Remus thought, brushing past the painfully accurate description of Peter, at least they were finally in private. Now they could ask all the questions that had been building for days. And for the first time, the 4 seemed open to giving answers. If only they could hold it together a little longer. Once Lucius had led them into the library, closed the doors, and cast silencing wards, the Dimension Travelers dropped their heroic masks like discarded cloaks. What remained were just 4 teenagers, familiar, frustrating, and deeply human. In silence, Neville and Harry unstrapped each other's swords. Hermione took off her potions belt. Luna, with great ceremony, removed the flower from her hair. All 4 items vanished into Hermione's and Harry's belt pouches. Then Harry slumped to the floor. Yes, the floor, and lay spread out, staring at the ceiling with the sulky expression of a child. "Merlin," he groaned. "I forgot how much I hate public speaking. One good thing about all of you being dead. I don't have to give speeches anymore." Remus blinked, appalled. Neville chuckled softly and took a seat in a leather armchair. Hermione wandered off to inspect the bookshelves. Only Luna stayed close to the hosts, but even her gaze was distant, fixed on something unseen. "That, and Christmas cards," she said seriously. "I've hated Christmas cards. Haven't had to write one since everyone died. And no one calls you the chosen one anymore," Neville added dryly. "I've had people eyeing my scar and trying to touch me all evening." "Merlin, Harry, were we really that bad? Why didn't you just punch us all?" "I just didn't get rid of Voldemort fast enough," Harry replied lazily. "Much better revenge, don't you think?" Sirius finally found his voice. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he shouted. "How can you all be so damned weird?" Harry just closed his eyes and giggled. Hermione ignored him. Neville shrugged. "I guess we stopped trying to be normal," he said. "Everyone left was at least as weird as we are. We understand each other too well to pretend anymore." Dumbledore, still standing by the closed door, inclined his head with a faint smile. "In that case," he said lightly, "we thank you for the compliment." "What bloody compliment?" Sirius snapped, still too shaken to calm down. "The others saw their puppet show," Luna said patiently. "You've been allowed backstage, where it's dirty and messy and real." Sirius looked like he might punch something, but Remus thought he understood Luna this time. Was their strange behavior really a sign of trust? Did this mean they felt close enough to the people in this room? Not counting Lucius, who had locked the door and was silently observing, to drop the act, so that was a performance? Remus asked quietly, meaning, "And this is the truth, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players," Hermione murmured. Not helpful. But Neville shook his head and cleared his throat. Taking the hint, Lucius opened a cabinet and began pouring brandy. Neville accepted his glass with polite detachment. Luna declined and asked for pumpkin juice, which a house elf provided. Hermione was offered a drink but turned her head sharply, glaring at Lucius. Harry, still sprawled dramatically on the carpet, complained about public speaking and was promptly ignored. "Not just a performance," Neville finally said. "It's part of who we are." Harry became the leader of the Order of the Phoenix after Headmaster Dumbledore died. Hermione's used to teaching under fire. "And I led the resistance from Hogwarts after Harry," Hermione cleared her throat sharply. Neville stopped mid-sentence. "Anyway," he continued, "it seems the Order, overall, supports our plan." "That does appear to be the case, my dear boy," Albus agreed, sipping the tea he'd conjured. "Though I'm not convinced you should go alone. We are trained witches and wizards." "We could help, your training won't help," Harry cut in from the floor, sounding both irritated and bored. "I remember very clearly how your arm shriveled and turned black because you couldn't protect yourself from a Horcrux. Forgive me if I'd rather not watch that again. It was disgusting." "Manners, Harry," Hermione muttered from the shelves. She sounded tired and not at all invested in scolding him, right? "Let's be polite," Harry said grimly. "Never mind the ghosts walking around like it's Necromancer Central. Just mind our manners." His voice was hollow. Desperate. Hermione's posture, tense, focused, reminded Remus that her fiancé had been Ron. The same Ron Weasley who had been in her year, in her house, who had died horribly in this very place. No wonder they'd held it together only until the library doors shut. For the first time since arriving at Malfoy Manor, Luna left Remus' side and walked to Harry. She knelt beside him and gently placed her hand just above his scar. "That wasn't Ginny," she whispered. "Remember, it wasn't her. That wasn't your father, either. Or Ron. And they aren't gone forever. You'll see them again." "Yes," Harry whispered back, looking old and worn. Sooner rather than later. From her corner, Hermione dropped a book. I'm sorry, she said tightly. But I need to leave. It's been a productive evening, and you've all been kind, but I have to go. Quietly, Neville unfolded his long limbs and stood. I'll go with you, he said. Harry? I think I'll stay here a while, Harry murmured, leaning into Luna's touch. The carpet is really nice, and I don't think I can stand up yet. Horcruxes take it out of me, you know. I know, Neville said. Stay with him, Luna. Luna nodded. For a moment, Neville looked down at his two friends, sadness soft in his gaze. Then he walked over to Hermione, gently took her arm, and led her to the door. The rest of you should probably mingle some more, he said, and though his voice was calm, it had the weight of a command. Lily exchanged a look with Remus. We'll stay with Luna and Harry, she said. The rest of you can go. Soon, the library was empty, except for Remus, Lily, and the two teenagers at the center of the room. Silence fell, then Lily walked over and sat beside Luna. That's not what I'm thinking, she said at last. Speaking the words she'd held back since the Horcrux had spoken. I don't think you're a freak, Harry. Not at all. Harry blinked slowly, exhaustion written in every line of his face. Just keep getting to know me. You'll change your mind soon enough, he said wearily. For a moment, Lily looked as though she wanted to argue, but then she saw he was too drained for a conversation. Who was she? She asked instead. The girl. She must have meant a lot to you, if the Horcrux tried to use her against you. For the first time since they'd met, Harry looked Lily in the eye and held her gaze. Remus felt his heart quicken. This could mean something, maybe a real connection, a beginning. But Harry's eyes were blank, unreadable. After a long pause, he turned his head away and let the moment go. I'm going to sleep now, he announced, closing his eyes and retreating from the world. Lily's shoulders sank. She drew a deep breath and half closed her eyes. Remus rose from his chair to go to her, but Luna leaned forward first, gently stroking Lily's hair. Let me tell you a story, she said softly. About a hero and his one true love. Lily looked to Remus, who nodded. He rarely understood Luna's tales, but he'd come to realize how much they meant. Yes, please, Lily whispered, leaning into Luna's touch just as Harry had, despite the fame and glory waiting for him. Luna began in a prim, clear voice. The hero of our story grew up hated, never knowing love. So when he returned to the land of his birth and met a girl who was both beautiful and kind, he didn't recognize fate for what it was. For many years, he stayed blind, even as the desire for love grew within him. Remus couldn't help a quiet chuckle. Luna's last tale had been like a fairy tale, full of symbols and rhythm. This one sounded like a Victorian novel, full of longing and sorrow. When his eyes finally opened and he saw the woman that girl had become, his heart ached with sorrow. Because even though he longed for her, he believed his love was forbidden. He had been cursed with a destiny so dark and dreadful. Even the gods dared not whisper of it, but despite his bleak fate, he embraced this gift of love and allowed himself to love and be loved. For a few precious months, he found peace in her arms. Their devotion felt strong enough to stop time. Luna paused, smiling softly at something only she could see. Lily leaned closer, listening, drawn in. Remus braced himself. He knew how Luna's stories always took a darker turn. Then came her brother's wedding, Luna said. A day meant for joy, but ending in heartbreak. They danced under the soft evening breeze, her long red hair swaying like a flame. For a few perfect hours, all was well, but then the guardian cried wolf, and evil stormed in from all sides. The stage of love became a battlefield. The guests, from the youngest child to the oldest woman, fought bravely. One by one, they were captured or killed, until only a small group remained, protecting the hero, his friends, and his love. Of her large family, only 3 survived, the girl and 2 of her brothers. Even the newlyweds from that day would have died, had they not left early. Lily's eyes were wide in shock. Remus saw his own pain mirrored in her face. But Luna continued, her voice steady and composed, as if she were reading from an old novel instead of describing the life of the boy lying silently beside her. In the end, only the sacrifice of his most trusted guardian saved them. They were whisked away by magic from the ruins of their hopes. Their hearts were broken. So many had died, and they knew more would follow, but they were still children. And they still believed they would have each other. So through the fire and chaos and darkness, the hero clung to his love, holding her close. He swore he would never let go. Not even if death came. Luna's voice cracked. She drew in a shaky breath. Her hand gently moved to Harry's chest, resting there as if to reassure herself he was still alive, but in the end, death did not come for him. Not yet. And when the dawn came, when he could finally see clearly, the only thing he held in his arms was a cold, lifeless body that would never dance again. Luna went silent, the clocks ticked in the quiet library, Remus inhaled deeply, a sharp ache in his chest, and from beneath Harry Potter's closed eyelids, a single tear slid down, carving a silent path across his dry cheek. Chapter 20, I can't reach him, Remus, Lily said unhappily the next morning. And most of the time, it feels like he doesn't even want me to. After everything that had happened the night before, she and Remus had agreed on a private breakfast. They needed time to talk, time to breathe. It was already the 20th of December, and neither of them had even thought about Christmas presents yet. Look at last night, Lily continued. They went from manic in Albus's office to terrifyingly competent, then completely depressed, all in the span of 2 hours. And after he lay on the carpet crying for his dead girlfriend, he just stood up, grinned, and walked back into Hogwarts like nothing had happened. I know, Remus said quietly. He'd been just as shaken. But something else was gnawing at him, too. It was becoming increasingly clear that Luna's stories were true, just as Hermione had claimed. And they were clearly centered around Harry and the others. If Ron and Ginny had been the children who died, Hermione the clever one, Neville the strong, and Luna the girl who saw things, then what had the story about the boy and the monster meant for Harry? He hadn't yet found the courage to tell Lily. He acts like he's expecting me to reject him, she said. Like he's already decided I won't accept him, and so he gives me no chance to prove otherwise. Maybe that's what he's learned. Remus offered gently. He thought about the Horcrux's hissed words. All you've ever had is lost, and Luna's story. The hero of our story grew up hated, never knowing love. Maybe he's never had anyone to look out for him. Lily shook her head, defiant. That's impossible, she said. No matter how different his world is, I must have had friends there. You and Sirius would have helped raise him. Just look at how he behaves around Sirius. He clearly knew and loved him in his world. Probably, Remus agreed, but his mind circled back to Luna's very first tale, about the boy hidden in a cupboard. If that was Harry, then maybe he had spent his early years alone. Without any of them. I think the more important question, he said gently, is whether you want to get to know him. They've made it clear they won't stay if they can help it. And he's almost fully grown. It's not like he needs you anymore. Have you looked at him? Lily asked sharply. If anyone needs someone, it's Harry. I don't know everything that happened to him, but it's obvious he hasn't had a dependable adult in a very long time. And are you sure you could be that person for him? That question carried so much, Lily's past, their shared pain, her temper, Harry's emotional distance. But instead of brushing it aside, Lily stayed quiet, thinking, I'm not sure, Remus, she said at last. But I have to try. He could have been my son. They talked for a while longer, comparing notes and puzzling over Albus's behavior, wondering why Lucius had been so reserved last night, and whether Harry would ever reach out to Ron or James. But when Sirius knocked on the door to escort Remus to the library, they still hadn't found the answers they were looking for. I think we should shift focus to identifying their home dimension, Remus said as he walked beside Sirius. We've already mined the library for everything on soul curses. And it feels a bit foolish to keep researching Horcruxes when the headmaster probably knows all there is to know. And it's the least we can do, Sirius replied. They're taking the Horcrux problem off our hands. He paused, then added, Hermione is running herself ragged. They all are, Remus said, his voice heavy. Last night had revealed more than he'd expected. You were the first to see it, weren't you? Sirius raised an eyebrow. You saw how bad they were. Right after you spoke with Hermione that first night, you changed. You knew what they'd been through. That's why you've been so protective. But how did you find out? She didn't tell you. Unless you left something out of your report. Sirius shrugged and was quiet until they reached the library and sat at a table hidden from view. I know what it's like to be desperate, he said finally. And just like that, Remus was 12 again. Watching Sirius cry after he'd discovered the bruises on his back. I know how it looks. They hide it well, or maybe they've been over their heads for so long they don't even realize. But they're on the edge. They could break at any moment. He looked away, clearly uncomfortable. Then he began summoning books for their research. A lump formed in Remus's throat. He thought of how Harry had looked when he first saw Lily, of Hermione fussing over the wounded after the rescue, and of Luna clutching his hand in fear without even considering running away. Well, he said, then we just have to make sure they don't. They were deep into their work half an hour later when the library doors opened. In came the four travelers, talking intently. We're taking a real risk helping this dimension, Hermione said nervously. She hadn't noticed Remus and Sirius hidden behind the bookcases. Maybe too much of a risk. Maybe we should just focus on getting home and let them handle their own Horcruxes. Harry's response was instant and fierce. I won't let Sirius get near one of them, he snapped. Or Lily. They're not ready. They'd get hurt. But so could we, Hermione argued. I'm not saying we abandon them. But maybe we should offer them a training course? We already have enough on our plate. From behind the shelves, Remus and Sirius exchanged glances. Revealing themselves now would be incredibly awkward. But staying hidden felt wrong too. Still, this was a rare window into the travelers' true intentions. And deep down, Remus couldn't deny the quiet, guilty thrill, the fact that the four felt safe enough in Hogwarts, safe enough with them, not to bother with their usual detection spells. A training course in what? Harry scoffed. Learning how to have your heart ripped out. How to give up hope. How to survive the impossible. Teaching them what they need to know, Luna said, would mean taking away what we want to protect. Remus was almost certain she agreed with Harry. They're not innocent children, Hermione pressed. They're adults. Clever adults. They deserve the chance to choose. Harry. Just like we did. Another silence. Remus could picture them, Harry and Hermione locked in a silent standoff, Neville watching them both, and Luna gazing into nothing. Everything we've done these last few years, Neville said at last, his voice calm and sure, was about protecting our loved ones. About keeping innocent people safe. He paused. Well, most of our loved ones are dead, he said. But there's a version of them still alive, here. Isn't it worth the risk to try and spare them pain? There was a moment of silence. Then came the quiet sounds of agreement. Hermione's perhaps more reluctant than the others, but agreement nonetheless. And what about your pain? Remus wondered silently. But no one asked that question aloud, so it remained unanswered, maybe unanswerable. After a moment, Harry and Neville left the library, while Luna and Hermione slipped away into the restricted section. It gave Remus and Sirius the perfect chance to slip out unnoticed. The next 2 days passed quickly, and the travelers remained as enigmatic as ever. They would occasionally appear in the library like bedraggled survivors of a storm, dirt-smudged and half-soaked. Hermione never stayed long, just long enough to catch up on Sirius and Remus's progress before vanishing again. No one could get answers from her about where they went or what they were doing. Lily tried reasoning with them, only for Hermione to counter every argument and end with a sharp, "If you don't want us to solve your problem, just say so." Sirius attempted bargaining, offering potions from his private stores if they'd just take someone along on their excursions. But Neville only shook his head and refused to even discuss it. Sirius tried following them, twice. Twice, he was outmaneuvered with clever tricks that left him stunned. Once, someone, Remus was fairly certain it was Harry, sicked filch on him, leaving Sirius stuck arguing about a new school policy no one had ever heard of. He gave up after that. The four did at least eat their meals with the others. But even then, what little they overheard during breakfast or dinner left them none the wiser. Whether the group was speaking in riddles on purpose, or whether their experiences were just too alien to translate, it was impossible to make sense of their conversations. Turns out Myrtle is just as flirty in this dimension as she was in ours, Harry said at breakfast on the 21st, holding up a water-stained leather notebook with a hole stabbed clean through it. A few whispered compliments and she handed it right over. "And you didn't even have to bathe in front of her," Neville said with a deadpan tone, which made Luna giggle. In retaliation, Harry swatted at him with the ruined book, very likely a former Horcrux. Neville ducked, knocking over his porridge. The whole thing was on the verge of descending into a food fight until Hermione swept in, having probably already spent hours in the library, and reminded them that they were scheduled to leave for the Gaunt's house in 30 minutes. Wherever that was, that evening, Neville was cradling his right hand as though it had been injured, while Harry bore the fading marks of a burn across his left cheek. Still, they seemed in good spirits, teasing Hermione relentlessly about being tempted by the ring and her hidden dreams of world domination. Bright red, Hermione excused herself early to return to her books. Neville and Harry, however, cornered Sirius and began asking him increasingly pointed questions about his brother Regulus and any known ties to the Death Eaters. Sirius explained, several times, that while Regulus had once flirted with pure-blood ideology, he'd begun changing during his first years at Hogwarts. He'd come under the influence of people like Sirius and Sirius himself, not to mention a number of Muggleborns. Eventually, Sirius said proudly, Regulus had married one of them and together they had turned number 12 Grimmauld Place into a haven for Muggleborns and their 3 children. This bit of family history did not go over well with the travelers. Then the locket is still in the cave, Neville said solemnly. Remus could see he was truly worried. And the protections will still be in place. He and Harry exchanged one of those long, unreadable looks they'd mastered. Yes, Harry said eventually, and there was far more in that word than simple agreement. Hermione won't like that, Neville said. After a pause, he added, neither do I, Harry. Harry just nodded, then turned to Remus. We need to meet with the headmaster, and all of you. 30 minutes. Half an hour later, they were gathered in Albus Dumbledore's office. The 4 travelers. Albus. Remus. Lily. Sirius. Sirius, this is Ravenclaw's diadem, Harry said, dropping the delicate tiara onto the table with a disrespectful thud. You were there when we destroyed the Horcrux inside it. He added the leather notebook, the one from that morning. Next to it, this is Tom Riddle's diary. Probably the first Horcrux he ever made. One of Voldemort's Death Eaters slipped it into Ginny Weasley's belongings during her first year here. That's how it got into Hogwarts. For just a moment, grief flickered across his face. Then it was gone, buried deep. Remus recognized the effort it took. They all did. No one offered comfort, and this, Harry said, placing a ring with a cracked black stone beside the others, is the Gaunt's family ring. Until yesterday, it was a Horcrux. It's also a deathly hallow, the resurrection stone. There was a long silence. Are you kidding? Sirius asked finally. The hallows are just a legend. The hallows? Lily asked. Confusion plain on her face. Her Muggle upbringing rarely showed, but this was one of those moments. Isn't that from some old fairy tale? The Elder Wand, the Cloak of Invisibility, And the resurrection stone, Severus said quietly. Supposedly given to the Peveril brothers by Death himself. Exactly, Sirius said. A legend. The truth, Hermione said firmly. As your headmaster can confirm. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that, including your Neville's death, 4 Horcruxes have now been destroyed. If this really is the resurrection stone, my boy, Albus said gently, ignoring Hermione's attempt to steer the conversation, then it's a rare and powerful artifact. Are you sure you don't want to keep it? Harry made a face like he'd been offered another serving of spinach. No, thanks, he said. I already have one. And this stone would probably summon the dead from this dimension, which would be useless to me. I mean, I'd just have to explain who I am all over again, and that didn't exactly go well with the living, did it? He let the silence stretch. Just as Lily opened her mouth to speak, he continued, anyway, that leaves only 3 Horcruxes, Nagini, Hufflepuff's cup, and Slytherin's locket. Voldemort keeps Nagini close. Go for her last or he'll catch on. The cup's likely in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, and you still haven't secured access. If you don't get on that soon, we might just break in again. He glanced at his friends, and Remus couldn't tell if he was joking. The locket will handle tonight. I'll leave a pensive memory with the headmaster, of its location, and everything I know, just in case we don't come back. That last statement caused a ripple of quiet reactions around the room. The people from Remus Dimension, though they still didn't agree with the traveler's lone wolf mentality, had resigned themselves to inaction days ago. So Harry's announcement passed without protest, but Luna looked openly shocked, and Hermione's expression hardened. No, we will not deal with it tonight, she said sharply. We don't even know how to bypass the protections. It could take days to figure it out. Maybe longer. Harry shook his head. If Dumbledore couldn't find a way after years of research, what makes you think you will? He asked. No. We have a method. We know how to get past the defenses, and I'm the one who's going to do it. That decision is made. She stared at him, stricken. You can't be serious, she said quietly. You know better than anyone what that means. How can you even think about it? Remus felt completely lost. Around the table, he saw the same confusion reflected in the others' faces. Even Albus had lost his usual calm and was now frowning at the two of them, but Harry and Hermione weren't paying attention to anyone else. Not even to Luna and Neville, who stood silently at their sides. I want this over with, Hermione, Harry whispered. I want to finish it, go back to our world, and finally rest. Is that too much to ask? This isn't just another dangerous mission, Hermione whispered back, her voice raw. Her eyes locked on Harry's, filled with the same pleading Remus remembered from when she'd begged him not to use Felix before a battle. This is the certainty of serious harm. No one knows the long-term effects. He died before anyone could study him. This is madness, Harry. Harry shrugged. Only Voldemort can kill me. And after this past year, it's pretty clear that anything he sets up doesn't count. I'm already damaged goods, Hermione. What's a little more madness? What are you talking about? Lily cut in, her voice trembling with horror, but neither of them responded. They were still locked in their own world. Harry's gaze was soft now, a small, sad smile tugging at his lips. Hermione was white as a sheet, her jaw clenched, her hands curled into fists so tight her knuckles gleamed. Remus recognized the look on her face. He'd seen it before, right before she'd cast the Cruciatus curse on Lucius, and when she finally spoke again, her voice was cold and precise, just like it had been that day, outside, Harry. Now. Chapter 21, I want an explanation, Lily demanded. Now. It was the voice she'd once used to tell Lucius Malfoy he'd better get over himself or become a laughingstock, and he had listened. It was the voice she'd used to threaten Barty Crouch, and he hadn't listened, so she'd broken every bone in his body. It was the voice that sent students running and made friends, and her husband, agree to anything she wanted. Apparently, it worked on dimension travelers too. Neville took one look at her face and began speaking. Slytherin's locket is hidden in a cave by the sea, he said. Aside from blood wards and an army of inferi, it's protected by a potion. The potion has to be drunk. Every last drop, and it causes mental anguish. That's the best way to describe it. The drinker relives every painful, traumatic memory, helpless to stop it. A lot went wrong in Harry's life, Luna said, entirely unhelpful. The potion won't know what to show him. Maybe it'll get confused and show him Raxburts instead. Neville gently took her hand. I doubt that, love, he said softly, so it's like a liquid boggart, but without a way to defend against it, Sirius summarized. And there's no way to vanish it? No spell to neutralize it without drinking it? Neville shook his head. Dumbledore didn't find one, he said. Though he tried. His portrait told us he went to the cave multiple times, studying the protections. He didn't tell Harry, but he knew what was waiting, and he went in anyway. Neville paused, then added, Dumbledore brought Harry with him. Made him force the potion down his throat. It must have been horrible. And it was all for nothing. The locket they found was a fake. He hesitated again. Our Albus Dumbledore died that night, he said at last, and for some reason, he looked directly at Severus. All eyes turned toward Albus. He calmly refilled his teacup and met their stares without flinching. It seems I was a different, harder man in their world, he said evenly. I had lost more and feared the future more. But still, I can't deny the shame I feel for that version of myself. Severus put the pieces together first. So Harry plans to drink the potion himself, he said slowly, and the rest of you will destroy the Horcrux. Neville shifted uncomfortably. Yes. It's a bloody dangerous plan, but the best one we've got. It might not be that bad, Luna offered, though not even she sounded convinced. Harry's used to his worst memories. They won't surprise him. That's a stupid argument, Lily snapped. Luna shrugged. Harry is often stupid. So it fits. No, Lily said. There must be another way. We could share the potion, or create a magical siphon, or use a time turner and split the doses. None of that will work, Neville said, shaking his head. Harry doesn't rely only on Dumbledore's opinion. Slughorn extracted traces of the potion from the headmaster's remains and analyzed them. So did Professor Snape. He even went to the cave and studied it himself, in case Voldemort used similar defenses elsewhere. Neither found a solution. There's no antidote. Lily opened her mouth to protest, but Neville stopped her. Harry's right. If Professor Snape, Slughorn, and Dumbledore all failed to find a workaround, then one doesn't exist. So you're just going to let him drink poison? Sirius asked, horrified. Neville looked down. Harry and Hermione are arguing about that now, he said. They're our leaders. I'll accept their decision. Though he didn't sound happy about it. I'm going out there, Lily said abruptly. She pushed back her chair with a screech and stood. They wouldn't want you there, Neville warned gently. I don't care, Lily snapped. I understand you're used to doing things your own way, Neville, and I respect your skills. But we're adults too, not children to be led around blindly. What they're discussing out there is not a decision they have the right to make alone. I get to decide who sacrifices themselves for me. And with that, she stormed from the office. Neville looked stunned. Luna smiled. Remus looked proud. They all followed, just a step behind, as always. It usually happened this way. Lily would make a choice, and the rest would fall in line. Severus had once called them ducklings, but even he never hesitated when she was in this mood. Not that she got far this time. Harry and Hermione hadn't gone far. They were standing around the corner in the corridor. Hermione wasn't crying this time. She looked like she might hit someone. They stood face to face, utterly absorbed in each other. They didn't even glance at the group approaching. Remus recognized the intensity between them. They shared a world even Neville and Luna couldn't enter. "You're the most valuable person on the team, Harry," Hermione was saying, angry and passionate. "Even strategically, having you take the potion is idiotic." "It has to be me," Harry said. Firm. Final. No room for argument. Hermione wasn't done. "You and your ridiculous saving people thing. You haven't changed at all. Still charging off to rescue people from trolls. There are other options." "There aren't, and you know it. We could kidnap Umbridge. Or Lockhart, they're useless anyway. Make them drink it. Or a Death Eater." The group shifted uneasily. It was a dark suggestion. But when Remus looked at Lily, he could tell she'd thought of it too. "The potion has to be drunk willingly," Harry said patiently. "Don't be stupid, Hermione. That's what Imperius is for, isn't it?" Harry laughed and looked at her with something like admiration. "I always forget how bloody ruthless you are." "I'm as ruthless as I need to be," she snapped. "Please, Harry." But he shook his head. "I've seen someone else drink that stuff, Hermione. I can't go through that again. I'm better at being the one sacrificed than sacrificing someone else. And you expect me to feed it to you?" She shouted. "You want me to make you drink that poison? You know exactly how awful that will be for me." He just shrugged and gave her a tired smile. "I'm selfish like that," he said softly. "Please, Hermione. Accept it. For me." Even Remus could hear it in his voice. This was final. There would be no changing his mind, and Hermione knew it too. The realization calmed her. Brought her back to herself, and back to the presence of everyone else in the corridor. She straightened, her gaze sweeping the room before settling on Harry again. "If you make me do this," Hermione said softly, "I will never forgive you. You would be choosing to hurt me, Harry. Is that what you want?" Harry gave her a sad smile. "What I want hasn't mattered since Halloween 1981, he said gently. "I'm sorry. But this is necessary." Hermione's shoulders slumped. She looked like she might give in, but Lily wouldn't allow that. "We won't accept it," she cut in firmly. "This is our world, Harry. Our Horcruxes. We have the right to choose. And if you go to that cave, we're going with you. All of us." Harry sighed, clearly frustrated. When he replied, it was obvious that while Hermione's objections had carried weight, theirs did not. "That's not an option," he said. "Yes, it is," Lily insisted. "I know you feel some strange need to protect us, Harry, but we're all competent adults. We can take care of ourselves." "No," Harry interrupted, and this time there was no room for argument. "That's not why you can't come. I don't want you there, Lily. None of you." Lily inhaled sharply, as though he had struck her. Remus looked at Sirius and Severus, all of them uncertain whether to step in. But what could any of them say that would make a difference? What in their lives had earned them the authority to command Harry Potter? "A compromise, then," said Albus. His voice, quiet but filled with presence and kindness, changed the atmosphere entirely. "The others stay. But I will accompany you." "No," Harry repeated. "Yes," said Albus, unmoved. "I can be as stubborn as you, Harry. I've honored my promise of non-interference up until now, and I understand it was given as much for your peace of mind as for necessity. But this situation is one my counterpart created. If you say you must suffer for his mistakes, then I say I must witness that suffering, for the same reason." "No," Harry said again, but it was weaker this time. "Let an old man try to make things right," Albus said, smiling. "No, yes, Harry," said Neville quietly, calm and steady. "I understand why you don't want the others there. But Professor Dumbledore could help. Leaving him behind would be foolish." "There's a difference," Luna said cryptically, "between a sacrificial lamb and a Judas goat." Harry hesitated. Then Hermione, still staring at the floor, lifted her eyes to meet his. "Please," she whispered. "Please, Harry." And Harry relented. After lunch, the four left: Albus, Neville, Hermione, and Harry. Neville looked grim. Harry acted as though it were just another routine mission. Albus gave them all a serene farewell nod. Hermione didn't meet anyone's gaze. Luna did not join them and didn't say goodbye. Remus spent the first few hours of their absence trying, unsuccessfully, to soothe the others. Severus fretted over Hermione and how she'd cope with administering the potion. Sirius was furious that Neville hadn't demanded they come too. Lily was quiet, too quiet, and if not for the fact that even she couldn't trace an apparition trail hours later, Remus might have worried she'd try to follow them. As twilight settled over the hills around Hogwarts, Remus gave up on calming anyone and went to find Luna. He found her atop the astronomy tower. The wind up there was fierce, and even the strongest warming charms barely helped, but Luna didn't seem to notice. Her cloak whipped in the air, her pale hair lashing about her like a halo. She looked like a tragic heroine from one of Tennyson's poems. But her focus was entirely on the gates of Hogwarts, just visible from where she stood. She was waiting for them to return. "Why didn't you go with them, Luna?" he asked gently, knowing better than to waste time on small talk. She started, as if she hadn't noticed his presence for once, but kept her eyes fixed on the gates. "They don't want me to get hurt," she said quietly, the wind nearly drowning out her words. "Watching what Harry's about to do, it would hurt terribly. And I would never forget it. They don't want that. But it'll hurt the others too," Remus said. Thinking of Hermione's devastated expression, "It's because I'm better at looking innocent than the rest of us," Luna said lightly. "They couldn't protect everyone. So they chose me. It's more important to them to save someone than to have another wand in the fight. So I let them." Remus thought he understood that now, understood her. At least in part. But as always, her words raised more questions than they answered. "Why?" he asked at last, his voice low and desperate. "I understand why you've been telling me stories, Luna. I really do. You want me to understand you all. But I don't. I feel like there's something I'm still missing, something at the very heart of who you four are. And I'm afraid I won't understand it in time." For the first time, Luna turned her gaze away from the gates and met his eyes. "You will," she said calmly, with complete certainty. "Maybe not you alone, maybe it'll be Lily who figures it out. But you'll understand. Trust the Lachesis to guide you." "But why?" Remus asked again. "Hermione and Harry, they're so broken. They're always worrying about each other. And it's not the same as you and Neville." "Why? What happened?" Luna looked out into the night again, and for once, her eyes carried the same ancient grief the others bore. "Once upon a time," she began, in her usual dreamy voice, "there was a prince who possessed a great treasure. The two who made him a golden trio. But one day, a great snake stole that treasure, and she broke off, took a shaky breath, and shook her head violently, hair flying around her face like a curtain. "That won't work," she whispered to herself. Silence followed, heavy and thick. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were on the run, she said at last, voice flat and stripped of emotion. They'd been hiding for 3 months. Ginny was dead. The wedding had gone horribly wrong. They'd found the locket, but had no idea what to do next. Then they were captured. Hermione and Ron drew the Death Eaters away from Harry and got caught. They were taken to Malfoy Manor. Locked in a cell next to mine. For 3 weeks. I never saw them. But I heard them scream." She shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself as if to hold in the pain. "Harry searched for them. He tried everything. Eventually, he broke into Hogwarts, where Snape was headmaster, still pretending to serve Voldemort, but doing what he could to protect the students. It wasn't much," Harry confronted him. "He begged for Felix Felicis, the luck potion. He thought with enough luck, he might find them. Snape was still loyal to Dumbledore and gave him the potion, along with a warning not to take too much. Luna drew a deep breath and shook her head again, but of course he didn't listen. She whispered. He took the potion. Day and night, for 3 weeks. He went mad from it. He searched endlessly, not sleeping, not eating, not caring whether he lived. In the end, he killed Lucius Malfoy, and he found them. And he found me. But Ron was dead, and Hermione was broken. She fell silent. Remus became aware again of the wind howling around him. He welcomed the cold. It matched the numbness inside. So much of what he'd just heard felt unbelievable. 3 teenagers alone and hunted, Severus as headmaster pretending to serve Voldemort, Lucius Malfoy killed by Harry, and Hermione. Shattered, yet as the images slowly cleared from his mind, Remus realized he didn't feel the shock he should have. Somewhere, deep down, he had already known. Or suspected. Her stories had prepared him, not with facts, but with emotional truths. She had planted the shape of understanding long before he grasped the full picture. The pieces of the puzzle rearranged themselves in his mind, offering a new perspective. The travelers were no longer strangers. For the first time, he didn't look at Luna with pity or confusion, but with awe. Why did you tell the story this way? He asked softly. It was the only question he could manage. Everything else needed time and thought. She looked up at him, her large blue eyes filled with memory and quiet sorrow, with things seen and never spoken, fairy tales. Stories, prophecies. They help make sense of things, she said. They give things order. First this happens, then that. The queen dies, then the king dies of grief. They explain why. But some things don't make sense. Pretending they do is a lie. I don't lie. She turned her eyes back to the gates of Hogwarts, as if sheer willpower and watching could summon her friends home. And maybe, Remus thought, maybe it could. Maybe the girl with the heart of a seer could shift reality itself, just as she had shifted him. Quietly, he drew his wand and cast warming charms over both of them. Then he stepped behind her, shielding her from the wind. I'll wait with you, he said, his voice low. As long as it takes, Luna. I know, Professor, she replied. You've always tried to protect me. It's not your fault that it never works. It was close to midnight when the travelers returned. They emerged from the darkness like ghosts. Albus looked older than Remus had ever seen him. There was something haunted in his eyes, something Remus couldn't name. Neville's face was stone. No one dared speak to him. Hermione was crying, openly and without shame. Her face was blotchy, her tears unending, and Harry. Harry was unconscious. He lay silent and deathly pale on a floating stretcher, unmoving, as if he might never wake again. Chapter 22. Lily spent the night pacing back and forth through their rooms, nervously glancing toward the hospital wing where Harry lay asleep. Each time she checked in, one of the travelers from the other dimension was there, watching over him without complaint. Luna and Neville would smile at her when she peeked in. Hermione would turn halfway, confirm she wasn't a threat, then return to staring off into the distance. Harry barely moved all night, calmed by the large dose of dreamless sleep that Hermione had insisted on. He didn't look younger in sleep, as the cliché often went. Instead, he looked older. Worn. His skin was so pale that she could see the blue of his veins, and the scar on his forehead stood out like a fresh wound. As Lily stood there watching him, she couldn't understand how this exhausted child, so vulnerable in rest, could shut her out so completely when awake. How he could keep walls between them no matter how hard she tried to reach him. She had never been one to give up on a challenge. Islet here she was, failing to connect with her son in any way that mattered. During one of her quiet visits to his bedside, she ran into Albus Dumbledore, likely returning from the same. What happened? She asked, surprised at the pleading tone in her voice. What shocked her even more was the expression in his eyes. He started, uncharacteristically hesitant. Albus never hesitated. He always found a way. Always moved forward with unwavering certainty. She'd long admired that about him. Voldemort's trap was flawless, he said at last. The spell work was devious. We spent nearly 4 hours examining it. But from the beginning, it was clear, one of us would have to. He stopped, gazing into the dark corridor behind her. That boy. He said quietly. There are many things in my life I regret deeply, Lily. Some I may never forgive myself for. But I never imagined that training a boy, not even for my own world, to see himself as expendable would be one of them. So he drank the potion, Lily said softly, needing him to keep talking, needing to understand what had happened, since she hadn't been allowed to witness it. Did Hermione force him? Albus gave a weary chuckle. She barely had to. Only the last cup needed convincing. The rest. He drank without hesitation. He was crying the entire time, but he kept drinking. He turned away, but not before she saw the tears in his eyes. Will he live? She asked, her heart pounding. Yes, he said, still facing away. He should recover physically, at least. His mind. I cannot say. Who possibly could? Lily murmured. She left him standing in the corridor, lost in thought. At dawn, Remus joined her in the sitting room. He had offered to stay up with her, but she'd needed time alone. Remus had understood, as only he could, and gone to bed, probably lying awake anyway. For a long time, he simply held her, and eventually his warmth began to thaw the frozen numbness wrapped around her heart. This is all so twisted, she whispered. In response, Remus told her about Luna, how she had stood waiting in the entrance hall for hours, silent and tense, her whole being reaching for her friends. How she had gasped a full second before the group arrived, and how she had rushed to the door not with fear, but joy. She'd taken one look at Harry's slack face, patted his shoulder, and smiled. He'll be all right, she had said with complete certainty. I'm going to go to sleep now. It said a lot about Lily's recent life that such a story brought her comfort. And yet her mind and heart were still in turmoil, and she didn't even know why. She wasn't used to that. She didn't like it. She had always prided herself on two things, her family, including her closest friends, and her determination. But now she couldn't seem to connect with her son, and worse, she wasn't even sure she wanted to. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Harry's face as he rejected her. I don't want you there, Lily, and the image of his pale, unmoving body in the infirmary, so the last thing she expected, when she entered the great hall for breakfast, was to see Harry awake. He looked tired and unsteady, but he was grinning like nothing had happened. Morning, he said brightly. It's Christmas, did you know? Lily didn't think, her body acted before her mind caught up. She reached out and pulled him into a fierce hug, clinging to him like her life depended on it. He stiffened at first and probably would have pulled away, but she couldn't let go yet. She needed to feel the warmth of his body, to reassure herself that he was alive and not the cold, lifeless boy they'd carried in. After a minute, he relaxed into the embrace. When she finally released him, there was something like regret on his face. So, he said carefully, "You're really happy it's Christmas?" "I'm really happy you're alive, Harry," she said. Then she reached out and gently punched his shoulder. "And never do that again, all right?" "I wouldn't have to," he replied, frowning slightly, "unless I get thrown into another alternate dimension. Which seems unlikely. Even for me." She nearly punched him again. Instead, she guided him to the breakfast table and shoved a plate into his hands. "Eat," she ordered. "You're too thin." His face softened. He almost smiled for real, honestly, he muttered under his breath. Women. Lily had spent much of her life around infuriating men. Her female friends had often told her this was the root of her problems. Who surrounded themselves with 3 gorgeous men and considered them enough family to last a lifetime. But she had, and she did. Oh yes, her friends were frustrating. But she should have been better prepared for the force of nature that was Harry, Hermione, and Neville, who, with his quiet, steadfast support, might have been the most terrifying of them all. It said something about her current life that Luna now seemed like the most stable person in the group. So that's most of the Horcruxes dealt with, Harry announced cheerfully as he devoured a mountain of scrambled eggs. Just Nagini and Hufflepuff's cup left. Since the other Neville's already dead, his Horcrux won't be an issue. Luna was holding Harry's hand tightly and didn't seem inclined to let go. Neville sat on his other side, close, too close. Like he feared Harry would disappear if he blinked. He nodded, though the mention of his boy who lived counterpart made him look ill. Hermione sat at the far end of the table, completely silent. She wasn't reading or studying for once, just staring into space with a frightening intensity. She wasn't looking at anyone, but she was very specifically not looking at Harry, so I was thinking, Harry went on, we could scope out Gringotts this afternoon, then maybe do the extraction tomorrow. Lily took one look around the table. Neville wouldn't protest in a million years. Luna wasn't even listening. Without Hermione's voice of reason, no one was going to stop Harry's madness. Since the others hadn't arrived yet, Lily figured it was her responsibility to speak up. You nearly died yesterday, Harry, she said, trying to sound calm and patient, while hoping her fear and anger didn't bleed through. Harry nodded. It was awful, he said seriously. Of all my near-death experiences, I'd rate it a solid 8. The basilisk poison hurt more, and being possessed was worse mentally, but this one was definitely up there. Voldemort really has a flair for dramatic, evil surprises. Lily's mind froze trying to figure out how to respond to that. Should she cry? Shout? Bang her head against the table? Bang his head against the table? The effort of deciding kept her from doing any of it. I couldn't sleep at all last night, she said instead, after the wild impulse passed. I was worried sick about you. I spent the night going back and forth between your bed and the living room, wondering how I could have protected you. I'd rate that as an 8 on my people I love are in danger scale. Harry stared at her for a moment. Then he looked down. I'm sorry, he mumbled. I wasn't thinking. And Hermione's not talking to me, so there's no one to hit me and tell me to behave right now. Hermione didn't even flinch. Her eyes were bloodshot, with dark circles beneath them. That girl seriously needed a proper night of sleep, and Lily made a mental note to make sure she got some dreamless sleep later. Anyway, Harry tried to continue, now we just need to destroy the cup, and then, he was interrupted by the sudden entrance of Sirius, and Remus. They threw open the Great Hall's doors and charged in with the kind of theatrical flair Lily had always suspected them of. You learned a lot about men when there was too much alcohol involved and you pretended to be asleep on the sofa. We found it. Severus shouted, sounding like he'd just declared Eureka. A way to identify your dimension and ensure a portal will link to it. We found it. Harry whooped with joy. Luna and Neville looked less certain that this was good news. Hermione, who had been practically curled in on herself, rose from her chair and stretched out a hand. Let me see, she said flatly. She flipped through Severus' notes with quick efficiency, nodded once, and left the Great Hall without another word. Severus and Remus followed her like eager puppies. Lily gave her husbands back a sharp glare. But she couldn't really blame him. After all, she shared that same rush of excitement when faced with a breakthrough. She herself had woken up more than once shouting for a blackboard in the middle of the night. Still, he could have told her first before dashing off again. What did they actually find, Sirius? She asked sweetly, knowing full well she'd get the full explanation later in the library. But wanting a quick preview, Sirius scratched his head and looked confused. Lily knew that trick. It was his go-to move anytime someone tried to involve him in anything academic. It made her want to slap him. Dunno, he said, playing dumb. From what I understood, the Horcrux inside Harry is connected to the other Voldemort, and they think they can use that link to open the correct portal? Brilliant, Lily thought. Already, Her mind was racing to connect this with what she knew of transdimensional magic, and what Remus and Severus had said about their research. This could be the answer, but before she could think it through, Harry leapt from his chair, swayed dangerously. Nearly collapsed, was caught by Neville, sat down, and jumped up again. The whole episode didn't dent his enthusiasm in the slightest. That's amazing, he said excitedly. We can go to Gringotts right now, destroy Hufflepuff's cup, catalog the artifacts, and Hermione can crunch the numbers. Maybe we can go home tomorrow. Then we could. No, dear boy, Albus interrupted, cutting through Lily's rising panic before she could speak. I'm afraid that's entirely out of the question. Lily shot her old headmaster a grateful look. But why? Harry asked, nearly whining. Once we have the cup, we're done here. There's no reason to delay, is there? That stung. Lily knew she hadn't connected with Harry the way she'd hoped. But being brushed aside like that, so easily, hurt. There are several reasons, Albus said, and in a move that made Harry look like a sulking child, he raised his hand and began counting them off with his fingers. First, he said, you haven't recovered from yesterday's ordeal. You need at least 2 days of full rest. If you don't, you risk collapsing at the worst possible moment. That wouldn't be fair to your friends. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Albus didn't give him the chance. Second, he went on, it's Christmas. There's never a situation so dire that one can't take a couple of days to celebrate. Unless you're planning to break into Gringotts illegally, putting your friends at even more risk. You'll need one of us to go with you. And that won't happen until after the holidays. Harry looked frustrated now, and third, Albus said firmly, your friend Hermione has been exhausting herself trying to research your condition, help you fight, and squeeze every bit of information out of our library. Even if you don't think you need rest, surely she does. Come celebrate Christmas with us. Away from the library, there's a real chance she might eat and sleep. What do you say? If Lily hadn't been busy watching Harry's reluctant expression shift toward acceptance, she would have gotten up and hugged Albus. That had been perfect. Mentioning Harry's own health hadn't swayed him. But Hermione? That was different. He was always looking out for her, making sure she ate, rested, took breaks from books. But he also knew she'd never stop working while still near the Hogwarts library. Giving her a legitimate reason to step away, that was something Harry could accept. Think about it, Lily whispered. It's the smart thing to do. Whatever's waiting for you in your world, it won't bring peace. Let your friends rest before you lead them into danger again. It felt strange speaking to him like this, not like he was a young man, but a commander. But maybe that was the only way to reach him, and as Lily watched him nod, slowly, impatiently, accepting Albus' decision, she couldn't help but wonder if understanding Harry might one day be the very thing that broke her heart. Chapter 23, Lily found Hermione at her usual spot in the library. Remus and Severus were nowhere in sight. Maybe they'd moved to another table or were off taking a break. It was lunchtime, after all, and Lily had brought sandwiches as proof. Listen, she said, sitting beside her. Albus convinced Harry to wait until after Christmas to go to Gringotts, so you can all celebrate with us. You need a break, every one of you. She had expected Hermione to object, to protest the loss of time just as Harry had. But instead, Hermione simply nodded, set her pen down, and started massaging her fingers. That's a good idea, she said quietly, without looking up. I thought so too, Lily said. But there's something we need to talk about. Traditionally, we always spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor. We have dinner tonight, open presents together in the morning, and then tomorrow night there's a ball for Order members. Hermione gave no visible reaction, so Lily went on, you need to tell me if that's all right with you. If you're not comfortable there, or if you'd rather not be around Lucius that long, we can celebrate Christmas here and just visit the ball tomorrow. It's no trouble. Hermione reached out and pulled a book close, rubbing its spine up and down without saying anything, her eyes still locked on the table. That's very considerate, she finally said, tonelessly. But Hogwarts at Christmas wouldn't be the best idea, especially not for Harry. And I've never actually seen much of Malfoy Manor. As long as I stay out of the dungeons, I'll be. Her voice trailed off before she could say fine, for a moment, one she'd later feel ashamed for letting last so long. Lily wondered if she really wanted to get involved. If she could take on one more weight, one more ache, on top of her failed connection with Harry, because Harry, for all his chaos, his recklessness, his terrifying moods. Harry she could almost imagine understanding, one day. And part of her feared what that understanding might mean, but this girl woman? This brilliant, unreadable witch with a calm surface and a fury underneath that reminded Lily of her husband on a full moon? This general who spent her days researching ways to dive back into war and horror just because it was the right thing to do? Lily had no frame of reference for that. And she knew it, but still, she couldn't just watch someone suffer and do nothing, so she reached out and gently took Hermione's hand. The girl tensed instantly, eyes going wide in surprise. "You don't have to do this, Hermione," Lily said softly. She made sure not to speak like a teacher to a student, but like she would to Sirius. "You don't have to carry everything by yourself. You don't have to be the responsible one every second of every day. You need space to breathe." Hermione laughed, a short, sharp sound, and pulled her hand away. "Oh, Hermione," she said bitterly. "Stop studying all the time. Learn to enjoy life. Stop being such a bore. Don't take things so seriously. We're just having fun." "Something like that?" she asked with a mocking lift of her brow. "No," Lily answered calmly. "Something like, if you burn yourself out now, you won't have the strength for the battles ahead." This time, the sharpness was in Hermione's gaze. "What do you know about our battles?" she asked quietly, with a dangerous edge. "You don't like us, Lily Lupin. You trust us the least of all your friends. You've criticized everything we've done. You don't care." Lily flinched. The urge to flee from Hermione's cutting stare nearly overwhelmed her. There were so many layers to this moment that it made her dizzy, and her own hurt was only one of them. In the last minute, she had learned more about Hermione, and maybe all four of the travelers, than she had in the past week. And while she hadn't expected this kind of hostility, especially not from Hermione, it was also an opening. A sign of something real beneath the mask. A sign that Hermione actually cared what Lily thought, so Lily didn't back down. She reached out again, gently. "Maybe I criticize because I care," she said quietly. "Maybe we're all just helpless here. Maybe your situation is so far beyond us that none of us knows how to help. But I'm here now. I'm offering." Hermione withdrew her hand again, but this time with hesitation. "There's nothing you can do," she said softly, her anger gone. And Lily couldn't help but wonder, when was the last time an adult had offered to help Hermione? Had anyone ever? Had she even learned how to accept it? "We'll be gone soon," Hermione continued. "Back to our own world. And there, we can't afford to rely on anyone but ourselves." "But you rely on the others?" Lily asked. Maybe she was fishing for information, or maybe she just wanted to hear that this girl wasn't completely alone. Hermione finally met her eyes and held them, longer than expected. Lily knew this was a test, even if she had no idea what the rules were or whether she passed. "I rely on them to do their parts," Hermione said at last. "But Harry's never learned to take care of himself. Neville would rather drag us away and keep us safe, damn the world. And Luna." She paused. "Luna thinks whatever's meant to happen will happen, so why bother being careful?" "So the burden falls to you," Lily said gently. Hermione didn't reply, didn't nod, but her glance toward the piles of books and notes said enough. Lily felt her throat tighten from the hopelessness in that look. "So maybe we can't help forever," she said quickly, needing to say something. "But could we help for just a little while? Just over Christmas? Malfoy Manor's at least as well protected as Hogwarts, Hermione." We could keep an eye on Harry and the others. Just a holiday. A few days of rest. Of sleep. Of hot baths and reading a novel for fun. Please. Hermione didn't respond, not that Lily had expected her to. But there was longing in her eyes. And for Lily, that was enough. As long as someone could still want something. There was still hope. They marched up from the manor's front gate in a long procession, more out of tradition than necessity. Lucius would have gladly opened the heavily warded flue for them. But when Lily, Remus, Severus, and Sirius had first come to Malfoy Manor for Christmas, they'd trudged through a snowstorm, laughing and joking, eager for the warmth of the grand fireplaces. That walk had become a tradition. It wasn't Christmas without the half-mile walk up the gravel drive, past wide lawns and artfully placed trees. The flower beds were covered for the frost, and the trees stood bare and black against the snowy sky, but the scene was still majestic. In some ways, it was even more beautiful now than in spring or summer. We've spent every Christmas here since our 7th year at Hogwarts, she told Harry, who had fallen into step beside her. Up ahead, Lily could see Severus deep in conversation with Hermione, Luna skipping beside Remus, and Sirius casting curious glances at Neville, who was, in turn, silently watching the snow-covered landscape around them. It was the year Lucius' father died in a duel. Lily told Harry as they walked, and Lucius became Lord of the Manor, finally able to invite friends here. We would have stayed at Hogwarts otherwise. Severus and Sirius weren't welcome at home, and things were strained with my sister. So we spent Christmas at the manor with Lucius and Narcissa, who were newly engaged and very much in love. It was such a lovely time that we've come back every year since. She knew Harry hadn't asked for this walk down memory lane and probably wasn't even listening, judging by the tension in his shoulders and the way his eyes flicked constantly from one side of the path to the other. But Lily couldn't help it. She was looking forward to the coming days. To the comfort of old traditions and familiar companionship. Christmas always brought a kind of joy that pushed away darker thoughts, so when Harry spoke up, seemingly out of nowhere, she was surprised. I usually spent Christmas at Hogwarts, he said softly, not meeting her eyes. Or with a friend's family. A jolt of excitement went through her. This was the first time he'd volunteered something personal. I love the tree in the Great Hall, she replied gently. But Christmas at the manor. It's something else. You'll see, her words were cut off by what had become an almost inevitable part of their Christmas tradition. Sirius, having given up on trying to converse with the monosyllabic Neville, was levitating a huge pile of snow towards Severus and Hermione. He looked back over his shoulder to make sure everyone was watching, gave Neville a conspiratorial grin, and dropped the snow directly on Severus' head. Severus froze mid-sentence, stunned, before letting out an indignant yell. He spun around and sent Sirius flying into a snowbank with a slash of his wand. Then, moving with mock menace, he stalked towards Sirius, who was sputtering and shivering in the snow. With a quick flick of his wand, Severus levitated Sirius by the ankle, dangled him upside down, and dunked his head into the snow for good measure. Now it was Sirius who roared, though it came out as more of a gurgle, since his mouth was full of snow. As always, his shocked confusion sent Severus into fits of laughter. A moment later, Sirius reached out, hooked Severus' foot, and pulled him down into the snow beside him. The two of them ended up lying there, breathless and giggling like schoolboys. Remus sighed and walked over, casually casting a cleaning and drying charm on both of them. He'd had plenty of practice over the years. Honestly, Lily muttered under her breath. Those two will be the death of me. But when she turned to look at Harry, she saw something that made her pause. He was grinning, truly grinning, and there was a brightness to his face that hadn't been there before. Neville's expression was equally telling, wide-eyed and amazed. He was staring at Sirius like a kid watching his favorite hero. And once they resumed walking, he stayed close to Sirius, clearly eager to be near him, something he had avoided earlier. Harry noticed her surprise and chuckled, offering another unexpected bit of insight. Neville was terrified of Professor Snape. Back in 3rd year, when Remus taught us defense, Neville's boggart turned into Snape yelling at him about potions. Now, Sirius is his hero. I thought it was awesome. And I've seen Snape hopelessly drunk at least twice. I don't even want to count how many times I've seen Severus drunk, Lily muttered. It's never pretty. That it isn't, Harry agreed. They walked in a rare moment of peace and understanding, the kind of silence that wasn't uncomfortable, but companionable. Then the path curved one last time, and the manor came into view. Candles glowed in every window, welcoming them. The columns that framed the polished wooden doors were wrapped in fairy lights, and two towering Christmas trees stood guard on either side, glowing with green vitality and festive cheer. The yellow sandstone of the manor glowed warmly in the evening light. As they approached, the grand doors opened wide and a flurry of house elves streamed out. They collected the group's floating luggage, whisking it away to their rooms, and then returned to help them. Chapter 24. Later, Lily would reflect on how Hermione's wand had snapped into her hand, how Harry's spell had hurled Draco away from Neville and bound him in conjured ropes, how Luna had rushed to Neville to check for injuries, and wonder why she'd been surprised. After all, just the sight of Lucius had driven Hermione to use the Cruciatus curse. They were lucky that what had looked like an attack on her friend hadn't ended with a killing curse, but right now, Lily stepped between Harry and Draco's wand without hesitation. She waited just long enough to see that Harry wouldn't follow up with something worse, then rushed over to Draco, who was already being freed from the ropes by his mother. "Hello, Aunt Lily," he greeted her cheerfully, though still a bit dazed. "That wasn't very clever of me, Lily smiled despite herself, and her grin widened as Narcissa, having confirmed that her son was still intact, began her inevitable scolding. "Really, Draco, sometimes I wonder why I even speak to you, since you clearly never bother to listen." Draco gave her a hopeful look. "Because you love me so much, mother dearest," he offered. Narcissa chuckled despite herself, stood, helped him to his feet, and led him back over to the others. "No hugging without permission," she scolded, and he nodded sheepishly. But the pretend humility vanished the instant his gaze landed on Neville again. This time, he was more cautious, but no less enthusiastic. His joy and excitement were clear in every expression he wore, pure blood training forgotten. When he offered Neville his hand and received one in return, he shook it a good deal longer than was proper for a casual greeting. "They probably didn't tell you," he said, as though the earlier interruption hadn't happened, as though Harry hadn't just thrown him across the room. "But I was our Neville's best friend. We practically grew up together, so I am truly pleased to see you." "Truly, truly pleased." Neville looked thoroughly overwhelmed. He even glanced towards Sirius as if hoping he'd intervene, but Sirius just laughed. "Give him time to arrive, cousin," he said to Draco. "You can pounce on him soon enough." Neville turned pale. Hermione's hand was gripping her wand tightly. Harry stood slack-jawed, clearly thrown by the whole situation. Luna, however, cocked her head to the side, as if the new angle might help her understand Draco. Then she smiled and nodded decisively. "I like this version much better," she announced. And as if her approval had been the only thing needed, the rest of the group began to relax, which was fortunate, because Draco, clearly confident no one could resist his charm, reached for Harry's hand next, then Hermione's, and finally turned to Luna. He squinted at her. "Didn't you attend Hogwarts a year below mine?" he asked. "Luna Lovegood, right? I remember you. Ravenclaw, brilliant, a unique mind. You could see the Thestrals from your first year." Luna nodded, shook his hand with matching enthusiasm, and replied without hesitation, "My mother died in a lab accident," she said. "I was with her when it happened. It was very sad." Draco's expression softened. "That must have been terrible. I'm very sorry for your loss." "Thank you," Luna said simply. Then she reached out and tugged on one of his silver-white locks. "You're a nice boy." Draco blushed. Hermione made a noise that sounded suspiciously like a whimper. Okay, what's going on here?" Harry asked, finally snapping out of his daze. He looked from Draco to Lily with something like wounded confusion. Why is he being pleasant? Why does he call you his aunt? Why does he like Neville? Why is he wearing red? Severus sighed. Not again, he muttered, and why is he smiling all the time? Hermione added in a tone of fascinated horror. I didn't know his face could even do that. Lily remembered what Severus had told her about Harry's reaction to his robes. She took another look at Harry's outraged face and decided it was best to de-escalate. Let me show you 4 to your rooms, she offered. I'll explain everything on the way. But even her best explanations couldn't fully dull the shock that had overtaken them. It seemed like this one change, was the thing that finally broke their composure. Harry stared off into space, occasionally shaking his head in disbelief. Hermione listened intently as Lily explained. Yes, Draco had been Neville's best friend. Yes, they'd practically grown up together, since Malfoy Manor had been Order headquarters for 2 decades and Neville had spent much of his time there. Yes, Draco was truly a pleasant boy, sometimes a bit too quick to speak, and a bit too slow to distrust others, but kind. Whether Hermione believed her was another matter entirely. As usual, Luna was the only one unfazed. She nodded along happily, squealed over the set of rooms they were given, and reached out to pat Neville on the back every time he twitched in delayed response. He hugged me. Draco Malfoy hugged me. There, she'd murmur absently. You'll be the best of friends in no time. Which only led to more twitching. When Lily finally left them and retired to her own chambers, they'd shown no signs of having adjusted. She found herself wondering if they should call the whole thing off before it got worse. Better no Christmas than a ruined one. Better a few days of peace with Remus than a holiday full of awkward silence, where the travelers stared at Draco and Lucius like ghosts, and Draco flinched every time he saw his best friend's face worn by a stranger. They deal much better with unexpected enemies than unexpected allies, don't they? Remus remarked when she told him about the past half hour. They were both dressed in their best, ready to head down for afternoon tea, another tradition that might now be a disaster. I never saw it that way, Lily admitted, surprised. But you're right. They seem to handle hostility better than kindness. Remus took her arm, and as always, his warmth and steadiness calmed her. They'll get used to it, he promised. If anything can teach someone to accept kindness, it's Christmas with this family. She hesitated. I don't think we're their family, Remus. His arm tightened around her. But we will be, he said, his voice warm and sure. Then he smiled. You're far too stubborn for any other outcome, Lily. She turned to him, and their kiss was slow and lingering. I love you, she whispered, and I love you. Merry Christmas. Tea and dinner went better than Lily had dared hope. Although the 4 kept their distance from the Malfoys, the looks they sent weren't entirely hostile. It helped that Draco was his usual exuberant self, flitting between family members with affectionate energy, discussing potions with Severus, Quidditch with Sirius, and teaching methods with Remus and Lily. He was apprenticed, after all, to one of Britain's most renowned healers, a man famous for his no-nonsense approach. Lucius occasionally raised an eyebrow at the noise and teasing, as if it offended his sense of aristocratic restraint, and Narcissa kept shaking her head at her son's antics, but both were smiling, and both were clearly proud of him. It was a good thing, Lily thought, that Draco had turned out to be the kind, self-deprecating boy he was. Otherwise, their uncritical affection might have turned him into a little monster. When dinner had come and gone, and even their best efforts hadn't made a dent in the mountain of food the eager house elves had served, the conversation turned, as it always did, to the past. That always happened when lifelong friends gathered in peace. Sirius was the best storyteller of them all, with Severus adding just the right amount of dry, biting humor. Soon they were roaring with laughter over old misdeeds and adventures, even Lucius Malfoy losing his composure at the memory of how Lily, back in 3rd year, not even tall enough to reach his shoulder, had marched up to him and delivered a dressing down so outrageous that even the silver-tongued Malfoy had been stunned into silence. And then she turned around, Sirius said, tears of laughter running down his face. looked at the three of us, huffed, threw her head back, and said, "That'll show him." They all chorused the well-known phrase. Lily blushed, giggling. Severus slung an arm around her shoulders in a rare, spontaneous gesture of affection. "And we did," he murmured. "We showed it to all of them, didn't we?" She smiled and leaned into his side, letting her eyes wander across the room. Family in all but blood. Luna lay stretched out on the sofa, her head resting in Neville's lap as he stroked her hair, a soft smile on his face. Lucius sat with Narcissa, gently tracing slow circles across her knuckles with a thumb. Their son sat at their feet, looking up at them with a peaceful smile. Sirius was still giggling into his fire whiskey. Remus and Severus flanked her, warming the quiet places in her heart. Then she found Hermione's face, filled with an unexpected, piercing longing, and Harry. Harry was crying. Silent tears slid down his cheeks, but he was smiling too, his green eyes shining in the firelight. She didn't point it out, but as if her gaze had opened a path, the others began to notice too. "You're crying," Sirius said in surprise. "Why are you crying?" Harry shook his head and wiped at the tears like they didn't matter. Sirius frowned. "Is this a you're all dead thing again?" He asked cautiously. Hermione, her eyes suspiciously wet, shook her head. "No," she said. "No. This is a we've never seen any one of you so happy thing, Sirius." "Oh," Sirius replied, a bit lost. "So. I guess that's a good thing." "A wonderful thing," Luna said from the sofa. "A thing of silver bells and winter nights and fairy lights." Slowly, dreamily, Harry nodded. When Harry slipped away from the others, it took Lily a while to notice. He vanished so quietly. But when she did, she patted Remus' arm to let him know it was all right and went looking for him. He hadn't gone far. Just to the dining room, where he now sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the enormous, glowing Christmas tree. He looked for all the world like a little boy waiting for Santa Claus. He didn't react when she entered, though she was certain he heard her. For a moment, she considered leaving again, not sure if he wanted her there. They'd taken a step forward today, and she didn't want to push too hard too soon. Then he tilted his head toward her, still gazing at the tree. She took it as permission. "May I sit with you?" she asked quietly. He tilted his head again, and then nodded. She settled on the floor beside him. Together, they watched the tree in silence. "So it sounds like your school years were an adventure," Harry said eventually, his tone light, teasing. She hadn't expected that. "Much less so than yours, I'd imagine," she replied, trying to match his tone. "Well," he said, drawing out the word. "We did smuggle an illegal baby dragon out of the school once." He grinned at her stunned expression and turned back toward the tree, still smiling. "After I came to Hogwarts," he said wistfully. "I loved this time of year the most." Lily nodded. "Me too. I suppose it's because Christmas always felt like the most magical time of all, and what better place for magic than Hogwarts?" She didn't mention how dull her parents' living room had seemed in comparison, or how her sister's shrill demands for dolls made everything feel lifeless. She didn't say how, once she'd known the wizarding world, nothing else had ever quite measured up. Before, Harry continued, barely above a whisper, "I used to imagine what my parents, my real parents, would have given me for Christmas. And I thought it would be so much better than anything I'd ever gotten. Wonderful gifts. Treasures. But when I came to Hogwarts, I realized that was the gift. Magic. That was what they gave me. I'm still grateful for it, even after everything." Lily's breath caught. He was talking about her, or rather, the version of her he'd never known. A mother he lost before he even understood what it meant. The thought shook her. She wanted to give something back. Memories rose, unbidden, and before she quite realized it, she began to speak. "I was pregnant once," she said softly, her voice blending with the warm glow of the tree. 15 years ago. Remus and I were so excited. So proud. But I was determined it wouldn't stop me from doing my part. I kept working for the Order. And one night, during the full moon, when Remus couldn't be there, I took guard duty with Severus and James Potter. Harry didn't look at her, but his body had gone very still. The muscles in his neck were taut. James. He didn't hate us. He just didn't understand. He couldn't grasp why I would be friends with a Slytherin, or why I loved Remus instead of him. And he was relentless, needling, arguing, pushing our buttons. She paused. He was supposed to monitor the wards. I'm not saying he meant to miss anything, he didn't. He just got so focused on us, like he always did. And when the Death Eaters came, I took a curse to the stomach. He was as shocked as we were. She took a deep breath. Severus rushed me to the hospital. But it was too late. Too late for the baby. And, apparently, curse damage doesn't treat reproductive organs well. We can't, have children. Remus and I, she looked down, but we never forgot. I didn't get to know our child's birthday. I never saw his face. I don't know who he would have been. But every Christmas, I bought him a present. Every single year. She hesitated, except this one, she whispered. This year. I bought one for you. The tree twinkled in silence. From the other room, laughter drifted. Sirius, no doubt at the climax of some ridiculous tale, Harry's eyes were unreadable. His lips were pale, there was no need. He said flatly, "You're not my mother." Lily felt her throat burn. Her vision blurred. I know, she whispered, her voice breaking. I know, but... She hesitated, unsure how to put into words what she felt for this boy, a stranger, really, who had nonetheless crept under her skin. I would have loved you, she said at last, to the son she never had. Her voice was fierce, the conviction of loss and all its consequences behind every word. I never got the chance to give birth to you, to raise you, to care for you. But I would have loved you, Harry. More than anything in the world. I would have died for you. It came straight from her heart, but it was the wrong thing to say. Again. She always said the wrong thing when it came to him, instead of turning to her, instead of smiling, or even acknowledging her words, his face drained of all color. His expression closed up like a house with the lights turned off. He got to his feet, unsteady, pale, and stared not at her, not at the tree, but into the darkness beyond. Then perhaps it's better that you lost your child before it managed to kill you, he said, and without looking back, he walked out of the room. Chapter 25. Once again, Lily couldn't sleep. Motherhood was supposed to cause sleepless nights, but she had always assumed it would be due to crying babies and disrupted feeding schedules, not because her child's pain had become her own, haunting her through the dark hours. So she wandered the halls of the manor, surrounded by old memories and fresh worries. At dawn, she drifted into the breakfast room, hoping the house elves had at least prepared coffee. But she wasn't alone. Hermione sat at one end of the table, a half-finished cup of tea beside a plate of crumbs, her nose deep in a book. Lily looked at it critically, then relaxed. It was the wind in the willows. At least Hermione had taken her advice. But the Real surprise sat at the other end of the table, Draco and Neville, sharing a pot of coffee. Talking, Neville's eyes darted to Lily as she entered, but once he assessed her as no threat, his attention returned to their conversation. Draco looked up a few moments later, gave her a polite nod and smile, then returned just as intently to what he was saying. Lily chose her coffee, toast, and eggs, and quietly joined Hermione, close enough to hear the boys, but not close enough to intrude. That I can't remember a time when we weren't friends, you and I, Draco was saying, voice earnest in the way only he managed. We had our bumps. Merlin, I was so jealous of the whole boy who lived thing. I was a jealous little brat in general. But we got over it. Thanks to you being long-suffering and far too patient for your own good, really, Neville. Neville twitched slightly, but didn't seem on edge. More touched, perhaps, drawn in by Draco's memory of their friendship. The way he listened was strange, almost as if he remembered it too, though it hadn't been part of his life. Anyway, Draco continued, his voice softening, when the other Neville died, I just... Sirius brought his body back, right into the arena. And he was crying so hard. Sirius, I mean. I'd never seen him not laughing before. And there he was, cradling him, crying his heart out. Yes, Neville replied. Voice tight and strained. I know. He did. Somehow. Lily wondered what that scene had looked like in their dimension. Who had died that night? Who had cried that hard? That changed things, Draco said. It made me see. I missed him so badly, but I also started to understand how lucky I'd been. To be safe. To be loved. To have my Neville. Not everyone gets friends like that. He smiled as he refilled Neville's cup without asking. The ease between them was startling, considering they'd only met the day before, and under such violent circumstances. They'd been talking for hours, Hermione murmured, eyes never leaving her book. Lily wasn't surprised. Hermione missed very little. I don't think they slept at all. Did you? Lily asked. Hermione didn't smile, exactly, but her look wasn't cold. After I dealt with an emotional wreck named Harry, yes. How is he? Like she had in the Hogwarts library days ago, Hermione met Lily's eyes for a long, tense moment. A test, perhaps. And belatedly, Lily realized she'd just asked the most private person she'd ever met, married to Remus, no less, about her best friend's innermost thoughts. A week ago, Hermione would have ignored her. 3 days ago, she might have snapped something cutting. But today, she answered, overwhelmed. Mournful. Angry. Ashamed of how he treated you. He'll probably try to apologize. In a horribly clumsy way. I should be the one apologizing, Lily said softly. It had taken her a long stretch of hurt, rejection, and rising anger to understand what Harry had said, and why. The meaning behind his words, the guilt she'd seen in his eyes, had shaken her. And the realization of what he must have carried all this time. It explained so much. I didn't mean to touch a wound, she whispered. With Harry, there aren't many places you won't touch a wound, Hermione said, as if it were nothing. But it doesn't matter. He likes the touch more than he minds the pain. She shrugged again, but her tone shifted, bitter. Sometimes, I don't think he minds it at all. Lily let the comment go for now. I didn't realize he felt guilty about his parents' deaths. Hermione snorted. Have you met Harry? He feels guilty about everything. Then her voice turned serious. But his mum's death, that was the first. And apart from Sirius, the one he never got over. You can't fix that, Lily. Touched, and a little surprised by the kindness, Lily nodded and turned her attention back to her food. The boys had gone quiet, likely listening just as Lily had been. But once Hermione returned to her book, they resumed their conversation without hesitation. So, how did you get into healing? Neville asked, genuinely curious. His cup sat forgotten in his hand. I suppose that's not a typical career for a Malfoy. Draco snorted. I suppose not, he agreed. But I wanted to do something useful, you know? I didn't want to fight. I'm a bit of a coward, honestly. You should have seen me during order training. He laughed at himself, and Neville joined in without hesitation. Father's a major patron of St. Mungo's, and after Neville's death, I started going there with him. What I saw, so many ruined lives. Never enough people to help. That's why. I know, Neville said again. He shifted restlessly. His hands rose to his cup, then dropped to the tablecloth, fingers splayed against the white cambric, uncertain. In my world, he said hoarsely. My parents were attacked too. But they didn't die. Hermione tensed beside Lily, but she didn't need the signal. Neville's face said everything. They were put under cruciatus until they went mad. They lived in the permanent ward at St. Mungo's, until Voldemort came and killed everyone there. His voice stayed steady, but the ache behind it filled every word. I never really knew them. And they never knew me. But I miss visiting them. I miss the little gifts Mum used to give me, even if she probably had no idea who I was. I just miss them. Draco was quiet a long time, my Neville. He said softly, we had a tradition every Halloween. We'd visit his parents' grave. I'd stay back. Mostly. He'd sit there for hours, talking to them, telling them everything that had happened. Sometimes we shared a butterbeer, to their memory. It helped him, I think. He paused, I could take you there. If you wanted. Maybe it's not your thing, but it helped him. Maybe it would help you, too. Neville smiled faintly. His hands, still resting on the table, relaxed. I don't know if there'll be time, he said, careful. But thank you, Draco. Draco opened his mouth to reply, but before he could speak, the sound of slamming doors and heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. Knowing what was coming, Lily rolled her eyes at Draco, who grinned back at her. Right on cue, the breakfast room door was thrown open. And there stood Sirius, still in his pajamas, hair sticking up in every direction, grinning like a lunatic. Presents, everyone. He shouted. Lily, Draco, Neville, Hermione, presents. Come on. It's Christmas. Hermione looked deeply skeptical, but Neville met Sirius' eyes freely for the first time and smiled. Coming, Sirius, he said. Sirius blinked in surprise. Draco? Absolutely, Draco agreed, and the three of them barreled out of the room, leaving Lily and Hermione to follow. As expected, Lucius and Narcissa were already waiting in the main living room. Lily suspected Narcissa had long since trained her house elves to alert her the moment Sirius stirred so that he'd find her composed and perfectly presentable. No matter how early he arrived with gifts and noise, Severus and Remus were also there. Severus still bleary-eyed and barely aware of his surroundings, while Remus greeted her with a small, warm smile that she returned gladly. Luna was dancing around the room in pajamas patterned with flying Christmas trees, their branches spinning on their axes in a fairly alarming manner. Only Harry was missing. Neville tensed instantly, the shift so sudden that Draco looked at him in surprise, and Hermione sighed with quiet irritation. He's in the kitchen, she said. Stalking a certain house elf. I left him there an hour ago. He was doing fine, Neville. But Neville wasn't so easily convinced. It's Christmas, he said, calm and steady. He should be here. Hermione sighed again. None of the things he wishes for are in this room, Neville. There's no reason for him. We are in this room, Neville said simply. He should be here. I'll go get him. He left without another word. Luna skipped after him. What was that about? Draco asked, puzzled by the sudden silence. The glare Hermione sent him didn't faze him at all. Why you think this is your business, Malfoy? She began, preparing what promised to be a very sharp retort, but then stopped. Her mouth snapped shut, and she took a step back, blinking, confused. Lily glanced at Severus, who flicked his gaze toward Lucius. Narcissa, and Draco, then across the room, and Lily understood. For the first time since arriving in this world, Hermione was in a room with the Malfoys and none of her friends. Without thinking, Lily crossed the room to stand directly between Lucius and Hermione. She saw Severus move to the girl's side, close enough that their arms touched. At the same moment, Remus' calm voice cut through the tension. Why don't you start opening your presents, Draco? He suggested. The others will be back soon. But it is Christmas, after all. Draco's eyes flicked to Hermione, who was standing straight and very still. Then he looked at Remus, then Lily. He nodded. There was sadness in his expression. A kind of incomplete understanding that still hurt. For a moment, he looked every inch the man he might grow into, then he blinked, and animation returned. His voice turned cheerful, just loud enough to cover the hiss of Hermione's breath. Right, presents then, he declared, demanding his gifts with playful dramatics. Lily saw the fierce pride in Narcissa's expression, so carefully composed, so beautiful. Lucius showed nothing, but he leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and laced his fingers. He wouldn't stand. He wouldn't reach for his wand. From Lucius Malfoy, that was an open declaration of restraint. A silent apology, in its own way. With Sirius' help, Draco kept the mood light until Neville returned with Luna. And a reluctant Harry, less than 10 minutes later. Neville's eyes went straight to Hermione, and relief softened his expression when he saw her sitting calmly beside Severus. Sorry, he said to the room in general, but it was for her. I shouldn't have rushed off like that. It's all right, Hermione replied quietly, but Harry, pale and drawn with dark circles under his eyes, brushed past Neville without looking at Lily. His expression was grim. Nothing's all right, he muttered, collapsing into the corner of the room. Dobby's wearing a tea towel and in love with the Malfoys. I didn't get my sweater, and this place was less creepy after I'd burned it down. Awkward silence followed. Narcissa raised a single eyebrow. Charming, she said. Despite her lingering anger at Harry, Hermione bristled, clearly ready to defend him, but Neville beat her to it. Draco tells me I spent most of my Christmas and summer holidays here, Harry, he said softly. It seems this manor was the other Neville's burrow. So this is like getting a sweater. Just. Not for us. It made no sense to Lily, nor, judging by the confused looks around the room, to anyone else. But it made sense to Harry. His shoulders sagged. A rotten burrow, he muttered. There's not even a ghoul in the attic. But there are family portraits, Luna offered cheerfully. And aged retainers. And content house elves. And ghosts in the dungeons, and not even recent ones, Harry. Harry slumped further. Go on then, he said crossly. Presents and spoonfuls of sugar. Yea to all. So they carried on. Harry refused to open his presents, still sulking about the missing sweater, but the others did, carefully, like they half expected the lovingly wrapped packages to explode. They hadn't brought any gifts and didn't apologize, but they didn't reject the tokens either. Trinkets. Practical tools. Small comforts. Lily counted it as a win. How my standards have changed, she thought as she watched Neville testing the wand holster Sirius had picked for him. A week ago, she'd have been insulted by such a lukewarm reception. Today, their mere presence felt like something to celebrate. There was so much she hadn't known a week ago. So much she hadn't understood about these four and how hard it was for them to be around others. A healer must respect each patient's limits, someone had once told her. And seen that way, they were trying. Reaching out. Every moment they spent here was an effort. Her gaze found them one by one. Luna, beaming over a necklace of colorful glass beads Remus had chosen. Hermione, clutching a thick, woolen pair of socks sent by Albus with a look on her face that was almost devastated. Harry, still avoiding her gaze, brooding in his corner. Neville, watching them all with care even as he talked to Draco about medicinal herbs. Lily thought of their first meeting in Albus' office. Hermione's dread, Harry's wild, chaotic energy, and realized how far they had already come. When the gifts were unwrapped and suitably admired, Narcissa rang for hot chocolate and handed out cups to everyone. Harry refused his. Hermione cast several pointed detection charms on hers before accepting it. As for the matter of the ball tonight, Narcissa said coolly to the four travelers, I took the liberty of having a variety of dress robes prepared in your sizes. I assume formal wear isn't typically part of a fugitive's wardrobe. You are aware of the relevant tailoring charms? Narcissa asked smoothly. Hermione nodded sharply. Thank you, but that wasn't necessary, she replied, matching the tone. We could have transfigured something. No. Luna interjected from the far end of the table, surprisingly loud and determined. No, 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 Hermione. Tonight I'll be a princess. And we'll dance, won't we, Neville? Neville didn't look entirely thrilled at the idea, but his eyes were warm when he answered, "Of course, Luna." Narcissa's lips twitched slightly. "Then I'll send you my personal house elf, dear girl," she offered. "She's an excellent coiffeur. Can she make my hair look like a nargle nest?" Luna asked with deadly seriousness. "With wings and claws and chicken feet?" Narcissa's nose twitched slightly at the mental image. But her composure held. "I am quite certain she can," she replied, just as seriously, and with that, she was rewarded with one of Luna's rare, radiant smiles, slow and sweet, transforming her face entirely. Lily had only seen that expression a few times before, and it always stopped her breath. Carefully, Luna untangled herself from wrapping paper, woolly socks, and Neville, and approached the three Malfoys. With the kind of solemn grace that was uniquely hers, utterly unaffected by the flying Christmas trees on her pajamas, she embraced Draco, then Narcissa, and, after the briefest hesitation, Lucius. "Thank you," she said solemnly, her wide blue eyes filled with strange wisdom. "I forgive you. You are not at all horrible, and your carpets are really exceedingly nice." Chapter 26, I Hate Balls, Remus grumbled as Lily adjusted his robes. "Again, no, you don't," she disagreed cheerfully. "You like them just as much as Sirius. You just enjoy complaining more." "No, I really hate balls." Even under ideal circumstances, Remus repeated, as he always did before the Christmas ball. Following tradition, Lily fluttered her lashes at him and glanced up coyly. But don't you want to dance with me, honey bear?" He snorted. "You," he said, pulling her close by the waist, "are an awful, awful woman. I think I'll just dance with Luna tonight. She's wearing a nargle nest on her head, after all." Lily grinned. "Thwarted again," she sighed dramatically, then turned toward the door. "You coming?" "And what do you mean, under ideal circumstances?" He opened the door with a little bow and flourish, then shut it behind them and waited for her to take his arm. I mean, Harry probably not showing up, which might be the safest solution for everyone. Hermione being Hermione, Sirius still stalking Neville, and all the Malfoys on edge. The Order of the Phoenix is an unstable mix even at the best of times. Anything could happen tonight. She leaned into him for a moment. "You worrier," she told him. "Or it might go splendidly. Luna and Neville will enjoy themselves, Hermione will find someone to talk magical theory with, we'll dance all night and—" She paused. She couldn't think of a way to phrase Harry enjoying the evening. At best, 3 out of 4 might have a decent time. Still, she had promised herself to try again, to find a way to reconnect with him tonight. "Sure," Remus said after a beat. "Don't mind me, love. I just truly hate balls." She gave him a look. "Do I need to do the honey bear routine again?" "Dear God, no, I might be scarred forever." That was Sirius, joining them from the left-hand corridor. Almost reflexively, Lily glanced right, and there was Severus, resplendent in deep mossy green velvet robes. They met at the head of the staircase, shared a long, silent look, and then descended together, Lily's silk robe swishing in time with her steps. Once they reached the ballroom, they split off. Sirius heading for a cluster of old Auror colleagues, Remus and Severus seeking out the Ministry's goblin liaison for a final chat about their Gringotts plans. Lily detoured to the buffet, then settled in a corner of the room where she had a good view of every entrance. She was on traveler watch tonight. The ballroom was at its most glorious. Wreathed in opulent Christmas decorations, it glittered with lights and laughter. The food was exquisite, the champagne perfect. The ball was an old order tradition, even private families like the Weasleys sent someone, and it was custom to enjoy oneself. Lily exchanged hugs with old friends, shook hands with acquaintances, greeted current and former students with polished warmth. She watched the order gathering in celebration of surviving another year. She watched Severus dancing gracefully with a young woman who had just completed her potions mastery and was gazing up at him with stars in her eyes. She watched Neville and Luna arrive to warm welcomes. Luna's pink dress robes were complimented, and Sirius wandered over to them, nervous until Neville greeted him gently. She watched James Potter arrive with his wife and son. And for the first time in years, her heart didn't ache at the sight of James' proud hand resting on Peter's shoulder. Bittersweet happiness settled over her, but still, no sign of Harry. Hermione entered so quietly that Lily almost missed her, despite watching for her. She wore a gown the color of old gold, with dark red embroidery around the square-cut neckline. It suited her, brought out the caramel in her eyes, the rich brown of her hair. Still, she seemed subdued, drifting along the edges of the room. For the first time, Lily wondered what Hermione was like when she wasn't in command or under pressure, when she wasn't protecting or organizing someone else. Neville and Luna wore their quirks openly, unapologetically. Harry she'd glimpsed through masks and fragments. But Hermione remained a mystery. In this setting, Hermione looked almost uncertain, lingering on the edges of groups. When someone addressed her, she straightened visibly, snapping into her calm, composed search mode from the last order meeting. No one else seemed to notice, but Lily did, and now she could see the performance behind it. For nearly an hour, Hermione discussed Horcruxes, dimension travel, and order affairs with anyone who asked, while neatly dodging personal questions. During that hour, Lily danced twice with Remus, twice with Sirius, once with Severus, coaxed Neville toward the excellent finger food, and watched Luna giggling at Draco's teasing about Neville's insatiable appetite in any dimension. All the while, part of her attention stayed fixed on Hermione, tracking her reactions like a silent charm. That's how she noticed the shift. Hermione's new conversational partner was Bill Weasley, and something about his serious expression was wrong for the festive mood. Hermione's hands were clenched around her water glass, and she blinked rapidly, lips slightly parted. "Mr. Weasley," she said quietly. It was a mistake, the first slip Lily had seen from her. Acknowledging someone before a proper introduction, Bill caught it too, though he smiled tensely. "Bill," he said. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Granger." "Likewise." "And it's Hermione." Silence followed. But not the usual, wary kind they'd grown used to from the travelers. This was the uncomfortable quiet between strangers who didn't know how to begin. "I wanted to congratulate you on your warding during the last order meeting," Bill said at last, his tone guarded. "The protocols were impressive. But one of your base runes was rather unusual." In fact, he trailed off, clearly hesitant. Lily couldn't make sense of the specifics, but Hermione obviously could. She blushed. "Yes," she said softly. "Yes. It's yours." That landed hard. Her fingers tightened on her glass. Whatever it meant, it mattered, but how? Bill looked baffled. So was Lily, though for very different reasons. Hermione squirmed. "You taught it to me." Another hesitation. "When you apprenticed me." Bill stared. What? But I'm not even 30. No one takes apprentices under 30. Are you even finished with school?" Hermione blinked. The circumstances were unusual. She made the offer, and the way Bill stared at her, curiosity tangled with fear and an instinctive recoil, hit Lily like a punch to the gut. Do we all look at them like that? She wondered. If we do, why would they ever bother telling us anything unusual? How? Bill asked. Hermione gave a tired smile. "Trust me, you don't want the details. But tell me, how are your solutions to the Devon curse coming along?" Bill blinked. "I told you about that. I must like you a lot in your home dimension." This time Hermione's smile warmed, and Lily almost glimpsed the real woman, the one who forgot to eat when an old book caught her interest. "You do," Hermione confirmed, and the unguarded joy in her voice told Lily she was, for once, speaking about someone still alive, a friend who had not yet met a gruesome end. "Did you manage to recode the sequences to dampen the backlash?" "My Bill never quite cracked it. I ran into the same wall," this Bill admitted, but an arithmancy master helped me build a stabilization matrix that let me, and they were off, diving into a conversation Lily could follow only in fragments, despite her solid academic grounding. Across the room she spotted Sirius. He, too, had chosen to keep an eye on Hermione tonight, and his raised brows told her that whatever the pair were discussing would push magical theory forward a notch. The longer they traded tricks and tweaks, the livelier Hermione became. The tight set of her shoulders eased, her hands carved wide shapes in the air. After Bill's first chuckle over a pun Lily couldn't hope to grasp, ward specialists, as Sirius once said, were the anoraks of the wizarding world, tattoos or not. The jokes grew steadily more outrageous. Hermione tossed her head to hammer home a point, hands on hips, eyes bright with humor and debate. She looked alive, utterly lost in the moment, and Lily's breath caught. "So there you are," she thought. "Nice to finally meet you, Hermione Granger." Lily turned to her husband, half ready to drag him into another dance. Hermione clearly didn't need looking after. But the crowd parted, and James Potter strode toward them with his son. Hermione stiffened. Her arms dropped, and the watchful wariness slid back into place. "Mr. Potter," she greeted, her tone giving no clue whether his presence pleased or annoyed her. "Miss Granger, a pleasure to see you again," James replied affably, shaking her hand. "Is your friend Harry about? I wanted to introduce my boy. Peter, this is Hermione Granger, a young lady who knows her warding." Peter, his father's image from tousled hair to robe color, took Hermione's hand and looked her over with clear approval. Seventh-year favorite with the girls, Lily thought. The expression on his face said he would enjoy a flirt. Hermione's handshake was brisk, her gaze flicking away almost at once. "How do you do?" she asked, every inch the well-mannered muggle. Lily hid a smile. Purebloods hardly ever used that phrase, and Peter's automatic "very good, thank you." "And you?" made her want to laugh. After a moment of polite hush, James spoke again. "I've been talking with a few Order members," he said, "and I hear you're staying at Hogwarts and here at Malfoy Manor. No one seems to have offered an alternative. Hogwarts is wonderful, and this place is something, but perhaps you'd rather not lodge with Slytherins. My home is, of course, open to all of you." How dare he? Lily's vision flashed red. Only the knowledge that she would ruin the evening kept her from marching over to punch him. How dare he, she fumed, swaggering in, acting the generous lion, as if she and Remus weren't Gryffindor through and through. "You think we wouldn't want to stay with Slytherins?" Hermione echoed. The silky edge of her voice soothed Lily's anger. "How do you know Harry isn't a Slytherin himself, Mr. Potter?" James looked genuinely surprised, then had the gall to laugh. "The boy who lived, a Slytherin? In any dimension?" He chuckled. "Leading takes courage. All you'll find in the House of Snakes and their tagalongs is cowardice." "Tagalongs?" Hermione's voice grew colder. James carried on, oblivious. "Those who spend time with them," he clarified, his eyes flicking toward Remus and Lily. "Almost worse than the real thing. Did you know every dark wizard came from Slytherin? Is that so?" Hermione's gaze shifted to Peter. In other circumstances Lily would have wondered why, but just then she fought to keep from drowning in memories, the slights from her own house, Remus weeping because he felt unwelcome in his dorm, Sirius offering not to speak to them in public if it would help. 20 happy years had dulled her fury. They had done nothing for Hermione's. One moment Hermione listened politely, the next she was inches from James, steady-handed, low-voiced, and terrifying. "Let me make one thing clear, Mr. Potter," she said, eyes like polished stone. Lily remembered this woman casting the Cruciatus. Cutting down grown men with a sword, facing Albus, and winning. "In our world, you're dead. You died soon after your son was born, and the only reason he's still alive is because these Slytherins and their tagalongs protected him. Despite the way you provoked them, they never abandoned your child to such a fate. They taught him, cared for him, and died for him, something you couldn't do. I find that especially ironic, considering the part you played in the unbirth of another child." James drew a shaky breath, disturbed either by news of his other self's fate or by Hermione's startling knowledge. She loomed over him, though he was a head taller, intent on driving her point home. "You owe them, Mr. Potter," she continued, still so quiet an onlooker would think the exchange friendly. "And if this conversation weren't proof enough, my world shows they are the people you should admire, in any reality. Good evening, Mr. Potter. I doubt our paths will cross again." She gave James a final smile, short and sharp, like the flash of a knife, then turned back to Bill. "You were saying?" Bill recovered and launched into an explanation about setting jewels into foundation stones. His lecture lasted only until James whisked his son away and melted into the crowd. "Wow," Bill breathed. "I'm glad that wasn't aimed at me." Hermione flinched. "It was necessary," she muttered. Eyes down. She looked drained, yet she did not regret slicing James Potter apart with words. Lily lifted her wine to steady her racing heart. She wasn't sure whether she felt triumphant at Hermione's defense of the Slytherins or shaken by the woman's ruthless precision. The scene reminded her how gently Hermione treated them when she could have done far worse. Bill cleared his throat. "My brother Ron asked me to send his best," he said, eager to restart the conversation. Lily winced. The subject would only deepen Hermione's hurt. "He wanted to see you and Harry, but Christmas is a big deal at home and Mum leans on him." "I understand," Hermione answered softly. "Family matters most. Especially to Ron." Bill looked surprised, thoughtful. He was no ordinary curse breaker. He noticed things. "Most people think it's odd, the way he dotes on family," he admitted. "He caught grief for it at school, so he's always afraid people won't understand." "Oh, no." Hermione shook her head. "Ron's always wondered where he fit. As the youngest son, he felt invisible. Taking care of your mother must give him purpose. I'm glad he found it." Bill stared. "That's exactly what Dad says. You must know him well where you come from." Paleness washed over Hermione's face. Her gaze skittered toward the exits. "We grew up together," she stammered. "He was my friend." "I'm glad," Bill said gently. "After Ginny died, he withdrew. He has friends, but I don't think they really see him. It's hard to find the real Ron," Hermione whispered. "He hides deep." She half turned away, then touched Bill's shoulder, voice trembling. "Bill. Is he happy?" Bill's expression softened. He covered her hand with his own and pressed it in reassurance. "Yes, Hermione. I believe he is. I'm only sorry this Ron never met you. You'd have made him better." Lily left them to their private grief. 3 dances later, after a long talk with Narcissa about her new Hogwarts scholarship, she finally spotted Harry. He stood in a dim alcove, half hidden behind velvet curtains. She crossed the ballroom slowly, stepping out of the bright heart of the party until she, too, merged with the shadows. His breath hitched when her shoulder brushed his, but he didn't retreat. Together they watched the spinning couples and laughing friends, a single night of peace. "I'm sorry about yesterday," he said suddenly. "I wasn't thinking." "No apology needed," Lily replied. "I shouldn't have dumped everything on you." He hummed. "As payback, I could kick James for you," he offered, perfectly serious. She laughed. "Hermione already handled that." He grinned. "She's always quicker than I am." Silence settled, easy and deep. "Don't you want to join your friends?" Lily asked after a while. He seemed startled, as if he'd forgotten she was there. "No," he said hoarsely, yet with rare peace. "They'd fuss, make sure I was enjoying myself. It's enough to see them like this." "Like what?" "Alive," he answered without hesitation. "Being themselves. I dragged them onto this path and I couldn't have done it without them, but sometimes I wish." He exhaled. It's good to know they haven't lost this. They can reclaim it when everything's over. That's why I keep going. You haven't lost it either, Lily reminded him. You're alive too, Harry. His smile faded to something wistful. She realized she had never seen him so still, all restless energy gone. You should go back, he murmured. They'll miss you. And your husband wants another dance. Her eyes traveled from his shadowed face to the bright room beyond, warm light, music, movement. The distance felt impossible, her son, standing in darkness even when surrounded by light. No, she said quietly. I'd rather stay here, Harry, here with you. Chapter 27, Things were going well. Christmas had been a success, mostly. There was so much harmony, goodwill, and peace in the air that Lily almost forgot how things usually ended around Harry and his friends. She even let herself relax, which, of course, was exactly when everything blew up in their faces. They were having breakfast, or what would have been called brunch, if the wizarding world had such a concept. Neville and Luna weren't quite awake yet after all the dancing the night before, and Hermione seemed content to sip her tea and nibble on a muffin. The rest were busy dissecting last night's ball in vivid detail. Narcissa had once told Lily, with a long-suffering sigh, that this kind of post-event analysis was just as important as the event itself. Lily thought it was gossip by another name, but that didn't stop her from joining in. She wasn't as good at it as Sirius, who somehow knew all the dark secrets of every pure-blood family, but she was a keen observer. So she got caught off guard right in the middle of a discussion about Mrs. Periwinkle's unfortunate wardrobe choices. I've had an idea, Harry announced, bursting into the room. His eyes were fever-bright, and Lily didn't need Neville's quiet "oh" from the far end of the table to know this was not going to be good. So have I, Hermione replied, snapping her book shut. War and Peace. Because of course Hermione's idea of comfort reading was a 1,000-page Russian epic. I think we can actually measure the relative magical positioning of our home and this dimension during the next crossing. Like a frequency of dimensional relativity. We only need to, yes, I'm sure that's fascinating, Hermione, Harry cut in, waving her off. But listen, I had an idea. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. It's the solution to everything, and it's so simple. The look in Hermione and Neville's eyes, something close to dread, told Lily that Harry's easy ideas usually weren't. Tell us, Harry, Neville said, sounding resigned. Harry's face lit up like a boy with a secret. He gestured wildly, like that would somehow help the words make sense, or soften the blow. So I've been thinking, he began again, we only have 2 Horcruxes left in our world, plus me and Voldemort. He's probably already taken the cup from Bella's vault, so getting that and Nagini will be about stealth. A one-man job, really. So I thought, why not make it an actual one-man job? We only need my scar to find the right dimension, so there's no reason the 3 of you couldn't. He didn't finish. He didn't have to. They all knew what he was going to say. Don't you dare, Hermione said, quiet and sharp as ice. Don't you dare, Harry. This is our fight just as much as yours. Lily felt the words sink in. So that's what last night had been about. He'd seen his friends happy, or at least content, and his response was to cut himself off from them. Did he even realize how absurd that was? What kind of people had taught him that his value was tied to how much he could sacrifice? But he was still talking, and the once relaxed air around the table was now heavy and tense, like a thunderstorm about to break. I know that, Hermione. Harry protested, both palms raised, trying to hold back her fury. I know how much you've all helped me. I couldn't have done any of this without you. But we're almost there now. One final push. And it would help me more just to know you're safe. No, damn it. It was Neville, his head lowered like a bull ready to charge. The tendons in his neck stood out. Draco stared at him in shock. They all did. You don't get to cut us out, Harry. We won't let you. Harry's hands stayed raised, but now he pressed them against the air as if he could build a wall and make them see beyond it if he just pushed hard enough. But think about it, he said. You like it here. The people you loved are still alive. Maybe you could love them again. Luna, there are creatures to study. Neville, there are plants to grow. Hermione, there are libraries you've never seen. Our world is just a burnt wasteland. You could build a life here. So could you. Neville said roughly. But you haven't even considered staying. I'm different, and you know it, Harry said. I'm needed there. So are we. Neville's voice was unmovable. You need us. And we're not leaving you. No matter what you say. This isn't your last supper, Harry, Luna added, unusually firm. And we're not sleeping. We won't sleep until it's done. Lily could tell the conversation was over for Neville and Luna. They wouldn't back down. But more than that. Neville's tired eyes, even Luna's flicker of irritation, this clearly wasn't the first time they'd had this fight. Harry wasn't moved by any of it. If anything, he was getting angry. Don't be stupid, he told them. You may think it's your job to protect me, but when I say that job's done, it's done. Lily looked around the table. She saw confusion in her friends' faces. Draco's concern. Narcissa's careful, quiet evaluation. Sirius and Severus, both clearly offended, growing angrier by the second. To them, Harry's words sounded like he was questioning the other's loyalty. The worst kind of insult, and Lily understood their anger. She really did. She might have joined them, if she hadn't remembered being desperate and in pain, exhausted down to the bone. If she hadn't remembered that moment when pushing everyone away had seemed like the kindest thing she could do. After her child had died, and her body had become a battlefield, she hadn't wanted visitors. When they finally let her go, Remus was waiting outside her hospital room, eyes red and tired. And she had tried to walk past him, because he was already near his breaking point, and she couldn't bear to pull him under too. This is my problem, she'd told him. I'll deal with it. I just need some time. She'd even said their relationship might have been a mistake. That he had a future to look forward to. She thought she was doing him a favor. She thought she was being noble. She chose not to hear his quiet, he was my son, too. It took her years to understand how deeply she'd hurt him. That shouldering grief alone was just another kind of selfishness. And now, she saw that same desperate selfishness in Harry. That same misguided attempt to protect by shutting everyone out. She saw Remus' pain reflected in Neville. In Luna. In the quiet ache on Hermione's face, but Hermione wasn't blinking. She stood, both hands pressed flat on the table, as steady as stone. That's where you're wrong, she said. You don't get to tell me when my job's done. You don't even get to tell me what my job is, Harry. The air felt hot, like the tension was vibrating around them, but Harry was still stubborn. I dragged you into this, he said. You're helping me. And I can decide I don't want your help anymore, Hermione. I don't. Stay here. I'll do the rest alone. I'm helping you. Hermione's voice turned sharp and brittle, far removed from the cool, dangerous composure she'd shown earlier. This wasn't polished or controlled anymore. This was raw, ugly, and painfully real. You wouldn't have survived your first year at Hogwarts without me, Harry. You might have been the reason I got involved in the first place, but don't pretend you could have done it without me. You said it yourself. I point and you charge. So what makes you think you can just throw us aside like we don't matter? His eyes darkened. I am the chosen one, he said. For a moment, it looked like Hermione might hit him, and I'm the clever one, she hissed. So stop this nonsense and tell me what's really going on. He opened his mouth to argue, but even Lily could tell it would be pointless. He either changed tactics, or let the truth slip. His tone shifted, pleading, urgent, so vulnerable it cut straight into Lily's chest. Please, he whispered. Do this for me. Stay here. Stay safe. That's what I need from you, Hermione. No. Her voice was still sharp. Unyielding. That's not happening. I need you to be happy more than I need your help, he said. Can't you understand that? Happy? She shot back. Harry, we haven't been happy in years. Happy doesn't even factor anymore. Not there, Harry agreed, voice low. Not at home. Everything there is broken. But here? You could have a life here, Hermione. A real one. She made a cutting motion with her hand. Her face had gone hard and cold. I am who I am, Harry. That's not going to change. He didn't see her anger. His eyes were fixed on a future he'd imagined for her, a fantasy. He wasn't looking at her, not really. Yes, I know, he said quickly. But think of all the chances you'd have here. Sure, you'd miss me at first, but once you settled in, the windows began to shake. Cutlery rattled. The tension in the room reached a breaking point. What do you think's going to happen, Harry? Hermione yelled. That you leave and I'll just carry on? Find a nice bloke. Settle down, pop out 2.5 kids, and get a job at the ministry? You can't seriously be that naive. Of course I'm not. He shouted back. But you have a chance here. A chance at a good life, and I just want to make sure there is no good life for me without you. Hermione shouted. I won't let you leave me. Not like everyone else has. She was breathing hard now, all her control shattered. Even Neville was watching her, concern written all over his face. Harry just sighed. His voice turned weary, like he'd aged a decade in a second. Let's be honest, he said, like he was talking to a child who couldn't understand the obvious. I'm already broken. It's too late for me. Even if the prophecy was wrong, even if none of this had happened. I'm wrong in a way that can't be fixed. But you're not. You're the part of Ron, me, and you that will survive this. You're stronger than me, Hermione. You always have been. For a heartbeat, everything froze. Lily found herself distantly observing the scene, like a wax museum tableau, everyone trapped between what had been and what was now. Then Hermione laughed. Bitter. Cold. Not because his words were funny, but because they were tragic. Don't you see, Harry? She said. I'm just as broken as you. Just as desperate. The only reason I'm still here is you. And if you die, I swear, I'll be tempted to walk straight into a Death Eater camp without a wand. No, Lily thought desperately. No, 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 this isn't how it's supposed to be. They're too young to be talking like this. Too young to believe it. A world where this makes sense should not exist. But they were saying it. And they meant it. Harry was staring at Hermione like he'd never really seen her before. Lily had watched so many emotions pass across his face over the past week, but this was something new. Something terrible, but you can't, he said, barely able to get the words out. You're not allowed to. That's not how this works. I'm willing to do what has to be done, but I need to know you'll be all right. That you three will be happy. I need to believe that. Well, I'm not. Hermione yelled. I'm not all right. I'm a mess, Harry. I've got parents in Australia whose memories I wiped clean. I have Luna and Neville. And I have you. That's it. Parents whose memories she erased. Sirius murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Maybe he just needed to hear any other sound, anything but this awful exchange. Lily didn't respond. That's all I've got now, Harry tried to argue. He wasn't even looking at her anymore. His head was bowed, hair falling forward. But in the future, after I'm gone, after you're gone, what? Hermione shouted. What am I supposed to look forward to, Harry? Tell me. Loneliness? Nightmares? Not being able to function in normal society? What do you think is waiting for me? Silence. When Harry looked up, tears streaked down his face. "But I'm doing this for you," he whispered. Hermione gave a soft, sad laugh. "And I'm doing this for you," she said gently. "So it looks like all we've got left is each other. Please. Don't leave me before you have to." Harry was shaking his head, wild and frantic. Whether it was stress, or some leftover effect of Felix Felicis, or just sheer desperation, there was madness in his eyes now. "But it's not supposed to be like this," he muttered. "There's good and bad in life, right? Fate? Ever since I heard the prophecy, I knew I wouldn't get out. Snape's memories made it clear. I get it. I'm not stupid. I know what's coming for me. But there has to be balance. If my life's nothing but this, then someone else is supposed to get the happy ending. That's the trade, right? You get the good life, Hermione. Because you deserve it." "No, Harry," Hermione said, her voice quiet, another tear slipping down her cheek. "I don't think anyone's getting a happy ending. This isn't a story." Harry shook his head again, hands raised as if to block out her words. "No. That can't be true," he said. "We have to make sure you're all right, Hermione. I need to believe that, after all the people who died for me, all the people I've killed. I have to know I saved you." Hermione reached out, took his hand, and held it tightly. Through her tears, she smiled. There was sorrow in that smile. "And finality, I'd die for you without hesitation, Harry Potter," she said softly. "But there are some things even I can't do for you." And Harry, who only minutes earlier had calmly accepted the idea of sacrificing himself, looked at her with wide, horrified eyes. Then he spun around and stormed out of the room. Chapter 28. After Harry stormed out of the room, Hermione turned to the others. "We're leaving for Gringotts in 3 hours, she said calmly. Remus could hardly believe his ears. "But—" he began, gesturing helplessly around the room, toward Neville and Luna, who were leaning on each other, too tired to stand, toward his wife, gripping the table so hard her knuckles had gone white, toward the heavy silence still hanging in the air after what they'd just witnessed. Hermione raised an eyebrow in quiet mockery. There were still tears on her face, bright trails that hadn't been wiped away, but there was no emotion in her voice or expression. "This changes nothing," she said. "You can come with us or stay. Your choice. I'm sorry we ruined breakfast, but there are more important things." And with that, she left. Neville and Luna followed without a word, as if this kind of moment was just another part of the routine. Remus crossed the room and hugged Lily tightly. Then Severus hugged him in turn. Across the room, Sirius was trying to comfort Draco, explaining what had just happened, as if there was any explanation for it. The urge to retreat was overwhelming. Remus needed space, perspective, quiet, anything to make sense of what he had just seen. But he felt it now, a pounding inside his chest, like the relentless rhythm of a train gaining speed, pulling them all forward. There was no time for clarity. Only movement. Forward, downward, deeper. Christmas had felt like a pause in the story, a plateau that stretched out in both directions. A moment to breathe. To hope, but it had been an illusion. A gift none of them had truly appreciated. Now they were moving again, toward Gringotts, toward another Horcrux, toward the day these four would return to their own world. Toward an ending Hermione wouldn't even name. Remus needed time to think. But he wouldn't get it. So he pushed the panic down. Focused on his breath. Observed. Waited. Somewhere, he would find the moment to make sense of this. And when that moment came, he would know what to say, because in that awful room, in the middle of Hermione's shouting and Harry's tears, while Luna clutched Neville's hand like a lifeline, Remus finally understood. Harry was going to die, not might. Not probably. Not maybe, depending on the odds. He was going to die, willingly. Inevitably, and the others knew it too. Remus stood in silence as he watched them, these four travelers from another world, and felt that dreadful certainty settle into his bones. they gathered in the entrance hall long before anyone else arrived. Once again they wore their patched and magically reinforced layers. Neville had a hand on the back of Harry's neck, holding him close. Harry leaned into him, as if Neville were the only solid thing left in the world. Luna had plucked decorations from the Malfoys' Christmas tree and woven them into her hair, tiny tokens of joy already fading. Hermione stood apart. Upright. Composed. But her eyes were ancient, too old for her young face. And the fingers she held locked in front of her trembled. A week ago, Remus wouldn't have noticed any of this. He would have thought they were unchanged. Maybe they were. Maybe this kind of fight had happened a dozen times before. He could already see it. Harry pulling back inside his walls. His posture relaxing. That strange mix of calm and madness settling on his face again. Had Luna worn something in her hair when they found them in Voldemort's dungeon? Remus couldn't remember. Had Neville's hands always clenched and unclenched like that, tight with helpless rage? He hadn't seen it before. Harry was going to die, and one way or another, he would take the other three with him. All hearts must break, Remus thought vaguely, remembering Luna's first story. The answers had been there all along, but he'd been too blind to see them. What can we do? He thought helplessly. Is there truly nothing we can do? He stayed close to Lily as they reached Gringotts. She was quiet now, stilled by everything that had happened, and he couldn't bring himself to speak, not yet. He didn't want to ask if she'd seen what he'd seen, if she'd recognized what was looming just ahead. So he did the only thing he could. He stayed near her. Watched for signs she was struggling. Watched for something he could fix, but no. She couldn't have seen it. Lily wouldn't accept that kind of fate. She would fight to her last breath against it. Wouldn't she? When they climbed into the carts that would take them underground, Luna sat in front of him. Without a word, he reached out and took her hand. So Harry survives the Triwizard Tournament, Remus recited silently, trying to trace the facts. He's friends with Hermione and Ron. Hermione and Ron care for each other. Then Ron dies. They go on the run. They search for Horcruxes. As the cart picked up speed, Hermione began gripping the sides. Muttering under her breath, somewhere along the way, they find out Harry is a Horcrux himself. And that to defeat Voldemort, he has to die. But how? The cart tilted downward sharply. Harry whooped in excitement, and Sirius echoed him, louder and wilder. Remus just held on, as always hoping not to make a fool of himself. And still, he held Luna's hand. Snape's memories were very clear. Harry had said, Hermione had told them Severus had died protecting them. Died in her arms, but that meant. Severus knew, and if they hadn't figured it out themselves, then Dumbledore must have known, too. But he couldn't have. Luna squeezed his hand gently, bringing him back to the present. Stop thinking, Professor, she whispered. Thinking doesn't help. Hope does. It's warmer. Fuzzier. Like a blanket. Do you think they sell hope blankets anywhere, Professor? He swallowed. Cleared his throat. The carts were slowing. I don't know, Luna, he said softly. But. Please don't call me Professor anymore. I think I've learned more from you than the other way around. Luna giggled. That title isn't about teaching, silly. It's about honoring. She tilted her head, beaming. When we all survive this, I'm going to knit you a hope blanket. How hard could it be? All survive? Remus echoed, almost disbelieving. Yet something in her voice made him want to believe again. But I thought, Hermione is very clever, Luna said, leaning close. But sometimes she looks so hard for what's real that she forgets what's true. This is a story, like all things are. And we can still choose what kind of story it will be. But Harry. He's so sure, that's because he needs to be, Luna whispered. It's part of the story. But why shouldn't we still find a ram in the thicket before it's too late? Remus opened his mouth to ask more, but Harry shouted back at them, "Luna, come on. We're nearly there. Right behind you." Luna called, springing from the cart. "Watch out for dragonflies." And with a laugh, she was gone. She had let go of his hand so easily that Remus realized something startling. She hadn't needed it. She had been holding on for his comfort, not hers. Then she turned, gave him one more of her bright, unwavering smiles. "The night is always darkest before someone remembers to use a lumos," she said. "Come along, Remus. We're going treasure hunting." And so they were. Once the goblins and Hermione had cancelled most of the vault's defensive spells, carefully logging each one so they could be reapplied later, they made good time. Everyone knew the Lestranges worked for Voldemort, but no one had yet been able to prove it. So while the order had been called the moment they were spotted, they still didn't have legal grounds to seize their property. This trip was the result of diplomacy, not legality. The goblins, uninterested in protecting Death Eaters who brought nothing but risk, were willing to cooperate, as long as the order stayed discreet and didn't make a mess of things. Remus sighed as he watched Harry stomp through piles of gold and silver tableware, paying no mind to what he trampled underfoot. Discretion, and staying out of trouble, those were going to be real challenges with these four. Hermione followed behind him, flicking her wand, writing things as he knocked them over. But Remus knew her well enough to expect that wouldn't last. The moment they found a potential portal artifact, Hermione would vanish into her own world, and they'd be left to manage Harry. Said Agent of Chaos suddenly paused, pressing his palm to his scar. "Ouch," he said. "It's definitely here. Over in that corner, I think." Remus hadn't known Harry worked as a human Horcrux detector, but he wasn't about to complain if it made things easier, while Sirius and Harry began unearthing a beautiful golden cup, silently, efficiently. Remus joined Hermione, Lily, Luna, and Sirius in searching for the object that had thrown them into this dimension in the first place. The Lestrange vault was packed with dark and dangerous magical items. Generations of collecting had filled it with cursed, twisted, and transmogrifying relics. Most of it was unfamiliar to Remus, and most of it radiated quiet threat. Hermione's eyes flickered longingly toward the shelves of ancient books, but to her credit, she held herself back and stayed focused on the task at hand. Despite their methodical approach and the quick diagnostic charm Hermione had developed, it still took them half an hour to narrow things down to 3 possible portal-causing objects. Part of the delay? Harry, instead of helping with the search, like Sirius, Harry insisted on exploring the cursed objects scattered around the room. He gleefully declared, "Archaeology is not my division. No thank you. I've no interest in transmogritralala. Carry on over there. I'll just poke this thingy here." It was as though the morning's confrontation had never happened. Or as if they were all clinging hard to their quirks just to pretend it hadn't. Harry was back to his Mad Hatter persona. Hermione was clear-eyed and imperious, directing them all with brisk efficiency. Luna was skipping between piles of artifacts, chatting to anything and everything until Hermione had to gently remind her that, under current circumstances, she might have to invoke the Luna is forbidden to talk to monsters clause of their friendship. Luna had pouted after that, and Neville stayed apart, posted near the vault entrance like a silent sentry. He didn't join the chatter, didn't laugh, didn't even offer commentary when Luna and Harry traded nonsense. So still and quiet. Remus had nearly forgotten he was even there, until Neville threw himself into the path of a reducto curse, meant for Sirius' unprotected back. Chapter 29. The moment Sirius heard the hiss of a deadly spell, he spun around, wand raised, just in time to see a reducto curse smash against a glowing blue shield. It would have obliterated him. His eyes locked on Neville, who stood at the door with his wand outstretched. For a heartbeat, they understood each other completely. Then the shield vanished. Harry, who had been murmuring over a cursed dagger, snapped into combat mode so fast it could give you whiplash. Hermione flicked her wand, gathering the chosen artifacts into her belt pouch. And Neville, voice booming with fury that shook Sirius to his core, roared 2 words, "Bellatrix Lestrange." He hurled himself out of the vault. Sirius hadn't even reached the threshold when he heard the clash of spells outside. Neville was a good duelist, fast and fierce, but Bellatrix had survived 20 years of kill-or-be-killed battles. Neville fought hard, recklessly, without a care for his own safety, but it wasn't until Sirius and Harry joined in that the tide began to turn. Bellatrix laughed wildly, but there was fear in her eyes. "Neville Longbottom," she sneered. "I heard you weren't dead after all. But to face me after I carved up your pretty little body, how brave." Sirius went cold. So she had been the one. The one who killed his Neville. He should have known, his cousin had always loved cruelty, Neville snarled, his spells gaining force and venom. Bellatrix was forced to keep up her strongest shield, her eyes darting around for escape. "And who's this?" she taunted. "Sirius, darling cousin. Always your loyal mutt, wasn't he, Neville? Always there for you. Sickening, really, how he loved you. Was he sad when he couldn't save you? When he wasn't there when it counted? Did he?" A burst of blue light cut straight through her defenses. She shrieked, crumpling to the ground, both legs broken. Her wand flew toward Harry, who calmly pocketed it. Sirius winced at the sharp snap of bones and turned to see who had cast the curse. Hermione stood at his side, wand steady. Beside her, Luna watched Bellatrix with cold, clear eyes. "Petrificus totalis," Luna said, though it was hardly necessary. Bellatrix's body went rigid. For a long moment, the only sound was their heavy breathing. Sirius scanned the vault. No injuries. Lily and Severus stood near the entrance. It had all taken less than 5 minutes. Remus was beside the goblin official who'd brought them. His wand was out, but unused. "Everyone all right?" Sirius called. He got a chorus of yes and a disgusted grunt from the goblin. There went their cooperation. "How the hell did she get in here?" he demanded. "Why didn't your people raise the alarm the second she entered Gringotts?" The goblin shrugged, almost smug. "No communication between the offices and the vaults," he said gruffly. "Security protocol. She probably placed extra wards on her vault. Paranoid customers do that. When we canceled them, it likely tipped her off. And you didn't think to warn us this could happen?" Sirius snapped. Bellatrix's words had rattled him more than he wanted to admit. Even now, he could see the graveyard, Neville's limbs twisted at impossible angles. The blood on his hands. The chill of the boy's skin as a hand touched his shoulder. He stiffened. It was Neville. This Neville. The one whose blood had never been spilled that night. "Don't let her get to you," Neville said quietly. "She does that. But you can't let her." Sirius nodded mutely. He and his Neville had never made it this far. Never reached the place where they could lean on each other as equals. His Neville had depended on him, and while seeing what this version had become filled Sirius with pride, it also hurt, because this Neville didn't need him. But then he looked again. There was something wild in Neville's eyes. His hand hadn't moved from Sirius's shoulder. Severus stood nearby, watching them, silent and worried. He had nearly seen Sirius die only minutes ago, and Sirius remembered, growing up doesn't stop us from needing others. It only changes how we need them. He leaned into Neville slightly, their shoulders brushing. "You did good," he said hoarsely. He wasn't speaking to the boy he'd once loved, or the hero he'd imagined. He spoke to the man he'd come to know. "Thank you for saving my life." Neville's hand squeezed his shoulder before letting go. He turned away without a word, but his eyes were clearer now. His posture steady. "Anytime," he said softly. "Great," Harry announced, standing over the petrified Bellatrix like a victorious hunter. The only thing missing was his foot on her chest. "So, who gets to kill her?" "What?" Severus shouted, just as Lily did. "We haven't even talked about what we're going to do with her." Remus protested. "Where did killing her come from?" Sirius just shook his head. They wouldn't get far with morality here. What they needed was a logical argument. She might have useful information, he offered. "We don't catch many Death Eaters." We can't afford to kill one. But Hermione shook her head. Not this one, she said firmly. Yes, intel might be useful. But Bellatrix is too far gone. Too dangerous. We have to get rid of her. We can't just kill her. Sirius looked genuinely shocked. And Sirius kind of agreed. Killing in battle was one thing. Killing someone tied up and helpless? That was murder. Course we can, Harry said brightly. It's easy. One little curse and, oops, dead Bellatrix. Could happen to anyone. I'd do it, but I killed her last time. Everyone should get a turn. Right? Harry, that's not. Remus began, horrified. She killed my godfather, Harry cut in, his voice suddenly cold. She gutted Molly Weasley like a fish. She tortured my parents until they went mad, Neville said, stepping beside him. She nailed Susan Bones to a tree. And laughed. She murdered my father, Luna added, her voice hard and deep. Then she killed Remus because he tried to protect me. He gave me his food. He stepped in front of me. She stabbed him with a silver knife. She tortured me, Hermione said, joining them. They stood as a line between Bellatrix and the rest. The message was clear. She watched Lucius Malfoy kill Ron and laughed. And that was just what she'd done in their world. From what she'd said earlier, she had killed this Neville. Maybe even his parents. Who knew how many others had suffered at her hands? We can't let her live, Hermione finished, and there it was again, silence. That heavy, stunned silence that always followed a line no one wanted crossed, right? Harry said, clapping his hands. Any other objections? Lily stepped forward. Yes, actually, she said. I understand why you wanted to do it. I sympathize. If I'd been there, I might have killed her myself to protect everyone. But this was murder. It was wrong. We can't let it happen again, Harry's face hardened. Try and stop us, Hermione opened her hand and dropped a stone to the ground. With a flick of her wand, a golden shield bubble shimmered into place around them, strong and impenetrable. I'm sorry, she said, but her expression didn't show it. Remus and Sirius immediately began casting diagnostic spells. Sirius and Lily went to work slicing at the barrier. But they all knew it wouldn't help. Breaking through would take hours. Still, they tried, together, then. Harry asked his friends, ignoring the attempts to break the shield. Hermione nodded, a faint smile crossing her lips. Together, they were really bonding over who got to kill Bellatrix Lestrange. Together, Neville and Luna echoed. They all turned their backs on Sirius, Remus, Lily, and Sirius. A flash of green light filled the cavern. The shield vanished, but no one moved. Everyone knew what had happened. The trip back to Hogwarts was silent. Tense. And Sirius, for one, was grateful the students had all been sent home for the holidays. Originally, the idea had been to upgrade the school's defenses. Instead, they'd witnessed a very different kind of crisis. Now, the mere thought of students being around for this made Sirius shudder. He could barely keep himself together as it was. The idea of wearing a calm, professional mask in front of children felt unbearable. He and his friends didn't bother hiding their anger. They had spent the last week bending over backwards to welcome these visitors, stretching themselves far beyond comfort to support and understand them. Sirius had honestly believed they'd formed a bond, and yet, the moment it no longer suited them, Harry and the others turned their backs. Literally, why were they always the ones expected to compromise? To be understanding? Why couldn't the Dimension Travelers even listen? Yes, they were furious. And when things reached this level of collective rage, they let Lily speak. She was the best at it. Even Dumbledore had learned to apologize when Lily got angry, and this time, she didn't hold back. That, she said the second they entered the Great Hall and gathered around the table, was not acceptable. Not in any way, shape, or form. Harry shrugged. Had to be done, he said lightly, Sirius saw both Neville and Hermione nod. That's not your decision to make, Lily snapped. This is our dimension. We call the shots. You should have let us discuss it. Harry had the audacity to grin. Nope, he said, flopping into a chair and conjuring tea for himself and the others. Sirius had been an Auror for years before becoming a teacher. He'd been in the Order since he was 18. He understood what it meant to do what had to be done, to harden your heart, let go of jokes and charm, and face the harshness of justice. But this? This wasn't that, this was just being an ass. Remus seemed to agree. Do you have to be like that? He asked Harry, voice sharp with rare irritation. Harry sipped his tea like it was the most enjoyable drink in the world. Yep, Sirius had to stop himself from lunging across the table. He looked to Neville and raised a brow. Neville blushed. At least he had the grace to be embarrassed. But he didn't apologize. What Harry means, Neville said, is that this was an operational call. We got involved in your world the moment we started destroying Horcruxes. We couldn't risk Bellatrix escaping. It had to be done. He hesitated. And, for what it's worth, I'm sorry we overruled you. More like steamrolled, Sirius muttered, and it doesn't change the fact that it was wrong. Lily added. She turned to Neville, hoping for something more rational from him. There were other options, other ways we could have handled her. Neville glanced at Hermione, then at Harry, before shaking his head. No. Not with her. No other options, Lily growled in frustration. You can't just. There's nothing simple about this, Luna interrupted. Her voice, usually light and dreamy, was firm and grounded. There are threads and layers everywhere, and when you're caught in the web, you can't tell which way the spider's coming. You can only guess, and guess the worst. The confusion that followed gave Harry another opening. He dove back in, grinning. Besides, he said, isn't this just so convenient? She's only safe if she's dead. You lot would never kill her with your funny little morals, and then we showed up. Problem solved. You're welcome. Sirius didn't even need to glance at Lily and Remus. He knew exactly what was coming next. Right and wrong isn't about convenience, Remus said sharply. You shouldn't have gone over our heads, and you certainly shouldn't have killed her. That doesn't change just because you didn't like the alternatives. Harry scoffed and took another sip of tea. We also probably shouldn't have destroyed your Horcruxes, he said, voice turning cold. Interfering with another dimension and all that. And maybe I shouldn't mention that we still have an undestroyed one in our possession. So you might want to be very careful about upsetting me, while the future of your world still depends on my mood. A stunned silence fell over the room. Even Hermione looked shocked. Lily inhaled sharply. Pain flickered across her face. Hurt. Disbelief. And then that white-hot fury she had never fully mastered. That's blackmail, she said quietly, dangerously. Harry tilted his head. So I can't believe you're throwing this in our faces. Lily burst out. We're grateful for what you've done. We understand your situation. But we're not going to dance to your tune just because you helped us. And we're certainly not going to overlook a murder just because you think communication is beneath you. That's not fair, Hermione jumped in. She sounded like she was trying to be reasonable, but her voice was too shrill. Harry may be a bit undiplomatic. But what we did was necessary. And if you're too caught up in your own scruples to see that. Do you even hear yourself? Lily hissed. What you did was murder. And Harry isn't just undiplomatic, he's manipulating us. He's goading us like some petulant teenager who doesn't understand boundaries. She was shaking now. This isn't you. You're better than this. You're acting like you want to push us away. I thought we were becoming something more than allies, friends, even. But right now, you're strangers to me. And if this is who you really are, I'm not sure I want to know you. Hermione flinched at Lily's words, and Neville stepped toward her protectively. Harry's face shut down. I really don't care, he said flatly. Think whatever you want. Just stay out of our way and let us handle things. But Sirius saw the lie. He wasn't as good at reading people as Remus, maybe, but he'd been an Auror long enough, and a teacher even longer. He knew when someone was bluffing. Harry's words had hurt him deeply. Lily's rejection had struck a nerve. It was as if Harry had been waiting for it, pushing and provoking, expecting it all to fall apart and drawing some twisted comfort from being proven right. In that moment, Harry reminded Sirius of Severus. How long it had taken him to trust anyone, to believe he was wanted. What kind of childhood had Harry endured? Lily didn't see it. She was too wrapped up in trying to make him understand. We won't stay out of the way. Not if your thing is killing people, Harry. That's not something we'll allow in this world. Harry let out a bitter, cold laugh. Well, then I'm sure you'll be thrilled to see us leave, he said lightly, though the hurt still lurked beneath the surface. You've been very tolerant, really. I told you I was a freak. I warned you, once you got to know me, you'd change your mind. Shock flashed across Lily's face. But Harry had already turned and begun walking away. Sirius took a step forward, ready to stop him. So did Neville. But Lily was faster. She rushed after Harry and caught his elbow. He didn't turn to face her, but she didn't let go. No, Harry, she said softly. You're not a freak. You come from a different world, a different life. Of course, we argue. That's what people do when they care. And I do care. That's why you drive me mad. Harry's head was still turned away, but his body leaned toward her like a magnet. Why would you care? He murmured. It wasn't quite a question, but Lily answered it anyway. Because I like you, she said gently. Harry turned toward her, drawn by her voice like he couldn't help himself. Because I want you here. Because I'm proud of you. Of who you are, and what you've done, even if I don't agree with how you do it. It doesn't matter that I'm not your mother, not to me. But if she were here, I know she'd be proud. So proud of you. Harry stared at her, and for the first time, Sirius really noticed his eyes, green, just like Lily's, but carrying so much more weight. They'd always looked different to him, full of darkness and pain. But now, as Harry drank in every detail of her face, trying to fix the moment in his memory, Sirius saw it, their shared fierceness, their loyalty, the quiet heartbreak of failing to protect someone. Harry was looking at Lily, and for the first time, Sirius saw a son and his mother. That's good, Harry said at last, voice thick with emotion. I'm glad. I'm glad I got to hear that. It'll hurt less, knowing it. Remus inhaled sharply, Sirius frowned. Something in Harry's tone felt wrong. Ominous. Remus's expression only deepened the worry. Lily noticed it too. Her free hand reached up to cup Harry's cheek, a gesture that would have been too intimate just moments before. But Harry didn't flinch. He shuddered, and leaned into her touch. What are you talking about, Harry? She asked softly. What will hurt? He smiled, gentle and warm, and stepped away from her hand. As he moved back, it was like he was putting on armor, gathering strength with every inch. For a moment, he looked almost regal. Dying, he said, his voice as soft as a breeze. I always knew my mother loved me, that she died for me. But knowing that you're proud of me, that she would be proud. I'll hold on to that, when I walk to my death. It'll make it easier. He looked at them all with a kind, steady gaze. There was no fear, no anger, no despair. Just peace. Lightness. As if saying the words had lifted a weight from him, Harry smiled one last time, slow and thankful, and walked out of the great hall. No one moved. They stood frozen, stunned by what he had just said. Lily's breath broke the silence. She turned to Hermione, her face stricken with fear. What did he mean? She whispered. Tell me what he meant. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it again. Swallowed, it was Neville who answered. His voice cracked and trembled. Harry's a Horcrux. The last one. To make Voldemort mortal again, Harry has to let Voldemort kill him. He has to walk up to him. And die. Willingly. He's going to sacrifice himself for us. We've known for a while now. No, Lily said, her voice rising. No, there has to be another way. There must be, there isn't, Hermione interrupted, voice heavy with all the research she had done, the exhaustion she had hidden for so long. There's nothing we can do. We have to let him go. But, nothing, Hermione repeated. Her voice broke on the word. A scream trapped beneath the surface. Neville stepped closer and pulled her into his side. Luna moved silently to his other side, sliding under his arm. They stood together, strong and steady. It was impossible to tell who was holding whom. He's the chosen one, Neville said quietly. Sirius remembered Harry calling himself that earlier that day, during the terrible argument with Hermione. He remembered how Harry had looked, tired, determined. No fear. No regret. Just resolve, but he could stay here, Lily whispered. He could be safe. He doesn't have to go back. How can you let him, when you know? And leave our world in Voldemort's hands? Neville asked gently. He'd never do that. He tightened his grip on Hermione's shoulder. Luna leaned into him more firmly. He didn't choose this, Hermione said. But the moment Voldemort marked him, the path was set. He fought it for as long as he could, but now. His only choice is to do his duty, or abandon everyone. And he would never do that. His love for us is greater than his will to survive, Luna said. Her words were soft and light, rising toward the enchanted ceiling like doves. He is his mother's son. Lily made a sound that was part sob, part scream, part plea. She buried her face in Remus's chest. And he wrapped his arms around her tightly, as if he could shield her from the pain of the world, but his eyes stayed on Luna. And when he spoke, his voice was eerily calm, but the monster laughed at them, he said. Sirius recognized the story. It was the first tale Luna had told him, the morning after they'd rescued her. The one Remus had spent days trying to decipher. And now, as Luna spoke and the pieces fell into place, Sirius realized that Remus had known. He'd understood long before the rest of them and had kept it to himself. To protect them, and it reached out for all their hearts, Remus said, his voice quiet, and crushed two of them. And would have crushed them all, if the last boy hadn't stepped forward. Luna leaned against Neville, her expression soft, sad, and achingly beautiful. She picked up where Remus left off. No, Harry said, she whispered. The great hall fell utterly silent. Light streamed through the tall windows and gathered in soft golden pools on the floor, as if the very air were holding its breath. It was, Sirius thought, the most peaceful thing he had ever seen, and he stood firm, Luna continued. And he let go of his heart. And that heart was made of the greatest love the world had ever seen. This love is your death, monster, he said. And we will die together. Her voice didn't waver, and he embraced the monster, despite its claws, despite its teeth, and his love burned hotter than the sun. And together they died. Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort. The boy who lived, and the monster who had wanted to live forever. She paused, then, with quiet reverence, Luna reached out and touched Hermione's forehead. She laid her hand on Neville's chest, where his heart beat steadily beneath. It is what it is, she said, calm as ever. And in the end, love will always be more powerful, and more terrible, than any magic in the world. Chapter 30, New Year's Eve found Severus Snape walking the moonlit corridors of Hogwarts, a trunk floating silently behind him. Every now and then, he stopped, not because he was lost. He knew the castle better than anyone. No, he stopped because he still wasn't entirely sure why he was making this visit, the practical reasons. Of course. He had discussed them with Lily, Sirius, and Remus. They had all agreed. And considering that more than a few items in that trunk were highly illegal, it was best to involve as few people as possible. The last few days had been full of research, experiments, and, when there was time to breathe, heated arguments. Sirius and his friends had tried everything to persuade the four travelers to stay. But they refused. Refused to remain in this dimension, even though it was safe. Refused to bring anyone back with them, even after Sirius had suggested sending extra fighters to help their cause. Neville had shut that idea down immediately. Later, in a calmer moment, he'd explained that 20 more people wouldn't make a difference in their world. Sadly, Albus had agreed. After that, their suggestions had become increasingly desperate. At one point, Remus seriously proposed tampering with the dimensional portal to prevent it from opening. Sirius had been impressed by the deviousness, especially coming from such a righteous Gryffindor. But he had to point out that Hermione, ever the paranoid one, would recheck every step of the process. Any interference would only make her suspicious. Sirius had even pleaded for them to stay another week, not because they needed help with the last Horcrux Nagini, but just to buy more time with Harry, Hermione, and the others. Maybe to change their minds. Harry had refused. Politely, but firmly. He had apologized for leaving them with their Horcrux problem still unsolved, and then deflected it with a joke, saying he couldn't get near their Voldemort, because if that Voldemort managed to kill him, it would make a mess of everything. Wrong Harry, wrong dimension, fate tangled up in knots. What then? A do-over, he had delivered that logic with his usual wry humor. And Lily had cried. Again. Raged, too. And Harry had apologized for that as well, which only made it worse. Now that the secret was out, Harry didn't hold back anymore. He talked about his impending death freely, as if it were just another part of their plan. Neville and Hermione tensed every time, but Harry still brought it up, sometimes in jest, sometimes as an excuse to skip vegetables, sometimes like he couldn't wait for it, and now that Sirius thought about it, Harry had always done that, mentioned death like it was inevitable, like it was already a part of him. They just hadn't wanted to see it before. Watching him treat it as a certainty hurt all of them. Yet none of them had found a way to stop it. When they asked Albus for alternatives, he only looked at them with quiet resignation. Even Lily and Remus had stopped trying. Whenever they brought it up, Harry would simply leave the room. As for Sirius, he had spent the last 3 days buried in thought, even while pretending to work on a device that measured dimensional frequencies. He had actually finished it on the second day, but tinkering kept his hands busy while his mind raced. He had explored every possible scenario, every wild idea, trying to find a solution that would save them all. One that would let the travelers go home whole, alive. One that wouldn't leave his friends shattered, and this quiet visit on New Year's Eve. While Luna and Harry shared dinner with Lily and Remus, while Sirius, Draco, and Neville wandered off to Hogsmeade to get thoroughly drunk, and while Hermione had claimed she needed a full night's rest, this was the best Sirius had come up with. Not that it felt like a good solution. He had arrived 5 minutes ago and still hadn't knocked. It took that long to summon the nerve. The door opened before his knuckles even touched it. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. "Professor Sirius?" she asked. "What?" She looked confused. Uncertain. "Is this a bad time?" he asked. "I can come back later, if you prefer." She composed herself quickly. No, not at all. I just thought it might be Harry." "Unless this is about him?" "No," he said. "As far as I know, he's still with Lily and Remus. May I come in?" "Of course." She stepped aside, holding the door wide, as if making up for the startled greeting. He stepped into the guest suite Albus had assigned the travelers when they first arrived. None of his friends had ever been inside. They had respected the privacy of the 4 guests, knowing how guarded they were. But judging by the state of the room, the 4 hadn't considered it personal at all. The guest quarters were simple by default: white walls, polished wooden floors, leather seating with plain brown cushions. Most witches and wizards would customize the space. These four had left it untouched. Or perhaps they had undone any changes already, preparing to leave. Compared to Severus's rooms below, this was barren. Hermione gestured to the sofa. She looked slightly unsure of herself, as if unused to playing host. "Can I offer you anything?" she asked. "There's no kitchen, but I'm sure a house elf." "No, thank you," Severus interrupted. He lowered the trunk gently to the floor, then sat on the sofa. "I'm fine." Hermione nodded and sat down opposite him, settling into an armchair. A quiet awkwardness settled over the room. Severus wasn't good at small talk. And now that he thought about it, he hadn't been alone with Hermione since the night she arrived. Not counting study sessions in the library, of course. But during those, she was so focused, so lost in her books and theories, it never felt like he was alone with her. This felt different. And decidedly awkward. "I brought you potions," he said suddenly. It was abrupt, but better than silence. "There's Felix Felicis, though I really shouldn't encourage Harry's obsession. As many healing drafts as I could brew while you were here. And my latest version of Polyjuice, it's not officially released yet, but I've tested it thoroughly. Patent pending, of course." He trailed off, then leaned forward to open the trunk, revealing the contents. "There are also several dangerous poisons in here. Be careful with those, and something Sirius called the magical equivalent of a Molotov. Most of these are deadly, not to mention illegal, but Severus suspected that would be the least of their worries in the weeks to come." He glanced up to find Hermione watching him closely. Shifting his focus back to the trunk, he continued talking. "Potions were easier. I've been experimenting with aerosol delivery for a few months," he said. "And while I never meant to use it with the draft of living death, it should work. Just make sure to cast bubblehead charms before you activate it." He realized he was rambling and cut himself off. "Anyway," he said, clearing his throat. "There's a list inside. It includes markings and intended uses. You'll be fine." Another silence, then Hermione swallowed hard. "Thank you," she said. "This is very helpful. Honestly, I expected another lecture. Telling me why I shouldn't go back." "No," Severus replied, still not meeting her gaze. "I won't do that. I understand why you're going." "You do?" she asked, her voice uncertain, fragile in a way that was unlike her. "Yes. Your friends need you. You're their leader. You have to go." "Harry is our leader," she said quickly. A little too quickly. "I just handle the research." He scoffed. He had once believed that himself, that the visible, dramatic work mattered more than the planning behind it. It had taken Sirius years to break him of that mindset, finally succeeding when he'd asked how often Severus had seen Albus Dumbledore actually fight, and whether that made the headmaster any less worthy of respect. "Oh, please," Severus said now. "As much as I admire his courage, Harry wouldn't last 5 minutes without you. Don't downplay your role. You and your research, that's what makes the difference between winning and losing. Without you, there's no hope for the rest of them." He was still busy sorting through the contents of the trunk and didn't notice the change in the silence, didn't realize anything was wrong until he looked up. Hermione's eyes were glistening. She was blinking rapidly, trying not to cry. She didn't succeed. "I'm sorry," Severus said quickly, startled and a little unnerved. "Did I say something wrong?" "No," Hermione whispered, trying to pull herself together. Her face flushed blotchy, her eyes red and swollen. There was nothing graceful or tragic in her crying, no delicate grief like Narcissa's. She just looked overwhelmed. "And very, very young, it's just. That's exactly what our Snape said to me. Right before he died." She managed a shaky breath. "Well, he mixed in a lot more insults, called us dunderheads, reckless Gryffindors, said there was no way this would work. But that was the heart of it." "What?" Severus asked. Stunned. "The other Snape, the one she had described in such grim terms, had said something like that you were brilliant, and they couldn't manage without you? No, she said softly. That it was up to me. That I was the only hope left, even if it wasn't much. And that if I failed, the resistance would fall with me. Sirius stared at her tear-streaked face. He was appalled. What kind of man said something like that to anyone, let alone a young woman he had taught? A girl who had already lost so much. Yes, he understood that things were different in their world. That their Sirius had endured unimaginable pain. But he couldn't help resenting the man just a little. For his cruelty. For his bitterness, he wondered how much damage that other Snape had done. How broken he must have been. And how tragic it was that these four, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, still admired and feared him, despite everything. That they clung to someone so harsh because they had no one else. You said he died in your arms, Sirius said quietly. Under normal circumstances, Hermione would have shut down, but she was too far gone. And Sirius had learned to take what moments he could with her. He did, she replied just as softly, though something darker pulsed beneath her voice. We were out gathering intel on the cup. It turned out to be an ambush. But, oh Merlin. He was the best duelist I've ever seen, apart from Headmaster Dumbledore. He tore through them, didn't leave a single one standing, even though he was bleeding out from a curse wound, and I knew I wouldn't be able to save him. I didn't have the potions. I couldn't get him to safety. I kept telling him to hang on because... Her voice trembled, because he was the last adult I could trust. The last one who was still there for us. And I had no idea how to go on without him. This was fresh grief, Sirius realized. Still raw. Perhaps even more painful than Harry's looming death, because it had already happened, but he didn't want any of it, she went on. Didn't want the lies you tell someone who's dying. He wouldn't listen. She raised a hand to her temples, as if trying to hold the memory together. He gave me his memories. The ones Harry needed. That's how we found out he was a Horcrux. That he'd have to die. I never knew our Snape cared about Lily. Or that he cared about Harry beyond what was required. But in the end, he gave me that piece of himself. Not because he trusted me, but because it was necessary. Her hand drifted toward the floor, reaching for someone long gone, and then he told me that it would be up to me. Only me. That no one else had the brains or the discipline to finish the job. That I mustn't fail, or Voldemort would win. She shuddered. Sirius knew people who would have broken under that kind of burden. But Hermione. She pushed through it like a task to complete. And he understood that any attempt at comfort from him would only make things worse. So he said nothing. He was brilliant, she said. So proud. So broken. He told me not to look for another way out. That it was my duty to let it happen. To stay by Harry's side until the time came. I told him I couldn't do it. I couldn't let my best friend die, but he said I had to. That it might destroy me, but my life mattered as little as his had. That neither of us had the right to save ourselves. That her life mattered as little as his had, the words echoed in Sirius's mind. Cold and brutal. He couldn't make sense of them. So broken, she whispered. And I never really understood what that meant. What it was like to live like that. But now I do. For a long moment, there was only silence. That's horrible, Sirius said at last, his voice full of quiet fury. That is the most horrible thing I've ever heard. I can't believe any version of me would say something like that. Hermione took a deep breath. I think it's something he told himself, over and over, she whispered. Well, Sirius said firmly, he was a very twisted, unhappy man. And he was also wrong. Despite her grief, Hermione looked a little scandalized. It was what he believed. What kept him going, Hermione said, her voice thick with emotion. All of a sudden, Sirius felt a flare of anger. After days of helpless worry and tension, it was almost a relief. Well, he was obviously a bit of an idiot then, he said, the words sharp with frustration. He was not. Hermione snapped, outraged. Her voice trembled with it, and it flashed in her eyes. Perhaps not an idiot, Sirius conceded quickly. There was no point provoking her further. But too resigned to his fate to see a different path. Too in love with his own brokenness. I know that feeling, Hermione. My life may have been different, but not that different. When I came to Hogwarts, I was already a bitter little cynic, obsessed with the idea of endless, misunderstood suffering. I have a flair for the dramatic. A tragic, hopeless struggle against overwhelming odds. That was my kind of story. If I hadn't had Sirius, or if I'd lost Lily, I might have ended up just like him. She didn't understand. Not yet. He could see the loyalty etched into her face, see how ready she was to leap to the defense of the man who had shaped her, cruel or not. But he couldn't let her idealize that broken version of himself. Not when it mattered so much. You know what I love most about my friends? He asked. Hermione had once praised him for having friends, said it was the biggest difference between their two worlds. Maybe she had been right. And maybe that was the only real proof he needed that his view of life, hopeful, shared, was the correct one. When Lily lost her baby, and when Sirius's fiancée was murdered, they both went a little mad. Hermione's eyes widened. Clearly no one had told them about Sarah, but they got better. And look at them now. Look at Remus, he's a bloody werewolf, and still, he's managed to build a life. I don't know if I could do that, Hermione. Live through something horrible, mourn, then pick up the pieces and go on. But I admire it. And I see the same strength in you. She stared at him, wide-eyed. Surprised. And aching for someone to say it. You survive things I can't even imagine, he continued. And you're still here. Still standing. Maybe not whole. Maybe not the person you thought you'd become. But you're alive. And that means there's still time to heal, to understand, to figure out what your future might look like. As long as you live. Her eyes turned dark, but Harry won't, she said. Each word fell like a stone in a well. He won't live through this. He won't get out on the other side. You don't know that yet, Sirius said. Stranger things have happened. But even if he doesn't, even if it all goes as you fear, you will. And it won't help anyone if you throw your life away after his. Hermione recoiled like he'd struck her. Sirius shut his eyes briefly. He hadn't wanted to wound her, but she needed to hear this. She had to remember it, when the time came. I know that sounds cruel, he said softly. But the living should never sacrifice themselves for the dead. There's still a future waiting for you, Hermione. Don't let yourself forget that. Don't lose hope. I used to have hope, she said dully. I remember what it felt like. The three of us, children, hiding in a tent, trying to fight the most powerful dark wizard alive. And we really thought we could win. She smiled faintly, lost in that memory. Then the smile vanished, leaving her hollow, but now I know what that victory will cost us. I know what's left behind when the battle ends. I can't afford hope anymore, Sirius. You can't afford not to hope. He said gently. Look. I understand my life has been very different from the other Snapes. But from what you've told me, the main difference was this. He trusted no one, and he hoped for nothing. And yes, maybe he was braver and cleverer than I'll ever be. But he expected death. Maybe he even welcomed it. That might be why he died. When you have nothing to look forward to, you stop trying to survive. Hermione gave a dry, hollow chuckle, more like a scrape than a laugh. And what could I possibly look forward to? She asked bitterly. Her resignation hit him like a blow. That she truly believed there was nothing waiting for her. It made him ache. And it infuriated him. "You're 19. He said, not as an adult lecturing a child, but as one scholar to another. "You've been part of this war since you were 11. You've never had a real chance to live. Don't close doors you haven't even seen yet. You're far too clever for that." She shook her head, slowly. But she didn't argue. Taking that as a sign, Sirius reached for her right hand. It was clenched tight, knuckles white. Gently, he opened her fingers, smoothing them out. Her nails had left red marks in her skin. "I know you have to go," he said softly. "I know you need to see this through. But when it's over, maybe you could come back." Her breath caught. "You have a home here," he said. "All of you do. Whenever you want it. This place, and all of us, will be here." He turned her hand palm up and pressed a small amulet into it. "Once we figured out what caused the dimensional rift, I ran more tests. Lucius Malfoy let me examine his family's collection of dark artifacts, something he's oddly proud of, and I found this. It's like the dagger from the Lestrange vault. It has the same properties. Take it. Survive. And when you're ready, use it to come back." Her mouth opened in a silent gasp. Her eyes flicked between the amulet and his face, over and over. She didn't speak. Sirius could see it, the struggle, the way she warred with herself. To imagine a life without Harry. To think of a future in which she was still alive. Still growing. It would mean admitting that there was something beyond her mission. Something just for her. He had never admired her more than in that moment, perhaps. She whispered. It was just one word. Frail. More doubt than hope, but Sirius knew that wouldn't be enough. "Promise me," he said. "You made a promise to the other Sirius, to see this through. Now make one to me. Promise you'll keep going. That when it's over, you and whoever's left will come back. And we'll take care of you. Promise." She blinked rapidly, then turned her head side to side. Not quite a nod. Not a no, either. "Promise," he said again. She didn't answer, but her hand closed tightly around the amulet. She pulled it to her chest, holding it like something precious, and maybe, just maybe, that was promise enough. Chapter 31. Dawn rose dressed in a gown of frost, and Hogwarts stood like a gray pearl wrapped in lace. Snow blanketed the grounds, and the castle shimmered beneath the soft light of the new year. Albus Dumbledore greeted the morning from a window alcove in his office, a mug of hot chocolate in hand. Around him, the castle whispered its waking song. The wards sang, "All is well," and the castle's ancient magic drifted like a sleeping dragon, dreaming quietly, waiting for the return of the students to rouse it. In the kitchens below, the house elves were already at work. Their nimble hands and bright thoughts created a rhythm all their own, quick and efficient, sweet music compared to the slower pace of human effort. Albus dipped into their intent for just a moment, savoring the clarity and warmth of it. Croissants for breakfast, the kitchen sang. Fruit salad and muffins. Non-perishable food for the friends of house elves who will leave us today, Albus smiled. He waved a finger, coaxing one of the tiny marshmallows in his mug into the air and into his mouth. Few things were hard for a wizard of his age and power, but keeping his beard clean while enjoying chocolate was certainly one of them. He sent his thoughts across the castle in a gentle sweep, a mental caress, a warm greeting, a light touch here and there. To Peeves, a warning. To others, a quiet reassurance. All was well, for now. But Hogwarts' peace was always a delicate thing. He passed through the consciousness of old sentinels, ancient armors, gargoyles, spells and charms that had grown cranky with age, like old men muttering in their sleep. He skimmed across the paintings that lined the walls, so many lives, so many purposes. All now bound to Hogwarts, their minds sharp or dull, kind or cruel, their voices a choir of memory, magic, and endless gossip. Each person within the castle flickered like a spark, small points of magic scattered across a vast web of stone and time. Yet every one of them was cherished. They were Hogwarts children and its guardians. Grass in a field. Stars in a night sky. Individually fleeting, but together, brilliant and enduring, such was the gift and curse of being headmaster. To see all of it. The candle and the bonfire. The summer and the mayfly. To understand that one created the other, and eventually would be devoured by it, everyone who lived here would die. They would pass through time and return to the eternal. Even him, even Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of his time, would walk that path. He sighed and pulled his robes tighter. Today they were green, the pale, living green of an unopened bud. He didn't know if the color was an act of defiance against time or a wish to burn brightly, only to fade faster. All he had to do was lift his eyes to see what awaited him. The wall of portraits showed him, former headmasters, all of them now trapped in painted form, bound to serve the school in death as they had in life. Their greatness reduced to a question of wall placement. In arrogant moments, Albus liked to think he'd be placed at eye level, but even that would pass. Eventually, he would become a shadow among shadows. One day, he wouldn't crave warmth. One day, he wouldn't drink chocolate. One day, he wouldn't even care. This knowledge, this understanding of endings, was a burden that only a few could bear. It would crush most. Hollow them out. Drive them mad. Yes, it gave him power. But power, as always, cost more and satisfied less than those without it could ever understand. Still, the children knew, the moment he had first seen them. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Luna, he had known. They were familiar to the castle, as if it recognized them. Yet something about them was off. Wrong. Not of this world. There had been grief in him, the first time he saw them sleeping. Thin, tired, haunted by a hunger no food could soothe. He had seen death's mark on them, then Hermione had opened her eyes, and her mind blazed gold and silver in the dark. Not free of shadows, but shaped by them. She was powerful because of her pain. Stronger for having borne it. And in that moment, Dumbledore's grief had melted into admiration, even when he turned his eyes to Harry. A fractured soul, broken and strange, he had seen the brilliance of his love, his unshakable purpose. And it had burned away every trace of doubt. Neville had been the anchor. Steady. Real. More grounded than most people ever managed to be. And Luna. Luna was light and music, soaring beyond pain but never letting go of her friends. She gave him hope. They were children, yes. But they were ancient, too. Forged by fire. Wielding strength born of suffering. More powerful than they knew, and yet still they bowed to the yoke of necessity. The way they embraced their own defeat was the most victorious thing Albus had ever witnessed. They would never become portraits on a wall. Fighting for the best view of the light. They had taken the world, made it into a cloak, and then cast it off so that others might wear it in their place. They weren't just threads in the tapestry of time. They were the loom itself. Albus sipped the last drop of chocolate from his cup. Sweet. Bitter. Precious. He could feel them gathering in the great hall, his students, and the ones who came from another Dumbledore. And he, too, gathered his thoughts. Gathered his robes. It was time. Physically, the 8 people in the hall could barely fill a corner of it. But Albus didn't see just the physical. He never had. He saw the weight they carried, the thousands of lives they remembered. The battles they had fought, the sacrifices they had made. They filled the hall like a storm fills the sea. Of the 8, only Harry was calm. Only Harry faced the return through the portal without resistance. To him, it was inevitable. Not even worth questioning. There was no other path. The others were struggling, caught between belief and disbelief, grief and defiance. Some still searched for a way out. Others fought to accept the road ahead. Albus entered the hall with Minerva beside him. She had only just returned from visiting her children and grandchildren for Christmas. Her confusion at the situation added a strange tension to the air, an edge that, oddly enough, Albus found almost comforting. A reminder that the world still turned. That even in the face of loss and endings, life went on. Now really, Albus, Minerva whispered, her voice disapproving in the way he'd come to treasure. I leave for barely 2 weeks, and this is what I come back to. Her sweeping gesture took in far more than even she realized. The rune-etched archway, crafted from metal, stood ready to stabilize the dimensional portal. Heaps of carefully grouped equipment, camping gear, food, weapons, amulets, magical artifacts, lay neatly organized across the floor. Sirius and Lily had spent the last several days gathering it all, likely murmuring prayers for safety over every item. 2 groups of friends stood nearby. So different in their natures, and yet so alike in devotion. Bonds had grown between them, new, delicate, but strong in the way fresh roots cling to life. Many things have happened while you were away, Minerva, Albus said calmly. Most of them unexpected. Some surprising, even to me. Minerva sniffed, unimpressed. But her look was shrewd. I doubt that, you clever old man. Albus sighed, but didn't correct her. People had long since decided that he saw everything. Now, even when he spoke plainly, few believed him, and how could he explain it all? The days of uncertainty and emotion. The hours he had spent in a heavily warded room with Harry and Hermione, viewing memory after memory in a pensieve that had once belonged to his other self. The things he had learned, not only about these 4 travelers and their war-torn world, but about himself, so instead, he simply said, "The world has turned more than its share this past fortnight. And you didn't think it necessary to inform me?" Minerva snapped, "There are unexpected happenings every day in our world," he replied mildly. "Besides, such information would have kept you from your well-earned holiday. And I shall need you fully rested for the new term." She sniffed again, suspicious, as always, but he gave her a twinkle of magic and a warm thread of reassurance. She softened, as she always did, but he did not smile, that little nudge of magic, the faintest push. Just enough to soothe her, was effortless. The kind of spell that had come second nature after decades of guiding minds without them realizing. And yet, ever since viewing those memories, the doubt had lingered. Was it right? The magic itself was simple. Less than a whisper. But still, was it right? He remembered another time, another version of himself. A younger man, blinded by love, who had stepped onto a dangerous path. That memory had been worn smooth over the years, made safe with time. But it still carried a weight, the moment he had chosen not to wield power for himself, but to become its servant. He had given up greatness for peace. Glory for eccentricity. Awe for affection. And it hadn't been a bad trade. Over the years, his life, bound to this school and its children, had become not a cage, but a choice. His serenity was hard-won. And real, but then he'd watched the other Albus, the man in the pensieve. The same, yet so different. A man who had accepted catastrophe and adapted to meet it. Who had turned from guardian to spider. Who had taken the children entrusted to his care. And shaped them into weapons. "You must kill me," that other Dumbledore had said, his voice directed at a Sirius so shattered, so dark, that Albus had barely recognized the shy boy he had once taught. And Albus had felt it, the power behind those words, the magic, the shared pain. That Sirius had had no choice but to obey. And the other Albus had known it. Still, he had not hesitated. He had set the path forward knowing it would cost lives. Knowing it would cause pain. And still, he had chosen it, because it would lead to victory, so the boy. The boy must die. Sirius had asked, too tangled in old love and present grief to see what was in Dumbledore's eyes, but Albus had seen it, even in memory, regret, yes. Pain, of course. But most of all, conviction. Unshakable belief in the choice he had made, and Voldemort himself must do it. Sirius, that old man had answered. His eyes still lit with power. Dimmed, but never extinguished. That is essential. Minerva sighed beside him, and Albus gently pulled himself free from the flood of memory. "They're so young," she murmured. He couldn't tell whether she meant the Hogwarts children or the travelers from the other world. To him, they were all young. "It's not age that defines us, Minerva," he said softly. "But our choices." She gave him a weary look and shook her head. "I know that. But still, I wish there were another way. They shouldn't have to do this." Albus met her eyes. Her gaze was soft, the way she only allowed it to be with him, and perhaps a few others. Then he looked away, sweeping his gaze over the 8 who waited in the hall. Sirius stood shoulder to shoulder with Neville, checking supplies and gear. A strange pair, and yet somehow perfectly matched. Severus lingered near Hermione, as close as she would let him, while she examined the portal one last time. Remus stood beside Luna, his hand gently resting in hers, offering support through the simplest touch. And Lily stood before Harry. They didn't speak, but their eyes held all the things they couldn't say. Pain, love, fear. Between them flowed a network of magic, protection spells, blood bonds, silent enchantments. But there were other things there, too. Things just as strong, though no spell could name them: love, worry, grief, and in Albus's mind, more images rose, half memory, half imagination. Sirius, stepping through the veil into nothingness. Neville, leading an army of students to their deaths. Severus, dying in Hermione's arms. Hermione, staring at the face of her dying fiancé, helpless. Remus, falling while shielding Luna with his body. Luna, radiant with hope as Harry burst into her cell in a storm of fury and spells. Lily, facing down Voldemort himself, because she would not let her son die unprotected. So many lives. So much pain. So much love, too much for anyone, and yet, they carried it. They chose it. And they would face what came. Harry stood quietly, watching the others say goodbye. Watching people he cared about prepare to die, again. And still, it wasn't his time. Not yet. But the longing for the end had begun to grow in him. "They don't have to do this," Albus said softly. There was something in his voice that made Minerva turn sharply to look at him. "But they choose to. They refuse every other option we offer. That, I think, should humble us all." "But he's just a boy," Minerva said fiercely. "They're all still children." For her, it wasn't any more complicated than that. She hadn't been here the past few weeks. She hadn't seen Luna and Neville dance at the Christmas ball. Hadn't seen Hermione feed Harry a potion that would have shattered most minds. And yet, part of Albus was grateful for the simplicity of her conviction. Children should be protected. No matter the risk. No matter the cost. For a fleeting moment, Albus wondered what Minerva had said to the other Dumbledore, the man who had raised Harry to be a sacrifice. Why hadn't she stopped him? Perhaps she had trusted that man the way this Minerva trusted him. "They are children," he agreed gently. "We all are," he didn't say. In some way, always, he watched as Hermione and Severus completed their final inspection of the portal. Watched as the two quartets of friends began their final movements, a dance of farewells, of promises, of silent prayers. Severus took Hermione by the shoulders, not quite pulling her into an embrace, and spoke to her quickly and urgently. She didn't nod, didn't reply, but her eyes, when they met his, held more hope than Albus had seen in her for days. Sirius clasped Neville's arm and said something that made him laugh. The next moment, Neville surprised them both by pulling Sirius into a fierce hug. Remus, ever gentle, let go of Luna's hand with hesitation. Then he pulled a photograph from his pocket, a picture Draco had taken on Christmas Eve, Albus thought, and gave it to her. She tucked it away with quiet reverence, fingers brushing over the glossy surface, and Lily drew Harry close. Held him tight. He didn't resist. His arms came around her, even as his eyes stayed distant, already looking toward what lay ahead. She raised her hands to his face, cradled his cheeks, and pressed a kiss to his scarred forehead. Albus didn't need to read her lips to know what she said. They've grown close, Minerva murmured beside him. Considering how little time they had together. He hummed his agreement. He met Neville's smile, Harry's respectful nod, and Hermione's arched eyebrow. Their goodbyes to him were short. Not cold, but brief. Practical. It stung a little. He would have liked them to like him, but then Luna turned and looked straight at him, and her eyes, usually so distant and dreamy, were sharp as starlight. She raised her chin, challenging him. And then she winked, slow and deliberate. Albus grinned. How could he not? He raised his wand toward the enchanted ceiling, and phoenixes burst into flight, soaring, burning, trailing fire and gold through the illusionary sky. We can only hope it will be close enough, he whispered, half to himself. Minerva narrowed her eyes. What are you not telling them, Albus? She asked. You know more than you say. I can see it, in that damnable twinkle of yours. He smiled slightly, watching as the quartet split apart once more. 4 to go, 4 to remain. Not much, he said pleasantly. Only that nothing is ever as clear-cut as it seems. Nor as hopeless as we fear. That was what had haunted him, these past sleepless nights. The question, was it right that he knew so much more than those around him? That he carried truths they could never be burdened with? Was it right to withhold? The other Dumbledore had taken his secrets to the grave, his last truth clutched tightly, a hope hidden in the heart of despair. You mustn't tell him, he had said to Sirius in that final memory. Not until the end. Not until it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, how could he do what must be done? And even as Albus had watched that scene in the pensive, watched the hardness behind his counterpart's eyes, he had wondered. Had the other Dumbledore truly believed that, or had he known the darker truth, that Harry would never falter in his mission? That he would die. Gladly, for those he loved, and perhaps the real danger wasn't Harry's death. But what might happen if Harry lived? What if, given too much time, he resigned himself not just to death, but to only death? What if it wasn't the dying that broke him, but the surviving, that was the truth Albus had seen when he met his counterpart's eyes in the memory? The truth Luna had whispered, veiled in riddles and stories. Yes, Harry Potter would walk to his death. That much was certain, but unless he chose to stay dead, unless his hope was extinguished, unless his life was left too empty to return to, then he wouldn't have to stay gone. Yes, Albus murmured, as 4 young souls stepped through the portal into another world. As 4 others remained behind, aching and hopeful, willing to wait, yes. Harry Potter may yet surprise us, Minerva. He looked up, eyes reflecting the flicker of phoenix fire. Hope, he said softly, is never in vain.